Order. Questions for oral answer, Mr. Gerald Giam.
Speaker, the median and maximum waiting time for pedestrians at signalized junctions are 120 seconds and 140 seconds respectively. Wait times for pedestrians depend on the nature of road, junction size and configuration, as well as prevailing traffic volume. For example, waiting times at signalized junctions of friendly streets, which we are expanding to every town by 2030, are under 60 seconds.
Mr. Giam.
Thank the MOS for the replies. Sir, the LTA's 2018 Transport Impact Assessment Guidelines reflect a shift to prioritize mass transport and active mobility, which includes walking, over private transport modes. Can the MOS give some examples of how this translates into shorter pedestrian wait times and more pedestrian priority, other than the Friendly Streets initiative, which is only covers a few intersections in a few towns? Does the government intend to give greater priority to pedestrians for all intersections, including the older ones? And secondly, the MOS said that the maximum time is 140 seconds. That is almost 2.5 minutes. The MOS agreed that a wait time of this time of almost 2.5 minutes in Singapore's hot and humid climate can be a bit too long, and can the maximum time be reduced further as much as to 60 seconds? And thirdly, do most signalized intersections currently use a fixed time signal, or do they change according to demand? And the last question is a very fast one, is that does pressing the green man button, does that shorten the wait time, or does it just signal that the pedestrian is waiting at the junction? Thank you.
MOSP.
So the configuration for signal timings needs to strike a balance among all the users of the junction, whether it are vehicles on the roads or pedestrians. And well, I appreciate that the member has concern for people waiting longer at the traffic junction, waiting for traffic lights for the green man. We also have to take account for traffic. And traffic are not just private vehicles. They also include public buses, which need to stick to a schedule to make sure they bring commuters to work on time. So we do need to look at the interests of all parties which will be affected by changes in the traffic light timings. But having said that, we do take a look at the junctions in question. And so we mentioned that there is a median time. So it's not a fixed time for every junction. So we look at the configuration, the volume of pedestrians and traffic, so that we are able to achieve an optimal situation to balance the different needs. We do look at we do have dynamic systems that are able to track traffic volume. Okay, we're working on a better system where at certain junctions we might want to install cameras at the pedestrian waiting area to track pedestrian volume, and whether we are able to build that capability, all right, to also incorporate pedestrian data to adjust traffic lights timings dynamically. But you have to be within a certain range. As for the green man, so all pedestrian crossings, you're talking about pressing it, whether it does activate faster. I think it depends on the junction. Some it does faster, and there are some crossings where the lights don't usually change because it is a very low pedestrian crossing volume. All right, and therefore the lights are actually green in the favor of traffic, unless someone presses it and you turn red or have the green man on for the pedestrian. So it serves a variety of functions, and really we will customize it for the need of the particular crossing, and where possible we use technology, data from ERP 2.0 to allow us to better assess the needs, the different needs, and then to achieve a more optimal situation for all. Thank you.
Mr. Ip Hong Wing.
Sir, the Singapore dollar has appreciated against the Malaysian ringgit at an average rate of 1.3% over 2020 to 2025. However, it is important to emphasize that MAS manages the Singapore dollar against a trade-weighted basket of currencies of its major trading partners, and not against any bilateral exchange rate. The Sing dollar trade-weighted exchange rate has been on a gradual appreciating path since October 2021. The strength and stability of the Singapore dollar is assessed against the attainment of medium-term price stability in the economy. Non-resident labour flows into Singapore principally reflect the economy's overall growth and employment prospects. MAS will continue to closely monitor economic and financial developments and is in an appropriate position to adjust its monetary policy stance to ensure medium-term price stability.
Mr. Yip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the MOS for his response. With the Johor Bahru Singapore RTS link expected to begin operations soon, cross-border travel will become faster and cheaper, making it even easier for consumers to travel across the causeway and tap on the services there. So coupled with a weaker Singapore dollar, this could significantly reduce demand for local retailers and F&B outlets. So will the government look into forward-looking support measures to help local businesses prepare for this shift, given the potential impact on Singapore jobs and household incomes? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
Sir, I thank Mr. Yip Hong Wing for his question. I'm answering this PQ in my MAS hat, but he's asked a question wearing my MTI hat. In fact, this is regards to the RTS link, and of course, there are some relationships with the Sing dollar as well as the Malaysian ringgit. In fact, earlier this morning, I met with the RTS link task force, of which I'm chairing, to look at ways in which to enhance our local businesses, their competitiveness, their ability to place make. And in the MTI COS, we've also announced many enhancements to the grants and support for heartland businesses, looking forward to both the challenges as well as opportunities of the RTS when it is operational at the end of the year. So as chairman of the RTS Link Task Force, we are looking at this very carefully. We have met with the merchants, we have met with government officials, including Enterprise Singapore and HDB and NEA this morning, and we will announce these measures in due course. Thank you.
Mr. Gerald Giam.
Mobile network operators, or MNOs, are required to meet the Infocomm Media Development Authorities, or IMDA's 4G quality of service standards. And IMDA conducts regular checks to ensure these are met. This includes the requirement to provide more than 99% mobile coverage in all MRT tunnels and MRT stations in Singapore. The QoS performance results for each MRT line are published on IMDA's website. Where there are coverage gaps found along the MRT network, IMDA works closely with the MNOs to carry out enhancements that address the gaps. MNOs typically take 6 months to complete these enhancements, working within the limited hours of maintenance windows for tunnel access.
Mr. Giam.
Thank the SMS for the reply. So for the persistent dead zones that have been remained unrectified after 6 months, does the ministry impose any escalating financial penalties on the providers in order to ensure that there's a stronger commercial incentive for them to resolve the issues more speedily? And second, does IMDA track whether certain mobile operators have a higher proportion of these long-term dead zones? And will this track record of non-compliance be factored into the pricing or allocation of future spectrum allocations, spectrum options?
SMS Tan.
So as I said earlier in my reply, MNOs typically take 6 months to enhance coverage. And over the last 3 years, there are no persistent signal gaps within MRT network have remained unrectified.
Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
The government is committed to ensuring that public sport facilities remain accessible, affordable for all Singaporeans. Active SG credits can be used at all Active SG sport facilities, including Active SG's World Aquatics Championship Arena at the Kallang, as well as community sports facilities in our Tampines Hub and Senja Cashew Community Club. The credits can also be used to offset the cost of Active SG and Active Health programs. Since November 2025, we have also expanded the use of Active SG credits across more than 370 school sports facilities under the dual-use scheme, providing more opportunities for the public to utilize their Active SG credits. Sport SG will continue to explore ways to expand the use of Active SG credits at more public sport facilities.
Mr. Yip.
Thank you. I thank the SPS for a reply. I asked this PQ because I've been approached by many residents who have asked to use the Active SG credits in community facilities, like in the CCs for sports. And I want to ask the ministry whether they will consider opening it up and ensuring that there's no fragmentation and there's no barriers in a way to continue to help Singaporeans to remain active and healthy. Thank you.
SPS Go.
So I appreciate the member raising the interest from his residents, and we are aligned in wanting to provide more access to these facilities for our Singaporeans. So currently, rest assured, Sport SG is working on enhancing the MyActive SG Plus booking system. First, focusing on enhancing and improving the user experience, before then working on expanding the use of Active SG credits for PA facilities. So this is currently in the works.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Question 5, sir.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to answer oral questions number 5 and 6 in today's oral paper together, as they both relate to the international competitiveness of Singapore's water technology firms?
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Sir, water supply is an existential issue for Singapore. Therefore, the government has been promoting the water industry and investing in the R&D of water technologies under RIE. Today, Singapore is globally recognized for our integrated water management, and our know-how also creates opportunities for our companies to meet the needs of other countries. Enterprise Singapore, PUB, and the Singapore Water Association work closely together to support Singapore-based companies such as Keppel and Sembcorp as they build capabilities and pursue opportunities overseas. Our biennial Singapore International Water Week has become one of the world's leading conferences for public utilities and the water industry since its establishment in 2008. It comprises flagship events that gather suppliers and customers of innovative water, coastal, and flood solutions. Co-organized by PUB, the event culminates in the Lee Kuan Yew Water Prize. Events like these help Singapore-based companies and startups gain visibility and access to potential investors, partners, and customers. Our agencies also regularly organize business missions to and facilitate engagements with stakeholders in key regional markets. Now, these efforts have been particularly helpful for smaller companies. HydroLeap, for example, is a water tech company specializing in electrochemical separation. It piloted its water recycling systems with Amazon Web Services, AWS, at a data center facility in Singapore. It has since expanded to markets like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Australia. SG Enviro, another Singapore startup focused on advanced water purification treatment using nanobubble technology, has been working on water reclamation and wastewater treatment projects with palm oil refineries in Malaysia. Now, water tech companies like Hydroleap and SG Enviro has and can tap on enterprise development grant to upgrade, innovate, and access new markets, and our market readiness assistance grant to defray the cost of overseas market promotion. They can also use those grants for development of their businesses and to set up their businesses overseas. Now, companies which need financing for overseas expansion can also tap onto our enterprise financing scheme. Under EFS, government offers risk sharing with participating financial institutions, such as for fixed asset loans for construction or the acquisition of plants and equipment. They also can access trade loans for the buying and selling of goods. Now, we announced enhancements to some of these schemes at this year's budget and MTI's Committee of Supply session. I want to assure the member that the government will continue to support our local water tech companies to strengthen their global competitiveness and better position them to pursue market opportunities abroad.
Mr. Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the MOS for his answers. I have different SQs for question 5 and 6 respectively. For question 5, I would like to ask the MOS, will the government consider a circular economy export office to specifically bundle our water recycling and waste to energy technologies like Tuas Nexus as a single high-value export for the growing cities in ASEAN and beyond in Asia? Second SQ for question 5. Is MTI actively marketing Singapore's integrated cooling plus water recycling solutions to regional digital hubs like Johor and Batam to ensure our firms capture the spillover infrastructure demand from Singapore's own land constraint? And finally, for the third SQ, given that water is often a sovereign municipal issue overseas, will the government use more government-to-government platforms, G2G, to pre-qualify Singapore, to pre-qualify or support Singapore water technologies in emerging markets? For question 6, Mr. Speaker, my SQs are as follows. 1, will MTI introduce a sovereign project bond or risk-sharing mechanism that allows Singapore water firms to bid for large-scale or larger-scale overseas desalination projects with the financial backing of a so-called Team Singapore guarantee? Second SQ, will the government allow for more export-oriented test bidding within PUB facilities where the primary goal is not just local water security, but providing the firms with a globally recognized reference track to win overseas tenders? Thank you.
MOS Tan.
So I thank Mr. Dennis Tan for his SQs for both 5 and 6. Let me try to answer them as comprehensively as possible. With regards to the Circular Economy Export Office and the market integrated cooling solutions, there are no immediate plans to do so. With regards to supporting Singapore water tech companies and to use our know-how to tap onto the opportunities outside of Singapore, I think those are very useful suggestions and important suggestions. Allow me to put that into context, and because we have 2 questions, I can go a little bit into detail to answer Mr. Dennis Tan's questions. First of all, maybe I start with the export test bidding and talk about PUB support. PUB, in fact, has opened up its water installation for test bidding. And for example, they have this Living Lab Fund, which provides R&D funding. So if you are a local company, for example, Hydroleap or SG Enviro, you are able to use some of these funds to test bid some of these innovative solutions, which if it works, then you can potentially use it in Singapore and then potentially export to different markets. PUB also has support schemes for companies and research institutions to then pilot and to validate these new tech, which could be applied for both industrial as well as municipal water needs. What I thought is also very important, because the member is asking about how Singapore water tech companies can better expand into the overseas markets, is this. In fact, the Since 2006, government has invested about 800 million from RIE on water tech. And since then, the water tech industry has grown quite significantly. In fact, we have now moved from 50 to about 400 companies and increased job opportunities, so now about over 20,000 jobs. For the schemes at MTI, COS, we have enhanced some of these schemes to help these companies, not just water tech companies, but companies who want to expand overseas. For example, we enhanced the market readiness assistance grant, so even if you're already in the market, you can continue to use that grant. We've enhanced the double tax deduction for internationalization grant, and we've also enhanced the enterprise financing scheme. So all of this put together enables our companies to expand overseas. I give a quick example to illustrate this point. HydroLeap, for example, because of the support from Enterprise Singapore and MTI, it is now able to use the Enterprise Development Grant funding to upgrade its water technologies, which I mentioned earlier on. It's now expanded to Australia. It's expanded to Thailand, for example, partnering with the Bangkok Industrial Gas to provide smart water treatment solutions in PepsiCo, Thailand. So I thank the member for his question. We are indeed looking at water as a strategic imperative, not just as an existential issue for Singapore, but also supporting our water tech companies to test bed, to validate their ideas, to grow, and then to expand beyond our shores. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
Mr. Speaker, artificial intelligence can be a strong enabler in the power sector. In 2025, the Energy Market Authority, EMA, launched a regulatory sandbox for virtual power plants, VPPs, which are essentially digital platforms that control, optimize, and aggregate distributed energy resources such as solar panels and battery energy storage systems. VPP pilots may utilize AI to forecast renewable energy generation output and optimize generation capacity based on prevailing wholesale market conditions. EMA has also incorporated AI within its internal energy management systems to support solar forecasting. The government is committed to helping businesses and households improve energy conservation and efficiency, including through AI-enabled solutions. For example, Enterprise Singapore supports the Singapore Business Federation's Cost and Carbon Reduction Program. This program utilizes a proprietary AI tool to help SMEs identify cost reduction and decarbonization opportunities, including through energy conservation and efficiency measures. We welcome proposals from the public and industry on how the government can better support the adoption of AI solutions in the power sector and for businesses and households in Singapore.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, MOS. I have two SQs. For successful deployment of AI in power generation, it will require engineers with both energy and data analytics expertise. So could the Minister elaborate on whether there are plans to develop specialized skills in AI for the energy sector workforce? The second SQ is, have we studied use cases across other jurisdictions on AI use within the power sector, for example, for power dispatch, power generation efficiency, and for renewables dispatch?
MOS Gun.
Well, the government is committed to growing our own pipeline of talent in the energy sector and to help workers navigate their careers in this exciting space. Now, for example, we have the skills framework for energy and power developed by SkillsFuture Singapore, Workforce Singapore, and EMA with industry and union partners, mapping out the key roles required, competencies, including digital and data skills. And for niche skills, government will work closely with the industry partners and also our educational institutions to update the curriculum and to create talent to fill this job needs. Can I ask the member, Ms. Valerie Lee, to repeat her second question? Thank you.
Ms. Lee.
Yes, so have we started use cases across other countries on AI use within the power sector, for example, for power dispatch or for power generation efficiency? And I mean, what countries did we do so for?
MOS Gun.
Thank the member for her question. Indeed, we have a lot to learn from other countries, and we recognize that AI is a strong enabler in the power sector, and that other countries could be more advanced than us in some of the adoption of AI now. We are studying various AI solutions, which other countries have deployed for both energy generation and grid network. Some examples include the use of AI for predictive maintenance of energy assets and application of machine learning to enhance the operational efficiency of both traditional and renewable energy sources.
Mr. Louis Chua.
Question 8, please. The Ministry provides guidelines, information, and video resources to schools to support students with special educational needs, or SEN. Through teaching and learning guides, all teachers are provided with practical strategies to support the learning of diverse learners, including students with SEN. All new teachers undergo basic training covering how to engage students with SEN during their pre-service training. After they start teaching, they continue to deepen their SEN-related skills through workshops and network learning communities in areas such as inclusive pedagogy. Micro-learning units offer just-in-time learning opportunities to build teachers' understanding of principles for supporting students with SEN and strategies for an inclusive classroom. Each school also has teachers trained in special needs who have completed a 130-hour certificate-level course conducted by the National Institute of Education. All mainstream schools also have SEN officers who work with school personnel to develop customized interventions to support the specific needs of students with SEN, particularly those with higher needs. MOE facilitates systematic sharing of best practices among mainstream schools, as well as between mainstream schools and special education schools. MOE continually reviews our guidelines and good practices through monitoring international research, international good practice, and local practice.
Mr. Chua.
Thank you, Speaker. Just two quick SQs. The first is on the guide that the SP has shared just now. Wanted to ask if that is actually consistent across all the different schools and whether these can be made available to across both parents and teachers so that everyone can have a better understanding on how best to support the children. The second question is in relation to the training. So I understand that for in-service teachers, there are optional online courses that they can sign up for as part of their 40-hour CPD. But just wanted to ask what is the actual number of hours of these SEN-related training that's being imparted? And I also asked as an extension where if you look at the finance industry for certain modules such as ethics or regulations, there are minimum hours required for these components, whether or not there's specified requirements for this continuous training. Thank you.
SPS, Dr. Syed Harun.
I thank the member for his supplementary questions. On the first question with regards to the guide and whether it's standardized across the schools, indeed it is something that we endeavor to have. In terms of access for our teachers for their continual education, we do have a variety of platforms which are accessible for our teachers at different levels. First, we have the SEN resource portal, and this offers schools with the structures, the guidelines, and the resources to support students with SEN. Second, we also have the transition support framework, for which there is guidance of facilitating students' successful transitions in new settings through a planned, goal-oriented process. And third, we also have the SENS Online Professional Development, or PD, a series of practice-oriented online modules on OPEL 2.0 for teachers just-in-time learning, and also bite-sized, locally produced modules covering perceptions about SEN, support principles on needs and not on diagnosis, as well as strategies on positive classroom classroom culture and behavioral support. So these are the variety of opportunities for our teachers to look at where their needs are in terms of their teaching in the classroom, and directly they can apply through the learning process through their CPD. As to the member's question about parents, there are separate information that we push through our Parents Gateway to our parents to be able to allow them to in turn look towards supporting their children with SEN where the needs apply. In terms of the specific number of hours in terms of SEN, I don't have the exact number of hours that we have for our teachers, but suffice to say they have the flexibility to look at what lessons they require, what additional modules they wish to be able to have, and they can apply that in turn because it's readily accessible for them. If they are keen on developing further towards becoming a teacher trained in special needs, then they will transit into the 130-hour certificate module by the NIE, as I've mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Order, end of question time. Introduction of government bills. Minister for Sustainability and the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Sustainability and the Environment, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Energy Conservation Act 2012.
Energy Conservation Amendment Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Minister for National Development.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for National Development, I introduce a bill entitled An Act to establish the Veterinary Council to provide for the registration of veterinarians and the regulation of individuals practicing veterinary medicine and for matters connected therewith, and to make consequential amendments to certain other acts.
Veterinary Practice Bill.
Second reading what day?
At the next available sitting, sir.
So be it. Order, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day and notice of motion.
Item 1, estimates for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, Committee of Supply, 7th allotted day.
Head I, Ministry of Social and Family Development. The question is that the total sum to be allocated for Head I of the estimates be reduced by $100. MOS Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim.
Chairman, several members such as Mr. Seah Yao Chuan, Mr. Melvin Yong, Ms. Mariam Jaafar, and Mr. Chai Yin-cho have raised concerns about improving social mobility. This has always been an area of focus for MSF. As we saw in the MOF occasional paper last month, Singapore has done relatively well in this area compared to other advanced economies. However, like in other advanced economies, pressures are likely to persist or even intensify. Hence, MSF will redouble our efforts to enhance social mobility. MSF's goal is to support lower-income families to progressively achieve the 3S outcomes: stability, self-reliance, and ultimately social mobility. We are going beyond social assistance to social empowerment by supporting our families through three things. First, a safety net. When families fall on hard times, we provide a safety net through immediate support. Second, a steadying hand. MSF provides a boost so families can get back on their feet and take the next step forward. Third, a supported ladder. MSF supports families with opportunities to grow their own resources. Such opportunities, when harnessed, will allow families to grab the next rung and pull themselves up. This way, MSF empowers families to succeed by overcoming challenges, seizing opportunities, and most importantly, doing so with dignity. This is what drives Comlink Plus. Today, MSF supports around 11,000 Comlink Plus families. We started with families living in public rental housing, and we have been expanding to other low-income families, such as those on Kids Start. Each Comlink Plus family has an SSO family coach or FSC caseworker. They are the family's greatest champion, someone in their corner who understands their circumstances and walks alongside them towards their longer-term goals. Mr. Seah Yao Chuan suggested efforts to address slowing social mobility. Comlink Plus seeks to do precisely that by providing targeted support across key domains and over different life stages, such as income security, children's development and education, housing, family functioning, financial resilience, and health. As families' needs are varied and dynamic, we co-develop an action plan together with each family. As mentioned by Minister Masagos, MSF is committed to invest in research to better understand the impact of these efforts. We do not have all the answers on how to best support families to achieve social mobility, but by learning continuously and applying these insights, we will be able to refine our intervention and update our slate of support. From a safety net to a steadying hand. When family coaches or caseworkers journey with families, they address the immediate needs. This could mean referring the family for ComCare assistance and other financial support for some interim relief. Together, this forms our safety net for families. But a safety net may not be enough for upward mobility. This is where we offer a hand to give families a boost to progress in a steady, sustained manner. We therefore introduced the Comlink Plus progress packages to encourage families moving towards their goals. Launched progressively over the last 2 years, these packages boost families' efforts through financial top-ups when they take action in 4 areas: preschool enrollment and attendance, employment, debt clearance, and home ownership. Let me introduce Joseph, a family coach who has been working with Ms. Erna and her husband, Mr. Suhaimi, together with their young children aged 1 to 10. Joseph remembers when Mr. Suhaimi shared his dream to move out of their rental flat and into their own home. Hearing that, Joseph worked with the family to chart out a roadmap and encourage them along the way to achieve this dream. Acting on the plan, both Ms. Erna and Mr. Suhaimi are working hard. They are committed to employment and their children's education. With Comlink Plus Progress Package top-ups, they are also able to set aside more savings for the future. However, as noted by Mr. Melvin Yong, some families find the conditions too complicated or difficult to meet. With that, as announced by PM Wong in his budget speech, we are enhancing the Comlink Plus Progress Package this year. First, all Comlink Plus families will now receive a new payout of $500 each quarter. We will call this the partnership payout. It reflects the family's commitment to work with us to improve their circumstances. Families will receive this payout after agreeing to be on Comlink Plus and will continue to receive it so long as they keep taking steps towards their goals. With steady, predictable support, families can better focus on longer-term goals. Second, many families work hard to maintain employment and regular preschool attendance. Yet, despite genuine efforts, some may not be able to meet their targets due to their circumstances. We are therefore adjusting our conditions to better support families with more complex challenges. For employment, we will look at the whole family's efforts rather than the income of each person. For example, Ms. Erna's part-time job salary currently does not qualify her for payout on its own. However, with the enhanced progress package, it will now be counted together with her husband's earnings towards their family's employment milestones. For preschool, we will introduce intermediate milestones to encourage families' progress towards regular attendance. Overall, a Comlink Plus family with 2 preschool-aged children can receive up to $10,000 every year by maintaining a household income of at least $2,000 and regular preschool attendance. More of the payout will be in cash to better support families facing day-to-day cash flow challenges. At the same time, a portion will continue to be placed in family CPF and child development accounts so that we support not just today's needs, but also tomorrow's security. As noted by Mr. Chai Yin-cho, some families may be hesitant to get on board Comlink Plus. Together with these enhancements, family coaches will step up efforts to reach out to families by working closely with government agencies and community partners in their support system. A supported ladder. Once families get back on their feet and start to move forward, we continue to support them to take charge of their long-term progress. At MSF, our goal is to create opportunities that families can seize for themselves. Employment is one of the best ways to do this. However, low-income families often face barriers to employment that are not so straightforward to address, especially with limited financial resources. Even with a stable job, they may need certain educational qualifications or skills to unlock higher wages. We will therefore put in place more enablers to bridge the gap to employment, starting with 3 enhancements: facilitate job matching, enable upskilling, and support caregiving. Allow me to elaborate. On job matching, MSF is reviewing how to provide tailored support for lower-income families navigating the world of work, as they may face more challenges finding suitable jobs. For example, lower-income job seekers tend to work in service industry, where work schedules are less flexible on short notice. This makes it harder to deal with family emergencies, such as picking up their children from school when they fall ill. MSF is thus working with partners such as E2I, AKG, and Touch Community Services to strengthen employment support for these families, to prepare them for work, find suitable jobs, and ultimately do well in their jobs. We will also provide more support for upskilling. Some Comlink Plus families today have younger job seekers who, with the right skills, can unlock better paying jobs. With broad-based schemes like SkillsFuture, while broad-based schemes such as SkillsFuture exist, Comlink Plus families may benefit from a more targeted approach. Families bear some costs when they choose to upskill. For example, their income may be disrupted during their studies, and it is not certain even that they will get a job with a higher salary after. MSF has observed that this deters some Comlink Plus families from upskilling, even when they want to do so and even when they have the opportunity to do so. That is why we rolled out a Comlink Plus skills upgrading support pilot this January. When Comlink Plus individuals aged 18 to 39 undergo full-time education or vocational training, they will receive support for basic living expenses. They will also receive an incentive of $500 for every 3 months that they sustain their education. On caregiving, parents will have peace of mind to work when they know that their children are being taken care of and meaningfully engaged after school hours. MSF supports this by making after-school care more accessible, more affordable. As announced by PM in his budget speech, MSF will increase the student care fee assistance SCFA income threshold from $4,500 to $6,500 and update the income tiers. This will benefit around 13,000 students. We are also giving parents greater assurance of support so that they can plan ahead. Parents can now submit their SCFA applications up to 6 months before their child's enrollment in the student care center. Eligible parents will be granted in-principle approval, which guarantees that they will receive SCFA once they enroll in an eligible center. We are also extending the maximum SCFA assistance period from 24 months to 36 months. Mr. Chai Yin-cho highlighted that children should have opportunities to continue developing holistically outside school hours. We totally agree. As a parent myself, the time I spend with my children after hours, after work, allows me to bond with them and explore their interests. Now, lower-income families who are often stretched in time and resources could especially benefit from additional support to purposefully engage their children. As part of Grow Well SG, we have worked with Families for Life partners to provide low-cost activities for screen-free family bonding. families can enjoy children's books, discounted attractions, and community events. Working towards the 3S outcomes is a long journey for our Comlink Plus families. One of the factors that can derail progress is dealing with health issues. When we are unwell, it is not easy to meet our responsibilities at home, at school, or at work, let alone pursue our aspirations. And yet, for many Comlink Plus families who are busy making ends meet, they tend to deprioritize these health concerns. Over time, this can lead to poorer health outcomes, leaving some families trapped in a vicious cycle where poor health makes it harder to stabilize their lives, and life's pressures make it even harder for them to stay well. We want to help them break out of this cycle. Therefore, as mentioned by Minister Masagos, we trialed a new model of support in 2025. We tested how family coaches and healthcare staff together could achieve two things. First, set health goals and actions that support families to take care of their health even as they juggle competing needs. And second, streamline service delivery so families do not have to interact with too many officers, which can be overwhelming. MSF, MOH, and the healthcare clusters are fine-tuning the model and will extend it to more Comlink Plus families this year. Together with the extension of Healthy SG to younger Comlink Plus families shared by Minister Masagos, we hope families will be empowered to take charge of their health. Ms. Mariam Jaafar would be pleased to know that as we develop more interventions to support families towards the 3S outcomes, families will not face a navigation nightmare. Instead, it has always been the intent of Comlink Plus for family coaches to co-develop action plans with families that sequence the interventions in a manageable way. Family coaches will also connect families to the resources and support to achieve their goals. This is how Comlink Plus aims to provide each family with a pathway towards social mobility tailored to their needs. Such efforts reveal how we can do better together. But the government cannot do this alone. Minister Masagos proposed 3 Cs to guide how we partner with others. We will collaborate, cooperate, and co-create, because truly it takes a whole of society effort to uplift each other. We thank our partners for working closely with MSF, like the DBS Foundation, which has been a strong supporter of the Comlink Plus progress packages for preschool and home ownership. We look forward to more partners coming on board. With tighter partnerships, we can weave stronger safety nets, offer more steadying hands, and craft sturdier supported ladders. Together, we will journey with our families to achieve stability, self-reliance, and social mobility. Chairman, in Malay, please. Pada zaman yang penuh cabaran ini, terdapat banyak rintangan yang dihadapi ramai keluarga Singapura. Ini termasuk kos sara hidup yang kian meningkat, keperluan untuk meningkatkan kemahiran dalam ekonomi yang pesat berubah, serta pelbagai tanggungjawab seharian yang sering menguji daya tahan dan ketabahan keluarga-keluarga kita. Namun demikian, kita terus berdiri teguh, tabah menghadapi cabaran. Bak kata pepatah, usaha tangga kejayaan. Setiap langkah kecil yang diambil dengan kecakapan minda, kecekalan hati dan semangat kerjasama akan membawa kita lebih dekat kepada apa yang diimpikan. Keluarga seperti Puan Erna mencerminkan semangat ini. Suami Puan Erna yang bertugas sebagai seorang kerani sedang berusaha untuk dapatkan lesen memandu supaya ada peluang pekerjaan yang lebih baik. Puan Erna pula gigih bekerja sambilan dengan lebih kerap walaupun dia sibuk mengurus dan menjaga anak-anak. Dengan sokongan yang berterusan dan menyeluruh, usaha mereka akan membuahkan hasil yang lebih bermakna. Dalam perjalanan meningkatkan mutu hidup, keluarga seperti Puan Erna tidak perlu melaluinya sendirian. MSF bertekad untuk menyokong setiap keluarga yang memerlukan bantuan supaya mereka boleh mencapai kemantapan, kemandirian dan kemajuan. Justru, kita akan memperkukuhkan pakej kemajuan Comlink Plus supaya lebih ramai keluarga boleh dapatkan sokongan yang diperlukan untuk langkah seterusnya. Dengan peningkatan pakej ini, keluarga-keluarga seperti Puan Erna dapat menampung kos perbelanjaan harian dengan lebih baik serta bina duit simpanan untuk masa hadapan. MSF juga akan meningkatkan sokongan penjagaan lepas waktu sekolah. dengan menaikkan kriteria pendapatan bantuan kewangan yuran penjagaan pelajar SCFA daripada $4,500 kepada $6,500, lebih daripada 13,000 pelajar dan keluarga mereka akan dapat sokongan ini. Selain daripada sokongan pemerintah, pertubuhan masyarakat juga memainkan peranan penting. MSF telah memperkukuhkan kerjasama dengan mereka, khususnya dalam memperluas sokongan pekerjaan serta peluang pembangunan kemahiran bagi keluarga berpendapatan rendah. Kita mesti berdiri teguh bersama keluarga-keluarga yang memerlukan. Kita menghargai usaha Badan Melayu Islam kita selama ini dan berharap lebih ramai lagi pihak yang akan berganding bahu dengan MSF. Ini demi membentuk sebuah masyarakat yang prihatin dan bersatu padu. Dengan kerjasama yang erat, kita dapat bina masyarakat yang prihatin dan inklusif untuk semua orang pada setiap peringkat hidup. Marilah kita terus bersama-sama membina Singapura yang memberi harapan dan peluang kepada setiap keluarga untuk menjadi lebih kukuh, berdikari dan melangkah maju. Keluarga yang kukuh adalah tunjang kekuatan masyarakat yang berjaya. Inilah tanggungjawab kita bersama. Chairman, real support is not just once off. It is journeying together step by step. Families like Ms. Ernas know that their strength and hard work will be seen by their family coaches like Joseph. They will never have to walk alone. In MSF, we believe that collective efforts by the government, partners, and the families themselves will turn obstacles into opportunities, trials into triumphs, hardship into hope for families who need it the most. As a society, we need to ensure that no family is trapped by their circumstances. No child is defined by their starting point. No potential goes unrealized, and no hope beyond reach. This is not just a social policy, it is a moral responsibility. As a society, we will empower all families to unlock their maximum potential for a brighter future. As we move collectively from assistance to empowerment, this future is shaped not by what we give to families, but by what families are enabled to become. Thank you, Chairman.
SPS Eric Chua.
Chairman, a fair and inclusive society does not expect people to fit neatly into our systems. Instead, it asks the question, how must our systems evolve so that every person can flourish? At MSF, that is the question guiding our work. Earlier, MOS Zulkarnain spoke about uplifting low-income families. I would like to focus on another group of families who carry both immense love and immense responsibility. Families with persons with disabilities. When I meet parents and caregivers, one concern surfaces time and again. It is not just about today, it is also about tomorrow. They ask me, after my child graduates from SPED school, what comes next? Will there be a community? Will there be meaningful opportunities? And most importantly, perhaps, when I'm no longer around, who will look after my child? Sir, these are deeply human questions. And under the Enabling Master Plan 2030, we are addressing them in three ways. First, building capability through lifelong learning. Second, building communities where persons with disabilities truly belong. And third, building lifelong security so families can plan with confidence. Allow me to share more. For many families, graduation from SPED school is both a proud milestone as well as a moment of uncertainty. Each year, about 250 SPED graduates move into employment or further studies within 6 months of graduation. Behind each statistic is a young person taking a brave step into adulthood and parents learning, oftentimes anxiously, to let go. Access to lifelong learning is important to facilitate a smoother transition to life beyond school. Mr. Ng Chi Meng, Mr. Nispua will be pleased to know that we provide funding support for skills training through the SG Enable training grant. SG Enable, supported by Skills Future Singapore, will introduce new courses from April this year adding to the existing 140 active courses curated by the Enabling Academy. But skills alone are not enough. We need inclusive employers. SG Enable is partnering employers in sectors such as F&B and health and social services to curate job roles thoughtfully. And through various grants, wage offsets, and the Enabling Mark, our national accreditation framework, organizations can steadily strengthen the inclusive hiring practices. Inclusive hiring is not charity. It is good business. It enriches workplaces with resilience, loyalty, and diverse perspectives. For graduates with higher support needs, center-based services remain critical. Today, about 3,600 persons with disabilities attend our Day Activity Centers, DACs, and Sheltered Workshops, SWs. Behind this number are real families, like 21-year-old Mirza and his mother, Madam Habiba, who simply wants the best for her son. After graduating from SPEC school, Mirza tried a placement with a Sheltered Workshop before eventually settling into a Day Activity Center, DAC, at Sandek. I visited Mirza recently. For him, the DAC gives him good structure, friendship, and a safe space to grow. Every Thursday, Mirza goes on walks around Bedok. He buys prata, sometimes ice cream, learns how to count money, and take the bus. These are meaningful lessons in independence. For his mother, Madam Habiba, the program gives her peace of mind. She can go to work knowing that Mirza is safe and meaningfully engaged and treasures coming home to hear his story about the day. But we know the current wait time from referral to enrollment is long, over half a year on average. This weighs heavily on families. When the child graduates, 6 months can feel like an eternity. We are accelerating expansion. Our pledge was to add 500 DAC and 500 SW places by 2030, but in fact, we have already added 100 shelter workshop places in 2024, a further 520 DAC and 360 shelter workshop spaces will come on stream progressively by 2027. As capacity builds, families on the waitlist are not left alone. Enabling Services Hubs, or ESHs, offer activities and serve as community touchpoints. For recent graduates, the Supported Transition and Engagement Program, or STEP, ensures they remain meaningfully engaged with outings and activities at least twice weekly while waiting for placement. All this because transition should not mean isolation. Now, we also heard feedback that moving between shelter workshops and day activity centers can be cumbersome. Reassessments, transitions, families told us that it felt like starting from scratch each time the needs changed. So last year, we launched the ESLP, Enabling Skills for Life program. ESLP integrates both models, SW, DAC, into a single continuum. More importantly, it introduces individualized curriculum and development plans, co-created with clients and caregivers. That co-creation is important because no one knows a person's strengths and aspirations better than the individual himself or herself and their family members. As of January this year, close to 770 clients across 8 centers have transitioned to ESLP. And we will continue refining the service model over the next 3 years. The aim is simple. As each individual grows, the support around them grows too. This means that ESLP clients will have access to more training pathways depending on their specific needs and aspirations. Sir, skills matter, but belonging matters just as much. To this end, MSF is piloting 2 community living models to strengthen support for independent living. The first is the Enabled Living Program, or ELP, pilot, which has started in 5 locations, and we are doing this in close partnership with appointed social service agencies. Delivered within designated public rental flats, ELP allows persons with disabilities with low to moderate support needs and no to little family support to live independently. When I recently spoke to Boon Hao, an ELP resident supported by the Autism Resource Center, he did not talk about policies or subsidies. He spoke about hosting his friends on Valentine's Day, about the dishes he prepared, about the chores schedule that he shares with his roommate Vincent, about grocery runs at Ang Mo Kio Hub. Now, these may sound like mundane things, but for Boon Hao, they represent dignity, independence, friendship. Through the ELP, persons with low to moderate support needs can live independently in public rental flats, supported by coaches, community networks. Residents may not live with family, but they are never alone. Grassroots leaders check in, neighbors build friendship, and Boon Hao is even exploring volunteering. Now, that is inclusion in action. Living side by side, contributing to the same community. We will also launch the Home Support Program in the second half of this year, extending similar support to those already living independently or has plans to do so in their homes near ELP sites. Alongside community living models, we are strengthening neighborhood support through our Enabling Services Hubs, or ESH. Now, the idea is straightforward. Support should be close to home and easy to access. Our ESHs in Tampines, Punggol, and Jurong have worked with over 300 community partners and volunteers in the past 2 years, from grassroots organizations to schools and local businesses. They conduct outreach, organize learning workshops and social activities, and link persons with disabilities and caregivers to relevant services. For families, the ESH can be a reassuring first touchpoint, a place to ask questions, seek guidance, and find support without feeling overwhelmed. More importantly, ESHs help communities grow in confidence. Through inclusion workshops and partnerships, neighbors learn how to better welcome and support persons with disabilities in everyday settings. Because when support is embedded within our neighborhoods, persons with disabilities are not seen simply as clients of a program, but they are recognized as fellow residents, friends, contributors to the same community they live in. Chairman, caregivers carry quiet courage. Many worry most not about themselves, but about what will happen after they are gone. We recognize the challenges they face, and we must ensure that they are well supported on this journey. As Singapore ages, this concern becomes even more urgent. Caregivers themselves grow older too. Health challenges emerge over time. Future planning cannot wait. As noted by Associate Professor Kenneth Poon, a chief area of concern for caregivers is how their loved ones will be cared for after they pass. We are supporting families in 3 ways. First, near-term relief. Second, strengthen savings. And third, secure future arrangements. First, to provide near-term financial relief. Prime Minister announced in budget last year that subsidies will be increased for adult disability services and extended to more households. Since January this year, subsidies for the Assistive Technology Fund, ATF, were enhanced and extended to families with per capita income between $2,601 to $4,800. Through the ATF, eligible families can purchase assistive technology devices for independent living. From July this year, we will increase subsidies for residential and community disability services by up to 15 and 10 percentage points, respectively. The income threshold for subsidies will also be raised, extending eligibility to households with per capita income between $3,601 to $4,800. Ms. Denise Phua, Ms. Kwa Mun Ting would be pleased to know that these enhancements will provide additional financial relief for 3,600 persons with disabilities accessing our residential and community disability services, including those attending DACs. Ms. Phua and Ms. Kwa also noted that our funding to service providers impact service access and quality. And that is exactly why we regularly review our funding models for relevance. We last increased funding to DAC providers in 2021, and to disability residential service providers last year in 2025 to account for inflation and enhance staffing requirements for clients with higher support needs. The Interagency Task Force on Assurance for Families with Persons with Disabilities will explore more ways to keep disability support affordable for families and sustainable for service providers. Second, on strengthening savings. From January this year, eligible Singaporeans with disabilities are included in the Matched Retirement Savings Scheme, MRSS. This was announced by the Ministry of Manpower at COS last year. Under the MRSS, we dollar match CPF top-ups for those eligible up to an annual cap of $2,000 and a lifetime limit of $20,000. This means that if a parent of a 7-year-old with a verified disability status tops up $2,000 annually to the child's account, we will match by topping up another $2,000 each year, and assuming, one, the parent consistently tops up $2,000 annually over 10 years to hit the lifetime cap of $20,000, and two, a 4% compound interest rate, this child would have minimally $320,000 in CPF retirement savings by age 65. And this translates to at least $1,700 in monthly payouts for life from age 65. If a parent tops up consistently from a young age, the compounded impact can be substantial, giving the child meaningful CPF payouts in later life. And this is all about dignity in their senior years. Third, on securing future arrangements. Caregivers need assurance that these funds are secure when they're no longer around. The Special Needs Trust Company can help. As announced at budget last year, we will be introducing a dollar-for-dollar matching grant for top-ups to the Special Needs Trust or S&T accounts. From April this year till 31st March 2031, families with per capita household income of up to $3,600 can sign up to receive matching top-ups of up to $10,000 to the S&T accounts. Parents can further multiply the financial provisions for the child by buying a Great Eastern Cares term plan. This term plan insures parents up to age 100 with coverage ranging from $100,000 to $300,000. For insurance coverage of $250,000, a healthy 33-year-old mother with per capita household income below $3,600 would only need to make a one-off trust top-up of $10,000 to her child's account to cover the total premiums for the plan. Upon the insured parent's demise before age 100, $250,000 will be paid into the child's S&T account. As premiums increase with age and the amount insured, caregivers are thus encouraged to start these conversations early with SG Enable. Case managers who are social work trained will work with caregivers to craft personalized care plans and ensure funds are disbursed in accordance with these plans after caregivers have passed. Now, these measures offer real relief for caregivers. I recently met Madam Kitty Lee. Kitty is a mother of a child living with autism, and she was initially hesitant due to the initial capital needed to start an S&T account for her child. With the ComChest sponsorship, Madam Lee can start saving in the S&T account to benefit from the government matching grant and use this savings to purchase a Great Eastern Cares term plan. While we work on ensuring our initiatives remain fit for purpose, we agree with Ms. Rachel Ong that raising awareness is a crucial part of ensuring that these initiatives have reach. Beyond what is available on their website, SG Enable has developed the enabling guide to consolidate information on available support. And they will also continue engaging with partners such as employers, industry chambers to raise awareness of inclusive hiring and employment support. We also endeavor to improve accessibility to our initiatives given the wide range of needs. To Ms. Rachel Ong's query, we are studying how to improve deaf access services, including training more Singapore Sign Language interpreters, And there are also social service agencies like SADEF who provide casework and counseling services using sign language. Chairman, please allow me to say a few words in Mandarin. 主席，促进一个更具包容性的新加坡是全体国人的共同心愿。我们希望建设一个让残障人士能够追求自己理想与抱负的新加坡。通过就业支援、日间活动中心和庇护工作室，以及包容生活技能发展计划，我们希望帮助残障人士建立终身学习的能力，让他们更好地融入社会，过上更有意义的生活。我们推行包容性社区生活计划、居家辅助计划，以及设立包容残障服务中心，是为了增强残障人士在家中和社区内的资源网络，让他们长久地在社区中独立生活。我们也不忘残障人士身边的家人和看护。现有的退休户口配对填补计划和特需信托机构，正是为特需家庭提供财务保障而设，让他们安心规划未来。我们会继续与各界伙伴合作，确保每一个残障人士都能在我国找到属于自己的一片天，过上有尊严、有意义的生活。这是我们就打救一个更包容、更关爱的美好家园的承诺与决心。Chairman, as we journey towards 2030, our commitment is very clear. To build a Singapore where persons with disabilities pursue aspirations with confidence, where families trust that support will endure, and we will keep listening and we will keep refining. We thank Ms. Denise Phua for her suggestions to the task force, and we will deliberate over her inputs and share more when ready. Sir, policies alone cannot create inclusion. Policies remove barriers. People create belonging. Inclusion happens when employers open doors, when neighbors extend friendship, and when communities choose to see ability before disability. Persons with disabilities are not defined by what they need. They are defined by the strengths they contribute. Resilience, creativity, loyalty, courage. They are not passive recipients of support, much like seniors in our community. They are partners in our shared future. So let us move forward not by asking people to fit into narrow definitions, but by shaping a society heartful enough for every Singaporean to belong. And that is how we advance an inclusive Singapore, one where everybody truly can thrive. Thank you, sir.
MS Goh Pei Ming.
Mr. Chairman, MSF is committed to building a nation that supports Singaporeans in raising strong families and giving every child a good start. Today, I'll elaborate on 3 strategies to achieve this. Starting strong, building firm foundations within the home, starting early, ensuring access to affordable and quality early childhood education, and starting together, working as a community to support our families. Strong, early, together. And if you take the first letter of each, they spell out SET, reflecting our shared commitment to ensuring that families are set to thrive in Singapore. I'll begin by sharing how we are supporting our families to start strong. For many of us, families are our safe harbor and where we turn to in our happiest and also our most challenging moments. An MSF survey in 2023 showed that most Singaporeans have a closely knit family and believe in its importance. We will continue to support families to build strong foundations within the home. Mr. Gabriel Lam and Mr. Melvin Yong asked about support available for the different family types, while Ms. Eileen Chong asked about strengthening support for parents and caregivers. MSF is committed in our efforts to strengthen all families. Our children deserve to be valued and given equal opportunities to thrive. Benefits that support their growth and development, such as subsidies for education, healthcare, and a child development account, are given to all citizen children, regardless of their parents' marital status. To help all families stay resilient, we offer holistic support at every stage of life. These programs range from financial assistance to family counseling to parenting workshops. For more vulnerable households, by adopting a holistic case management approach, our family service centers help them manage multiple stressors and break out of intergenerational patterns. Minister Masagos has also shared that we will double our family counseling capacity under the Strengthening Families program by 2030. To provide better support for caregivers, we have significantly enhanced leave provisions for parents of newborns, increased mandatory paternity leave, introduced a new shared parental leave scheme, and in total, parents now have up to 30 weeks of paid parental leave from April this year onwards. The Ministry of Manpower has also introduced tripartite guidelines on flexible work arrangements to help caregivers. MSF's latest survey findings show that more than 85% of Singaporean families reported moderate to high family resilience scores, reflecting good ability to bounce back from life's challenges. Nonetheless, the data also shows that our divorced, widowed, and separated respondents reported a lower family resilience score compared to married respondents. MSF will continue to track the resilience of families and study whether to provide more targeted support for single-parent households. We also recognize that some children may not have access to stable homes with their biological parents and may require adoption or fostering. Ms. Silva Lim and Mr. Neo Kok Beng have asked about these arrangements. Today, there are multiple layers of checks in our adoption processes to detect child trafficking. Challenges remain in transnational arrangements. Singapore has adopted regional frameworks to complement our domestic efforts to protect children. We undertake regular reviews to ensure that our processes, our laws, and our international efforts are effective in combating unethical adoption practices and child trafficking. In fostering arrangements, we facilitate regular contact or access between children and their biological parents to maintain links wherever safe and appropriate. We have also seen cases where foster parents proactively help children reunite with their biological parents. MSF remains open to considering ways to facilitate this, including co-parenting, recognizing also that every case is unique. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all foster parents, including Mr. Neo, for their efforts in providing positive family environments. Finally, we are helping families plan for their later years. Yesterday, I was very glad to share that we will make it free of charge for citizens to file Form 1 of the lasting power of attorney. Members of this House have raised this topic, including Mr. Ip Hon Wing, Ms. Silva Lim, Mr. Kenneth Tiong. We encourage all Singaporeans to make their LPAs while they're still healthy, and to do so as soon as possible. We acknowledge members' feedback about the challenges faced in the scenarios where individuals require professional donees or deputies. We have also heard similar feedback in our public consultations and with our PDDs. We will consider them in our upcoming review of the Mental Capacity Act and the PDD scheme. Now, building a strong family environment requires creating healthy habits and quality time together, a challenge when screens increasingly dominate family life. Mr. Tsai Ing-tou and Ms. Rachel Ong raised valid concerns about prolonged screen usage and exposure to AI. Parents are our first and most important line of defense. For practical support, I'll refer parents to IMDA's Digital for Life portal and MSF's Families for Life parenting website. They offer guiding materials on managing children's screen time and helping them to navigate the online world safely and to use AI responsibly. By reducing screen times, we hope parents can create opportunities to bond and form meaningful connections with their children. Every year, we dedicate the month of June to celebrating families through the month-long National Family Festival, or NFF. Last year, more than 850,000 participated in activities like family carnivals, games, and experiential learning activities. With greater community and corporate support, we hope to welcome 1 million participants to participate in NFF 2026 this year, and to create even more memories as a family. Through our partnerships, MSF has been bringing more quality and affordable family activities directly to local communities. These include kite making, reading programs, community lo hei since Chinese New Year just passed, as well as discounts from commercial partners for family outings. Families can find upcoming events, good discounts on the Families for Life website. Next, let me touch on starting early. I'd like to share how we will further enhance our early childhood education. Research has shown that the early years are crucial to a child's development, where preschool attendance from the age of 3 leads to positive outcomes. To ensure accessibility to preschools, we have increased the number of preschool places, full-day preschool places, from around 135,000 to now more than 220,000 in the past decade. We now have enough full-day preschool places nationally for every resident child aged 3 and above. We have also achieved our commitment of ensuring that 80% of preschoolers can have a place in a government-supported preschool. To serve the newer housing estates with more families, with more young children, we are on track to adding more than 40,000 full-day places in anchor-operator preschools by 2029. Our early childhood services will continue to remain affordable. Since the start of the year, full-day childcare fees have been further reduced to a maximum of $610 at anchor-operator preschools and $650 at partner-operator preschools, a reduction of 15% since 2020. This will make out-of-pocket expenses for full-day childcare and an anchor-operator preschool comparable to primary school and after-school care fees combined. And with the revised additional subsidy income thresholds announced by PM in his budget speech, many families can expect to pay even lower fees. Let me elaborate. From January 2027, we will raise the gross monthly household income ceiling for the additional subsidy for childcare and kindergarten fee assistance scheme, or KIFAS, to $15,000. We will also increase income thresholds for all the subsidy tiers below to reflect changes in household incomes. This will further improve affordability of preschools for more than 60,000 lower and middle income families with young children. Let me cite an example. A median income household earning $12,500 with 2 children in anchor-operator childcare will see their total out-of-pocket fees for both children reduced by 35%, from $730 in 2026 to $470 in 2027. Mr. Kenneth Cheong suggested portable preschool subsidies and additional salary support for non-government supported operators. Now, portable subsidies have been raised in Parliament before. We have studied this and highlighted that this approach alone may lead to unintended consequences,
such as fee increases without improvements in accessibility or quality, or preschools becoming overly commercial. We have seen this initiative implemented in other countries only to be withdrawn a few years later. Instead of one single approach, we take a more holistic, a multi-pronged approach towards this. We provide funding to rigorously selected operators to cap fees and to maintain quality. We also provide basic and means-tested additional subsidies, so basic subsidies as well as additional means-tested subsidies to parents to ensure affordability with lower-income families paying less. Child development accounts help parents further offset post-subsidy fees at preschools of their choice. And our schemes have worked well with demonstrated success in our accessibility and affordability outcomes. In the next bound, MSF will place greater emphasis on the quality of preschools. Today, I will share our vision for quality preschools where children play, learn, and grow alongside their peers and develop holistically with strong foundations for life. To achieve this vision, we will journey with the sector to enhance preschool capabilities, improve program and professional quality, foster stronger parent-preschool partnerships, and strengthen research and innovation. First, for our children, we will cultivate a preschool environment where they can play, learn, and grow at a pace suitable for them. We will cater to children of different needs and backgrounds by encouraging play and offering different ways for them to learn and to explore. In my maiden parliamentary speech, I highlighted the crucial role of play in children's learning and development. Play is a child's natural language. Play teaches children to share, to solve problems, to adapt to new situations, and to manage emotions. Our educators today already provide play experiences. We introduced play-based pedagogies in our early years curriculum more than a decade ago. In the next bound, we will take it further. We will share across the entire sector best practices they have observed from the operators, and we will intensify the application of play in everyday lessons to make learning more responsive to each child's needs and interests, and to help children enjoy both learning and their childhood. Next, we recognize that every child has their own strengths and learning needs. International research demonstrates that when educators design lessons that offer children different ways to learn, it improves teaching quality and leads to better outcomes for our children. We are strengthening efforts to equip educators to support every child's development to help them reach their full potential. For our parents, we will enable stronger partnerships with their child's educators. Parents play a crucial role in bridging our children's development across preschool and home. From my preschool visits, the principals have shared that parents want to be involved in shaping their children's development and learning. However, they're unsure how to partner educators. So we will work with preschools to strengthen educator-parent partnerships through clearer role definitions and shared best practices. Educators are at the heart of preschool education and critical for our children's holistic development. We care for their well-being and want to ensure that more support is given to our educators, as mentioned by Mr. Melvin Yong. Attracting and retaining quality educators remain a priority for us. We will grow our early education workforce by another 3,500 educators by 2030 to meet sector needs. We will better equip educators through pre-service training and in-service continuous development to adapt to our evolving early childhood landscapes as they apply more play-based learning and support different learning needs. But we also acknowledge the challenges that our preschool operators face. Given the long hours they spend caring for our children, there's little time to engage in other tasks such as lesson planning or relevant upskilling. Preschools also do not have school holidays, unlike primary and secondary schools. We have been enhancing our educators' career proposition over the years, and we remain committed to do more to ensure that they are well supported. Together with operators and educators, we are currently reviewing educators' working conditions and workload, such as better enabling non-contact time. We will also embark on a sector-wide job redesign project to review the job scopes, the work processes, and support structures in our preschools, and to improve work experiences. For operators, we will provide more support to strengthen their daily operations and to enhance their program quality. Technology. Technology is a key enabler. As shared by Minister Masagos yesterday, we will refresh the Industry Digital Plan, or IDP 2.0, jointly with IMDA, to enhance support for all preschools' digital transformation efforts, including non-government supported preschools. Through new innovation seed funding and establishing baseline technology requirements, we will support preschools to adopt digital capabilities. We want to streamline routine tasks while facilitating better communications with parents and fostering stronger parent-preschool partnerships. We will also want to encourage more operators to seek accreditation under the revised Singapore Preschool Accreditation Framework, or SPARC 2.0, rolled out last year. As preschools attain a higher banding that reflects better service provision, parents can be assured of better quality. They can look forward to these preschools, which offer an even more enriching environment to cater to their children's needs and to allow them to flourish. Finally, undergirding our next bound of quality improvements will be a strong focus on research and innovation. ACDA will lead efforts and collaborate with research partners to stay updated on emerging research and assess and encourage adoption of effective teaching and learning practices to raise the overall profile of our early childhood landscape. Quality improvement is a continuous journey. Our focus this year will be to engage and work closely with preschool operators, our educators, our operators, our parents, to further develop our plans as we strive to deliver this vision of quality preschools over the next 5 years. MSF and ACDA will share more details when we are ready. I've spoken about the importance of starting strong and starting early, so that brings me to my final point, to ensure that our families are set for life, starting together. Now, many parents tell me that raising children is a full-time job, and since many parents have to continue to work, we are often stretched thin. And this is where the broader community plays a crucial role in supporting our children's development and make raising children a joyful experience. Through the strong partnerships that MSF has built with our community partners to run our Families for Life at Community Initiative, we were able to organize more than 670 family-centric activities across all 24 towns in Singapore last year. Now, these events were supported by over 780 volunteers and benefited more than 500,000 participants. So my deepest appreciation goes out to all our volunteers who helped make these events possible. Thank you. These events provide opportunities for local communities to come together to foster friendship, to build support, while teaching our children what books cannot teach them, to care for those people and everyone around us. Take 11-year-old Capella, who started volunteering with Families for Life because she wanted to accompany her mother. What began as family time has become something much deeper. Capella has become more confident, more empathetic, and discovered her own passion for volunteering and helping others. Their shared service not only supported other families, it deepened their own bond. And this is the ripple effect that we see when families volunteer together, creating meaningful family time while making a difference in our community. Now, we all have a role to play in supporting families in Singapore. Now, let me talk about families, our families with persons with disabilities. I'd like to thank Ms. Denise Phua and Prof. Kenneth Poon for acknowledging the interagency task force and your suggestions that the task force can consider, including reviewing the affordability of day activity centers and residential homes, reviewing employment opportunities, and supporting persons with disabilities and their families with long-term planning. As SPS Eric has shared, we will carefully consider these suggestions along with recommendations for supporting persons with disabilities that many other members have raised through the past week. I'm grateful to be leading this task force, which will complement our Enabling Master Plan 2030 and go beyond its recommendations to provide greater opportunities and assurances of dignity and stability for them. The task force has started its work by looking at the life cycle of persons with disabilities of different needs and identifying the pain points and gaps that they encounter in the current system. We will relook how they transition from education to employment. We will grow employment opportunities that tap on their strengths. We'll expand capacities of our day activity centers and sheltered workshops to provide stable and secure care environments for more clients and to shorten waiting times, thereby reducing the unnecessary stressful transitions for persons with disabilities and their families. We will review community pathways and healthcare support for them to stay engaged in the community for longer. We will see how to better support our caregivers by designing the system with them and their person with disabilities as a dyad. And we will review and keep services affordable for all. The task force's report will be released later this year. Now, the government stands ready to invest more to support persons with disabilities and their families. But an inclusive society also means reshaping our systems and attitudes to embrace all abilities and empowering persons with disabilities to pursue their aspirations, to achieve their potential, and participate as integral members of society. Chairman, next, please allow me to say a few words in Mandarin. 那打造一个具包容性的社会呢，需要靠全政府的配合和全社会的参与和努力去实现。所以我们成立了跨部门的残障人士家庭定薪和保障工作小组，讨论在就业、社会生活和残障援助服务费方面如何更好地给予残障人士和他们的家人援助。工作小组呢也会探讨如何鼓励商业机构和社区伙伴为我们的残障人士提供更多的工作机会和社区扶持，以及推广社会对我们残障者能够有更大的包容心，让残障者呢也能够追求梦想、发挥潜能，用自己的方式去贡献于社会。社会及家庭发展部坚信家庭是社会的基石，所以我们致力于建设一个能够支持国人组织家庭的国家。结婚、生子，我们都在人生的每一个重要阶段，通过多项措施扶持我们的国人。值得一提的呢，是我们在学前教育方面的进步。在过去的10年，学前教育学额从13万增加到今天的22万，学费也更大众化了。今天，新加坡每个3岁以上的孩子都能得到优质、实惠的学前教育。而在下阶段，我们将进一步的提升学前教育的质量，继续让孩子们在人生的跑道上有一个更好的起点。那最后呢，我想提醒家长们，影响孩子成长的最重要的因素呢，莫过于家庭和亲子关系。身为家长的我们呢，有义务在家中营造一个安全、充满欢乐的环境，并和孩子们进行优质的交流。 那所谓优质的交流呢，并不需要花大钱买礼物吃大餐，而是通过日常生活，像一起阅读、一起谈天、用餐，甚至是回答我们孩子们的10万个为什么。这些看似渺小的举止呢，其实就是孩子们在情绪安全和情感发展上，我们能够做出最有意义的投资。Mr. Chairman, at MSF, families are at the heart of all we do. Strong families need effort, and they are built by entire communities working together. The government provides broad-based support to help families start strong, early, and together, setting firm foundations and giving every child a good start. For families who are more vulnerable, we offer a steady hand and a supported ladder so that they too can climb and thrive on their own terms. For families with persons with disabilities, we are committed to removing barriers and working with the community to create opportunities that foster inclusion and belonging. Over the past week, our House has shared our respective visions of a We-First society. For MSF, this vision comes alive when our social service sector, our community, and our corporates partner us to create better outcomes for families and individuals that we serve. By sharing in this commitment that better starts with us, each of us make the difference together. Let us work towards stronger families, stronger communities, a stronger Singapore. Thank you.
We have some time for clarifications. SPS Chua.
Chairman, thank you for indulgence. I would like to set right a couple of points in my speech earlier before members seek clarification. Firstly, I've mentioned that enhancements will provide additional financial relief for 3,600 persons with disabilities accessing our residential and community disability services. The number should be 3,800. Second, on families who are looking to set up the special needs trust account, for these families, we will provide the initial $5,000 capital needed to set up SNT account through ComChest funding. Thank you.
Mr. Xiao Chen.
Thank you, Chairman. Just 3 buckets of clarifications. The first, on the expansion of Comlink Plus social health integration pilot. So this is directed at MOS Zulkarnain. How many more Comlink Plus residents is MSF looking to bring on board this expanded pilot? And which Comlink Plus towns is MSF looking to expand this pilot to? And also, will family coaches and the public health institutions be sharing data to support clients to navigate the system and avoid the navigation nightmare that MOS Zul spoke about? Second bucket of clarifications on the Comlink Plus skills upgrading support pilot, again directed at MOS Zul. Just wanted to ask if family coaches will be working with institutes of higher learning and the course providers to signpost clients to certain courses and also to help them to enroll and get on board these courses. A third bucket of clarifications on supporting our professionals in the sector to uplift them even as they care and pour their heart and soul to care for clients. So this is directed at Minister. Does MSF have plans to enhance the support to professionals for professional development and career advancement opportunities in the sector? Thank you.
MOS Zulkarnain.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank Member Seah Yao Chuan for those questions and clarifications. On social health integration, we focus our efforts on the health issues that are most likely to disrupt the broader social goals. Last year was the trial for the SHI, and about 500 families were involved. We target another additional 500 more. In terms of where the regions will be trialed in, we are trialing in SSO clusters in Bukit Batok, Bukit Panjang, Choa Chu Kang, Sembawang, Woodlands, Tampines, Pasir Ris, Punggol. And in terms of the data sharing, MSF works closely with MOH and the healthcare clusters So the relevant health information, like the children's mandatory immunization records, will be shared via a system interface with the family coaches. Thank you. Oh, and the second bucket of question on the skills upgrading scheme. The family coach works together with the families, closely with the families who express interest to come on board the pilot. And it is a very recent thing. The pilot's just in January. We aim for 100 families. We also engage the IHLs on their application to help them with their application as well.
Minister Masagos.
We work with the industry practitioners, including the training providers, education institutions, the professionals themselves, and the associations to put up what we call the skills framework for social service. Within this framework, we lay out the competencies needed for the families of social sector jobs so that professionals know clearly what they need to have in order to articulate and for their career planning. Now, this is very useful for both the training institutions, as well as for the individuals and the associations. For the individuals themselves, for example, they will know there are scholarships available under the professional development sponsorship, where it covers full tuition fees. And they can study, even if they have a degree, for which they have to have one to practice in this field, in alternate or related fields. For example, in psychology. But we want to also look at how we can expand this field of studies that may not look as related as they were maybe 10 years ago, but may be relevant today. For example, data, AI, for example, how they can be related to their work in social service. There are also, of course, short-term grants for individuals to look at to take up the courses and then to uplift their ability and their skills. Not necessarily to enhance their career possibilities, but also to support their clients better. In the meantime, SSAs too should use this framework because they may want to attract talents from outside who may not have the requisite professional degrees or qualification to practice in this sector. MSF also will provide grants for such people. And at the same time, for our SSAs to plan the career path and articulation for their own staff, those who are within the SSAs themselves.
I see a number of hands, and bulletin time is 12:15, so as usual, keep your clarifications succinct. Mr. Melvin Yong.
Thank you, Chairman. I have 3 clarifications for MOS Goh Pei Min. They are all related to preschools. One, given the critical importance of quality early childhood education in shaping our children's developmental outcomes, how can ACDA further strengthen the capabilities of preschools to better engage parents as active partners in their children's learning and development? 2, MOE has introduced a right to disconnect policy so that school teachers are not expected to respond to work matters after school hours. Given that preschool educators also face demanding workloads, could the MOS clarify whether ACDA has similar safeguards for preschool educators? And 3, recognizing that continuous professional development is fundamental to maintaining high educational standards, what steps is ACDA taking to enable our early childhood educators to pursue meaningful professional development opportunities, for example, giving study awards or time off for the preschool educators?
MOS Zulkarnain, or rather MOS Goh Pei Min.
Mr. Chairman, let me take the questions part by part. First, in terms of how we will build stronger parent preschool partnerships, We believe that this partnership is important to help bridge the overall development and learning of our children between the home and the preschool. They're not separate entities. The experience has to be collective. And therefore, we want to see more parents participate in our preschools. In fact, one of my recent visits to my first school in Anchorvale, Sengkang, I was very encouraged. It was the day of the launch of the health screening, and I observed there was a parent doing a storytelling exercise together with the children. After that, I managed to speak to her, and she was sharing with me that my first school, at least at that center, regularly sends out messages sharing what are the opportunities for excursions, for storytelling, participating in games, sports, or even coming in for rather mundane activities. But these experiences allow for the parent as well as the child to have a common experience that goes beyond the classroom, back into the living rooms, over the dining table where they talk. And in fact, the parent also knows many of the names of the child's friends. And I thought that was very precious, very, very meaningful. And we want to have more of such experiences. And for this parent, when she walked away, this was sometime about 9:45 a.m. in the morning, I remember being quite encouraged that how come she was able to do this? She told me she was going to work. So I guess some of the flexible work arrangements have also set in, and she is well supported by her employer in this regard. So from ACDA's view, what we are hoping to do more, as I mentioned earlier, we want to talk to the preschools, share many of their best practices. We understand within the landscape it's a little bit varied. All of them have their good ideas. We want to collate and promulgate many of these across. We also want to perhaps set clearer expectations of what the educator is and is not supposed to do, what the parent is and is not supposed to do, and also perhaps in this process, enable digital capabilities to foster this partnership. The second part of the question on the right to disconnect and understanding that MOE has a similar policy. In fact, in the preschool sector, we recognize the importance of having this. We agree the workloads of our preschool educators are very heavy, the hours are very long, and this is a policy that we're working now. It is a work in progress. We want to formalize this, and we are starting with the co-creation of a parent preschool charter. And once we formalize this, we will promulgate to all. But perhaps my own experience, I also have a preschooler in my home. I don't have the phone numbers of the teachers, nor is it shared. I call the general office, and through there, the messages get shared to the teachers when they need to. The third question pertains to how do we allow for our educators to have meaningful professional development opportunities, right? We recognize it's important for them to be well supported in their journey by ACDA and to have time to attend to not just the professional, but also their personal learning needs. We have mechanisms such as a continuing professional development roadmap, whereby we help guide and mentor our educators through this journey in terms of what the courses that they can attend to upgrade, to upskill, and many of these courses are provided by the National Institute of Early Childhood Educators, NIEC, as well as other training providers. So we allow them a certain scaffold for them to continue to grow and progress in their careers. And of course, with new pedagogies, we hope that they'll stay current. But of course, this requires time, and we are studying, and we have in past set aside more protected time for them. We designated 6 preschool closure days, development days actually, to allow the center not only for personal training, but also team training. We've also designated Teachers' Day and Children's Day as holidays in 2024. We've also ceased childcare services or early childhood education services on Saturdays from last year onwards. A few months ago, I met a group of ACDA fellows. They shared with me, and this is a group of very senior principals, educators, and they shared with me some of their feedback. So we are looking into it. We are looking to offer more bite-sized continuous development opportunities. We are also looking into how we can ease the workload, non-contact time, more non-contact time, ensuring that it's protected time for professional development, time for reflection, time for individual planning, and more importantly, at the end of the day, all these allow for the development of the educators, which translates into better development and training, teaching for our children, benefiting our future. Thanks.
Mr. Kenneth Tiong.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My clarifications are on preschools. ACDA itself shifted anchor operator funding from a center capacity model to a per-child funding model earlier in 2025. Now, if per-child funding is the right principle for allocating resources among anchor operator centers, then why is it the wrong principle for allocating resources among all licensed centers? Number two, I thank MOS Go for his emphasis on play-based learning. Now, Ms. Loy Wee Me, who I mentioned in my cut, is if not the expert on play-based learning in Singapore. So does the ministry acknowledge that their operator funding model is making the play-based learning expert schools and others like hers unviable? And what is your message to the independent operators?
MOS Go.
Mr. Chairman, to the member's first question on whether per-child funding should be extended to all centres, I think there's two parts to it. We moved from capacity-based to enrollment-based funding, primarily because we wanted to be more equitable to ensure that centres which are not to ensure that efficient resources are being assigned to all centres, and if the centre is not full, we shouldn't be assigning it based on capacity. And that's also to encourage the centre to improve on quality, to attract more parents to come to them, to provide better curriculum, and a per-child enrollment basis allows for that. However, I think that's a different conversation from resources for all centres, and I note that member has, over past instances, also raised that we should provide funding to be assigned to the child rather than to the centres. I think it goes back to the fundamental principle of how we build the early childhood sector. MSF and ACDA's priority is to ensure that families have access to accessible, affordable, quality preschools. And I think today, 80% of all preschools are able to enroll in government-supported preschools. That is the vision, that is the outcome that we have achieved. And we have done this, like I explained in my speech earlier, through various means of various funding approaches, both on the subsidy side to the preschools directly, on the demand side to the parents, as well as allowing the parents to have some free choice through the CDA account. And we believe that the confluence of that allows us to achieve the balance and the right incentives for both the preschools operators as well as in terms of our support for the parents. One area that I would like to perhaps talk about is how do we run our anchor operator and partner operator schemes, because I think the point of the member's question is how do we better support. There's a slice of operators that may not be getting government funding. The operator schemes, the anchor and partner operator schemes employ a very rigorous selection process, and these are private operators that we are evaluating so as to find out who are the best able to advance our early childhood objectives. The operators must be both willing and capable to meet stringent scheme requirements, and these include the provision of affordable quality preschool services, as well as the commitment to improve the professional development of their educators. There can be good reasons why certain operators are not part of the AOP or the POP schemes. Some operators simply choose not to participate because of legitimate business considerations, such as they have already established a premium market positioning. Others may be providing a very specialized, a very niche service program that have higher business costs that may not justify for government funding to go in. And to maintain the quality and sustainability of these programs, they may also not believe and subscribe to the fee caps that we've imposed through our operator schemes. Some preschools are also in areas with higher PRs and foreigner numbers, and therefore government support is less relevant. Some operators may also not be selected because of the application process. The POP selection is competitive, and factors such as track record in delivering services, financial sustainability, accessibility of the centres, as well as the local preschooler demand in the immediate area where the preschool is located. So all those are factors that we consider, and we want to do so because we need to be judicious in how we spend government money. The second point on play-based learning, actually I'd like to reiterate the point that play-based curriculum is embedded as part of our preschool curriculum that all AOPs and POPs already implement across all our centres. And like I said in my speech, we are looking to step it up further. I acknowledge the point the member raised about Ms. Loy. I think we'd be keen to talk to her and see how she can help in the sector. Thank you.
Professor Kenapun.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to, or rather, let me just get to the point. Future care planning extends beyond employment and financial planning, and it includes residential arrangements, community access, and the maintenance of social relationships. So I would like to ask if the ministry has or intends to help develop a playbook or have a coach or peer support system to guide family members involved in this future care planning process. Thank you.
SPS Eric Chua.
I thank the member for his clarifications. Indeed, future care planning, especially with the person as well as the caregivers at the center of this planning process, is absolutely essential. That's a key organizing principle, actually, for service models moving forward. Just want to highlight a few examples so that we can illustrate the point. I've mentioned briefly in my speech that the Enabling Skills for Life program, ESLP, an important component actually is the curriculum, individual curriculum and development plan, for which the caregivers as well as the person with disability themselves are very intimately and closely involved in the creation of the content and the milestones within. Yesterday, I think in yesterday's cuts, Ms. Denise Phua also talked about the family life navigator model. And she likened that to the ComLink model, where we have different families, different ranges of needs being supported by somewhat like a befriender. I think we totally agree with that mission and that vision. What we need is some time in order for us to assemble the right manpower with the right aptitude, the right capability and competencies to do this. But I think in terms of vision, we are well aligned.
Ms. Diana Pang.
Thank you. I would like to ask MOS Go, how would the increase in the family counseling capacity affect the quality of counseling services, and are there sufficient counselors to support this capacity increase? Thank you.
MOS Go.
Mr. Chairman, there are currently 11 FAM centres across Singapore providing family counselling services. We are working with the various service providers to ensure that there's adequate staffing as capacity expands. We want to make sure that we are expanding while not compromising quality. I think that must be the key principle that we are observing here. The timeline of 2030 actually allows us to work together with the providers to build up the capacity in sync as demand grows, and that also allows us to work with the educational service providers to help raise up this capability. To maintain service quality, I think there are two key approaches, two key principles or two key prongs that we're going to do this by. We'll recruit professionals with relevant credentials and experience. Counselors are required to have the relevant tertiary qualifications in counseling, psychology, or social work, along with a minimum of 3 years of experience working with families. Especially in FAM centers, we do need our counselors to be a lot more experienced, slightly more experienced than usual, to deal with more complex cases. And those with social work and psychology qualifications also undergo additional training to ensure they have the necessary counseling skills. At the same time, FAM counselors will receive ongoing clinical supervision to maintain professional standards and to support their ongoing development. Thanks.
Ms. Denise Phua.
Just want to thank SPS Eric, MOS Go, and the SG Enable MSF team for being really sincere and responsive all these years. Two clarifications. Number one is, I'm glad there are some more, you've curated some more enabling skills courses. But I think there's a real urgency because there's a lot of disruption in the AI-driven automation space, and many of the jobs, blue and white collar included, are really at risk, and there is an urgency to actually have more deliberate, intentional effort in this, and therefore that's why I recommended the National Disability Job Redesign Resource or Fund. So I'd like to hear your views on that, because I think there's an urgency. Cannot wait until all the reports are out. Yeah. The second one is I wonder also, there's a strong need also for those with moderate to high needs, and that it will take a while for DACs to come up, and also they are also costly. I wonder if there is a possibility of looking at a lighter version of the enabling services hubs, so that these services can be developed at the local CCs or RCs, and supporting grassroots efforts as well, because I know many of my colleagues really want to support these families as well. So thank you very much.
SPS Eric Chua.
So I thank the member for her very passionate interventions over the past years as well. First, on job redesign, under the existing Open Door program, there's a job redesign grant that can already be applied for. So I think that's one potential avenue that we can point to. On her suggestion for the lighter version of the ESH, the ESH minus or the ESH portable, we are very keen to actually roll out more ESHs over different parts of the island in the coming years. So please stay tuned for more information.
Mr. Chai Ing-cho.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask how will MSF evaluate project success of progress packages launched? I thank the MOS for sharing that families can enjoy community events and attraction tickets at discount, but these activities still require supervision. Money is scarce and time is even more. Are there any other initiatives with supervision that can be formalized across neighborhoods, such as the Touch Young Arrows Children's Program? My second question is on, understand Comlink Plus families during FSC, I understand Comlink Plus families become FSC cases during crisis and family coaches take a step back. Will the ministry consider allowing family coaches to continue journeying with the families on the context that in times of crisis, more hands on deck is needed and trust and relationship built with coaches can be more pertinent in these moments? Third question, has the ministry explored grants to support caregivers with entrepreneurial endeavors with persons with disabilities that they are caring for? Initiatives such as Jinle Fonts and Bigs by Ben, they are both started by caregivers with children with special needs, and they continue to provide and allow the children to be meaningfully engaged, yet allowing income generation and flexibility. Lastly, riding on members Denise's points, to reduce wait time in the pressure valve of DACs, has the ministry considered a pilot integrating senior care centres and day activity centres for adults, since DAC residents are getting older, and I've also been a care staff in both settings, and care needs of toileting, feeding, and cognitive engagement is similar in objectives. A pilot integration could help with the pressure valve queue of average 6 months. Thank you.
MOS Zulkarnain.
Thank you, Chairman. I will address the first few questions, Mr. Chairman, and I think SPS Eric Chua will cover the rest. Member asked about the effectiveness of Comlink Plus and our evaluation of the success. We continuously monitor Comlink Plus, and we receive feedback from families that we serve, and of course from the family coaches themselves, the SSOs and FSCs. Bear in mind that Comlink Plus was only launched in the middle of 2023, and if one look at the MSF release paper in 2025 supporting lower income household trends, that report showed positive signs in some domains, like employment and housing, compared to the year before experienced by families who had been enrolled in Comlink Plus. Children in Comlink Plus progress package also had higher enrollment and attendance rates compared to the children who were not emplaced. But we continually want to do more, hence the enhancements to the Comlink Plus progress packages were made, and these were made based on the feedback from the Comlink Plus families and ground practitioners as well. We understand that some families may find it difficult, as I mentioned in my speech, to meet some of these conditions despite their best efforts. So we are actually working with the families and the family coaches themselves, how to encourage the families to achieve those milestones. We are also, in terms of tracking, we're also working with academics to study the impact of the packages on the family's short and long-term outcomes. I also referenced that in my speech that we will continually fine-tune our approach as we have learned more insights. On the local efforts, these are complementary to our programs already in MSF. Families may take advantage of all the programs in the community. Family coaches also themselves connect our Comlink Plus families and their children to such activities. For instance, in Choa Chu Kang, in Kiat Hong, where I serve, we have specific programs in the holidays for music, for pharmaceutical visits, for lower-income families. So, but MSF also will be looking towards working and understanding the best practices all across Singapore, across towns, and try to implement programs at a local level. And I do encourage all members in these chambers, if you have partners on the ground, do come up with innovative programs to actually engage our low-income families and their children. Lastly, on the FSC, member asked on the situation when the case is referred to the FSC, whether the family coach can continue with journeying with the family. He said all hands on deck would help. However, this only typically happens when there's a crisis that happens to the family, like say domestic violence, there's a divorce. So in that situation and scenario, the priority would always be to stabilize the families. So achieving milestones such as employment may be the furthest thing on their minds. However, the Family Service Center caseworker will double up and serve like the family coach to the Comlink Plus family. So don't worry. Those families that require family services and they face more help, they need more help, and the family service case worker will focus these more urgent risk issues and prioritize that. And they will also build rapport with the family and hopefully build trust. And this also allows one case worker to be the main touch point for each family and integrate the different support in the community for that family so that, again, the navigational nightmare would be avoided and they have one touch point. Thank you.
Last clarification. Oh, sorry, SPS, Eric Chua.
So I thank the member for his two clarifications on disability inclusion and support. First, on day activity centres. Day activity centres are actually meant to support PWDs with moderate to more severe needs. And in fact, the profile of clients in DACs are actually rather young, with many of them coming straight from SPED schools. And the focus really is on equipping and getting these clients ready for independent living in the community. But we acknowledge his suggestion, and we'll take it back to take a closer look. Second, on home-based businesses, I thank him for raising the point and pointing the spotlight on Chin Le Fond. In fact, I've been supporting Chin Le. My two NDP outfits for the past 2 years has been designed by Chin Le. And I thank member Lee Hui Ying for also jumping on board last NDP. But that aside, I think really we are already working with them. So for instance, like as part of the I'm Able Collective, we have curated a whole host of home-based businesses such as Chin Le, and Chin Le is featured as part of the I'm Able Collective as well. And every year end, when we have our Enabling Lives Festival, we do have a marketplace where we feature each of these home-based businesses like Chin Le themselves. And that's where I got to know, designers like Jeremiah, with Isaac and Shen Jie, who's so good with the dinosaur drawings and so on. And I really hope that members of the chamber and also all of us out there, this is my call to all of you, to also support these businesses. It's not just about buying a clay or porcelain dinosaur. It's not just about buying an artwork. And the act is not in that buying, but because that buying is living proof of their dignity, of their ability to also contribute to society and to be an upstanding member of society. And I think I behoove all members of the chamber to also support these home-based businesses, because many of them, for instance, Bakes by Ben and his mom, they're making a living. They're not letting life get them down, and they're saying, look, I'm playing my part And in a way, they're crying out to society to say, support us as well in this journey. I've come on board and I invite everyone to share in this journey.
Let's all support local talents and local businesses. On that note, can I invite Mrs. Xie Yao Chen, if you'd like to withdraw your amendment?
Thank you, Chairman. I thank MSF for responding to our cuts, and I beg leave to withdraw my amendment.
Is the honourable member given leave to withdraw the amendment? I think leave of the majority is given and the amendment is withdrawn. The question is that the sum of $5,822,529,800 for Head I stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $259,759,300 for Head I stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I shall now deal with the remaining heads of expenditure in respect of which no amendment stands on the order paper supplement. In respect of the main estimates, they are heads B, C, D, E, G, and Z. I propose to take those heads of expenditure en bloc. The question is that the sum stated for heads B, C, D, E, G, and Z, which appear in the last column of the schedule of estimated expenditure under the main estimates on page 6 of Paper Command 4 of 2026, stand part of the main estimates. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. In respect of the development estimates, they are heads B, C, and E. The question is that the sums stated for heads B, C, and E, which appear in the last column of the schedule of estimated expenditure under the development estimates on page 7 of Paper Command 4 of 2026, stand part of the development estimates. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $158,962,520,000 shall be supplied to the government under the heads of expenditure for the public services shown in the main estimates for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, contained in Paper Command 4 of 2026. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the sum of $49,014,559,600 shall be supplied to the government under the heads of expenditure for the public services shown in the development estimates for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, contained in Paper Command 4 of 2026. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Resolutions to be reported. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the Committee of Supply has come to certain resolutions.
The first resolution of the Committee of Supply is that the sum of $158,962,520,000 shall be supplied to the government under the heads of expenditure for the public services shown in the main estimates for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, contained in Paper Command 4 of 2026. The second resolution of the Committee of Supply is that the sum of $49,014,559,600 shall be supplied to the government under the heads of expenditure for the public services shown in the development estimates for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, contained in Paper Command 4 of 2026.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament doth agree with the committee on the said resolutions.
The question is that Parliament does agree with the committee on the said resolutions. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 2, Supply Bill, second reading.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. In accordance with Article 148(1) of the Constitution, heads of expenditure to be met from the Consolidated Fund and the Development Fund, other than statutory expenditure, have to be included in the bill to be known as the Supply Bill. The purpose of the Supply Bill before members is to give legislative approval for the appropriations from the Consolidated Fund and Development Fund to meet the expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027. The heads of expenditure and the sums that may be incurred in respect of each head are shown in the schedule to the bill. These have been approved by the House in the main and development estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2026 to 31st March 2027, as contained in Paper Command number 4 of 2026. The Supply Bill, when approved, will empower the Minister to issue warrants authorizing expenditure up to the amount for each head as shown in the bill to be paid out from the Consolidated Fund and the Development Fund. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Supply Bill.
Third reading. Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Supply Bill. Item 3, Supplementary Supply Bill, FY 2025, second reading.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time. The purpose of this bill is to make additional provision in accordance with Articles 1482 and 148C of the Constitution for expenditure in excess of the sums authorized by the Supply Act 2025. The additional sums have been approved by the House in the supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year 1st April 2025 to 31st March 2026, as contained in Paper Command number 5 of 2026. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Second time first. I jumped the gun. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Supplementary Supply Bill, FY 2025.
Third reading, Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
And now the question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. Think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Supplementary Supply Bill, FY 2025.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the passing of the Supply Bill and the Supplementary Bill a few moments ago marks the end of the formal budget process for Budget 2026. This being the first budget in this new term of Parliament, I should explain, for the benefit of first-time members, that it is customary at the end of the annual budget process for the Leader of the House to deliver a speech in acknowledgement of the Chair of the proceedings, namely Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the proceedings, you have presided over 2 weeks of intensive debate on the budget statement and in the Committee of Supply, in which we have passed a budget with more than $200 billion worth of estimates. $158,962,520,000 for the main estimates, and $14,559,600 for the development estimates. This is our largest annual budget to date, passed against the backdrop of a profoundly changed and uncertain world. The international order that underpinned stability and prosperity for over nearly 8 decades is breaking down. Geopolitical tensions have increased. The multilateral system that has served us well has weakened. More countries are resorting to unilateral action. The rule of law is under strain with the resurgence of a might is right approach. In short, the world has become more contested, more fragmented, and ultimately more dangerous. Budget 2026 is our action plan to enable Singaporeans to navigate this new reality with confidence and secure our future together. A key feature of Budget 2026 was AI. Budget 2026 aims to harness AI as a strategic advantage and drive national adoption so that Singaporeans can take full advantage of the opportunities afforded by technology. Budget 2026 also allows us to implement our refreshed economic strategy, continue investing in our workers, and drive growth to create jobs, strengthen support for families, and advance our social compact, and enhance our security and sustainability. Budget 2026 also put a spotlight on our total fertility rate, or TFR, which has dropped to an historic low of 0.87 and signals the start of the marriage and parenthood reset as a whole-of-nation effort. As we begin this important work, we will take into account the many helpful ideas and suggestions from members on both sides of the House on what we can do to provide more support for families and couples who aspire to become parents. Mr. Speaker, in a world rocked by turbulence and change, Singapore stands out as a beacon of safety, security, and stability. This is not by accident. It is the result of successive budgets anchored on fiscal prudence, forward planning, and catalyzing new ways to catch the winds of change, even as we provide for current needs. This approach has stood us in good stead. We have projected a healthy surplus of $15.1 billion for FY 2025. It is in contrast to many other major economies where public debt is rising, straining their financial stability and weighing on growth prospects. When the surplus was first made known in the budget statement, some questioned why the surplus was so large and whether the government had been too conservative. The budget statement was delivered on 12 February against a backdrop of 5% GDP growth, when the world had more or less adjusted to the US tariffs and things seemed to be getting back on an even keel. However, within the span of just 3 weeks since the budget statement was delivered, the world changed again. On 20th February, 8 days after the budget statement, The US Supreme Court struck down President Trump's Liberation Day tariffs. President Trump responded by doubling down on tariffs the next day, triggering another round of economic uncertainty. On 26 February, hostilities between Pakistan and Afghanistan erupted. On 28 February, the US and Israel launched strikes against Iran. Iran is retaliating, not just against the US and Israel, but also against other countries in the region, plunging the Middle East into another round of instability. No one knows how long the conflict will last. These developments have added to the overall climate of uncertainty. The business outlook for trade and investment may have to be adjusted. Energy prices may be affected. If so, there will be implications for business costs and daily cost of living. As a small and open economy, Singapore will feel the knock-on impact keenly. Viewed in light of these changed circumstances, our surplus is less about marksmanship and a whole lot more about assurance and quiet confidence. We have the ability to do more for Singaporeans with ballast and buffer against potential turbulence. Our approach of fiscal prudence has been validated time and time again. Budget 2020 was delivered on 18th February. The global economy was calm, the outlook rosy even. But within a month, we were plunged into the thick of a pandemic, the crisis of a generation, and the global economy shut down. We ended up delivering another 4 budgets and drew down about $40 billion of past reserves. In 2022, the budget statement was delivered on 18th February. At that time, we were just getting out of COVID-19 and things were looking up. Within 6 days, the Russia-Ukraine war started, changing the global geopolitical dynamic once again and adding to energy and supply chain issues accompanied by inflation at levels unseen since the 1970s. In all our budgets, we prepare for the best, but we also plan in case of the worst. History is a hard taskmaster, and we must not ignore its lessons. Our reserves and our surpluses are things to be grateful for. Our fiscal approach is enabled by our unique system of parliamentary democracy, which has served us well and continues to deliver good results for Singaporeans. During the Committee of Supply debate, I spoke about then DPM Goh Chok Tong's 1988 speech on the infamous Hendrickson affair, where he outlined 3 different political models. That speech is well worth rereading. Not all members may have been present in the chamber when I spoke about it, so it is worth recapping what he said. First, the American system is one of checks and balances. Its underlying premise is fundamentally one of distrust, with each branch of government constantly checking the others. Then you have the British system, where the Prime Minister and the Cabinet are given a wider range of discretionary powers. There is a greater premise of trust, which rests on the mandate given to the party with the majority in Parliament. The unspoken and unwritten expectation is that those in power are individuals who can be relied upon to always act honourably. And then there is the Singapore system. It resembles the British system, except, as Mr. Goh noted, Singaporeans have gone further and superimposed on our constitutional framework the ideal of a political leader who is upright, morally beyond reproach, someone people can trust. We believe that our leaders must be men and women of ability and integrity, committed to the public good. The world has changed greatly since Mr. Goh spoke in this House in 1988. So have the way both the US and the British political systems operate. But Mr. Goh's observations remain, if anything, just as relevant today. Rules and processes are important, but even more important are the people who are elected to represent and serve the people, and whether they possess the competence, commitment, and conscience to fulfill their duties. If they do, then you do not need as many rules, because they can be trusted to do the right thing. If they don't, we can impose and improve as many laws and rules as we like, but democracy and politics will still go wrong. This applies to governments as much as it does to oppositions and governments in waiting. Mr. Speaker, in a changed world, Singapore's model of democracy remains our anchor. It is by no means perfect, and we must and will continue to find ways to improve our system. But we do have something rare and precious. To safeguard it, we must have the right laws, the right principles, and the right people. It is important to appreciate that not only is our model unique, but that it is this uniqueness that has enabled the government to continue delivering budgets that strengthen our economy, improve the lives of Singaporeans, and bring Singapore forward. I thank members on both sides of the House, as well as our nominated members of Parliament, for supporting Budget 2026 and for their contributions to the budget process. Even when there were disagreements, we share a common commitment to building a better Singapore. For this year, we had robust debate spanning 9 days. 68 members spoke for 2.5 days in the debate on the budget statement, the highest number in recent budgets, with about 21 hours of debate. 425 cuts were covered over 6 days of Committee of Supply, with almost 55 hours of debate. And for the first time in my recollection, there was no formal break in the budget process. Mr. Speaker, you've had to spend long hours in the chair, presiding over these proceedings with fairness and professionalism. This year, you added a new item to your toolkit to keep us on time and in line, the bell and the mute button. I'm glad that you only had to use them a few times and as the exception and not the norm. On behalf of this House, I thank you once again for your able chairmanship. We're also deeply grateful to the Clerk of Parliament, Deputy Clerk, and the other Clerks of Parliament, the Parliament Secretariat and staff, the interpreters and the translators. Their dedicated efforts and support behind the scenes ensured that our proceedings went smoothly. I hope that we can express our appreciation for them too.
About a third of the members in this House, this is your first budget and COS debate. Just to let you know, this is one of the few and rare occasions that the Speaker gets to speak. Honourable members, the work we undertake in this House has never been more important. In a world filled with large, dramatic developments, sensational revelations, and an unending array of twists and turns, it is the careful, meticulous, and practical work of government that makes a difference to people every day. With more members in this 15th Parliament, the total time that we needed for this year's budget and Committee of Supply debate was 12% more than last year, even though the number of cuts were fewer, by about a third. But as members would know, I am a big advocate of the maxim, less is more. It has indeed been an intense 2 weeks, and I want to start by thanking all members for your contributions. From my perspective, there were a few highlights in this year's debate. First, there was unanimous support from both sides of the House for Budget 2026. In most countries, this is rare. Our unity puts us in a good place to face a very challenging future. And for the first time, this year's entire budget and Committee of Supply debate took place within the period of Ramadan. So I thank our Muslim colleagues who had to work through this period where every sitting day ended well past the iftar time. In fact, last evening, Minister Masagos, as he broke fast, took a sip of water and immediately proceeded to make and deliver his speech. We honor all our Muslim colleagues for your commitment to your public duties. As Speaker, I have the rare privilege of listening to all your speeches, and perhaps more able than most to distinguish between form and substance. Some members were able to deliver crisp responses and ask succinct clarifications. Others were, as they say, a little bit cheonghei or long-winded. There was also a one-word response by one minister. No preamble or context or elaboration needed. A simple one word, No was all that was required. That was Minister Vivian Balakrishnan. For MOS Alvin Tan, a 5-word reply will do. Please don't feed the birds. We also know who amongst us can speak fluently in 3 languages. Are poets in the making, can speak slow, and can go at great speed. Though the latter is not encouraged, as it means risking not only the minister being unable to fully capture your points, but it also places undue stress to our interpreters. In the course of these sittings, we also found out members' favorite songs, singers, from Bon Jovi to Black Eyed Peas, Guo Fuchen, Aaron Kwok, Taylor Swift, and our very own Benjamin King. Throughout the COS period debate, there was only one day where we had an official break. On all other days, we persevered without one. I did this to the extent possible because I wanted as many members to be able to seek their clarifications before the guillotine time. It was certainly not to test one's stamina without the need to go for a bio break. Having said that, I established a new personal record for myself by being in the same seat for a good 6 hours and 10 minutes. A record I hope I never need to break again. Some members also wondered whether my magic mute, the microphone button, was functioning properly. And as quite a few members found out, it is in good working order. I hope this will be used very sparingly going forward and look to your self-discipline in that regard. Indeed, there was a member who realized she had run out of time and stopped her speech without the need for me to turn the mic off. Thank you, Ms. Cassandra Lee. As Speaker, here is my advice. Parliamentary speeches are not an exercise in word count. It is not how many words you use or how fast you speak, but clarity and importance of your main message. This principle is even more crucial for political office holders who must use their time beyond sharing their ministries' plans and explaining the rationale behind the policies, also tell Singaporeans how our lives will be improved, the trade-offs to be made, and what the country is requiring of us. Tell us the hard truths too. Minister Desmond Lee exemplified this approach, though he also gave us a challenging problem to solve. How truly is Singaporean to have a maths test in the chamber? As they say, never a dull moment in Parliament. But the true meaning of debate is not when we agree, but how and why we disagree. This is not merely partisan disagreement, but a disagreement about ideas, which we have seen within the same party as well as across party lines. This, for me, is a mark of the sanctity and the legitimacy of the agreements we come to and the laws we make, as well as the trust we have in each other. Parliament functions best when we come with sound arguments and good intentions, bringing our diverse experiences and background to discuss and debate. When we remain open to listening without prejudice, when we strive to propose solutions, popular or otherwise, for our people, without pandering or playing to the gallery. We may not hit on the correct note right from the start, but we try and try again. To paraphrase Prime Minister Lawrence Wong and DPM Gan, and this applies not just to the problem of our low birth rate, we have not, we will not, and we cannot give up. Each day, we wake up to an increasingly fractured world. Whilst we have been able to navigate well over the last 6 decades, but as Prime Minister has reminded us, Singapore must brace for greater volatility and unpredictability. There will be more debates, more bills to pass, and more challenges ahead. As SMS Murali Pillai said yesterday, our history as a small island nation has given us a particular prosperity, a prosperity that can remain ours as long as we preserve and grow our courage and ability to navigate the high seas. Let us remember that this particular prosperity has been earned through the hard work, sacrifice, and a deep sense of duty of all Singaporeans to one another. Let us not take this for granted. As members of this 15th Parliament, whatever storms may range on the high seas or up in the skies, let us keep our eyes on the horizon, that is the Singaporean people. We must leave the world in no doubt of our commitment to do what is best for Singapore. Only then can we secure our future together in a changed world. Before I conclude, let me express my gratitude to the Leader of the House, Minister Indrani Raja, Deputy Leader, SMS Zaki Mohamad, my two Deputy Speakers, Mr. Chris D'Souza and Mr. Xiao Chen, and also to my dedicated and competent parliamentary clerks and all parliamentary staff whose unseen but invaluable work ensured that proceedings went smoothly throughout these 2 weeks. Thank you, honourable members.
Item 4, Civil List. A motion moved by the Second Minister for Finance.
Second Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Parliament, pursuant to Section 7 of the Civil List and Gratuity Act 1970, resolves that the schedule to that Act be varied by deleting the figures $6,696,700, $3,342,200, and $550,000 in the second column, and substituting for them the figures $7,318,000, $4,542,000, and $1,288,000, respectively. The Constitution requires the legislature to provide a civil list for the maintenance of the President and his office. It ensures that the President has sufficient budget to operate his office and hire his staff. The civil list was last adjusted in financial year 2022 and has remained unchanged since. However, operating costs have risen. It is thus necessary to move this motion to adjust the civil list. To be clear, no change is proposed for Class 1 expenditures. That is to say, no change is proposed in this motion to the President's salary and allowance. The proposed changes are in Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4 of the civil list to enable the President's office to continue to meet its expenditure needs. The variations also arise as we have recategorized some expenditures to better reflect the nature of those expenditures. The changes will take effect from FY 2025. For Class 2 expenditures, which provide for the salaries of the President's personal staff, it is proposed to increase the sum from $6,696,700 to $7,318,000. The proposed adjustment is to cater for the increases in expenditure and manpower. The increase is partially offset as it is proposed to categorize expenditure for manpower for public officers seconded to the President's office under Class 4 instead of Class 2. This is because these public officers who are seconded to the President's office are not part of the President's personal staff. For Class 3 expenditures, which provide for the expenses of the household, it is proposed to increase the sum from $3,342,200 to $4,542,000. This is to cater for the higher costs of maintaining and securing IT systems, as well as organizing official events at the Istana, while the main building of the Istana undergoes major restoration works. For Class 4 expenditures, it is proposed to increase the sum from $550,000 to $1,288,000. As explained earlier, This arises because expenditure on manpower for public officers seconded to the President's office will now be categorized under Class 4. Sir, I move the motion.
The question is as moved by the Minister. I assume no one wishes to speak on this. The question is that this Parliament, pursuant to Section 7 of the Civil Lists and Gratuity Act 1970, resolves that the schedule to that Act be varied by deleting the figures $6,696,700, $3,342,200, and $550,000 in the second column, and substituting for them the figures $7,318,000, $4,542,000, and $1,288,000 respectively. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Item 5, Tobacco, Control of Advertisements and Sale, Amendment and Other Matters Bill, second reading.
SMS Ko.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Health and Coordinating Minister for Social Policies, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. On 1st September 2025, the government launched a coordinated response to enhance the enforcement approach towards vaping due to the emergence of intermediate-laced vaporizers or K-pods. In the past, cigarette smoking and drug abuse were two separate issues, but vaporizers have changed that. It is no longer just about nicotine. People are using vaporizers to abuse intermediate or even more serious controlled drugs. This makes vaporizers a bridge between these two worlds, creating new challenges in vaping enforcement and health protection. Hence, the Ministry of Health, MOH, worked closely with the Ministry of Home Affairs, MHA, and other agencies to leverage existing legislation to develop a new regime for enforcement, rehabilitation, and education. Specifically, as our existing laws, particularly the Tobacco Control of Advertisement and Sale Act, or TICASA, and Poisons Act are not designed for such enforcement actions, we temporarily listed etomidate and its analogues as Class C controlled drugs in the Misuse of Drugs Act, MDA. I will refer to these substances collectively as etomidate. We then used legislative levers in Poisons Act to take action against first-time etomidate vaporizer offenders, as well as repeat offenders under the MDA. It was not ideal, but we made it work. In gist, this is how the enforcement system works today, since September 2025. First, we impose much tougher penalties for those who illegally import, sell, supply, or traffic etomidate, enabled by listing etomidate as a controlled drug under the MDA. Second, we created a rapid escalation of actions against etomidate vaporizer users. First-time offenders were required to attend rehabilitation in lieu of prosecution for illegal possession of etomidate under the Poisons Act. Those who default on the rehabilitation are prosecuted under the Poisons Act and may be subject to a custodial sentence. Third, repeat etomidate vaporizer offenders are placed under mandatory urine test supervision or detained in the drug rehabilitation centers, the DRCs, under the MDA. Finally, we also introduced a new rehabilitation requirement for repeat vaporizer users, bearing in mind that vaping is harmful even if it does not contain psychoactive substances like etomidate. Over the past 6 months, we have caught more than 5,100 persons for vaporizer-related offenses. Of these, more than 1 in 10, or 593, are intermediate vaporizer users. Among the offenders placed on rehabilitation, 42 defaulted their rehabilitation, of which 1 has been convicted and imprisoned, and the rest will be charged. 70 offenders have completed their rehabilitation programs, with 4 youth offenders reoffending after their completion. These past 6 months have been critical, not just for enforcement, but also to consolidate lessons from our enforcement experience and review our laws. We are now ready to put in place a new law, which will not only prohibit vaporizers, but also allow for enforcement against the abuse of intermediate and potentially other psychoactive substances through such delivery devices in the future. The new law is built upon the existing TICASA, the Tobacco Control, Advertisement and Sales Act, which will be broadened and strengthened. So let me walk members through the key changes. First, we are renaming the TICASA to the TVCA, the Tobacco and Vaporizers Control Act. This reflects the broader mandate and coverage by the new law. Second, we have updated the categories of prohibited products under the TVCA. 1, tobacco products such as cigarettes that contain any prescribed substances or contain or emit substances exceeding prescribed limits. For example, this includes cigarettes whose emissions contain nicotine or tar in excess of the prescribed limits. The TVCA calls this Section 14 tobacco products. 2, various types of prohibited tobacco products such as smokeless tobacco and heated tobacco products and their components too. The TVCA calls this Section 15 tobacco products. 3, vaporizers and their components. And 4, other imitation tobacco products that are not already covered by the other sections I mentioned above and their components. This allows us to future-proof our legislation, ensuring that new products that resemble any existing tobacco product or may be used to mimic the act of smoking will be prohibited. Future-proofing is important, especially given that the tobacco industry has been introducing new products to circumvent tobacco control regulations. One example is products containing nicotine analogs, which will be considered a tobacco product moving forward and can be prohibited under the TVCA. Now, to be clear, products in all 4 categories are already prohibited currently under the TICASA. When I say prohibited, I'm referring to the entire supply ecosystem. Hence, under the bill, we are making it clear that giving, transporting, sending, or delivering these prohibited products within Singapore, offering to do any of these acts, and possessing such products for the purpose of doing any of the acts are prohibited. Third, in addition to the 4 categories, specified psychoactive substances, or SPS, will also come under the scope of the TVCA. These are substances or products that will be specified in a new schedule provided for in Clause 23, being substances and products that can cause a psychoactive effect when consumed, and are also abused or likely to be abused by using a tobacco product, vaporizer, or imitation tobacco product. Intermediate, currently under the MDA, will be listed in this new schedule. Concurrently, intermediate will be removed from the MDA. The Minister for Health can amend this schedule by order in the Gazette. The TVCA will focus on SPS, while the MDA will continue to govern the abuse of controlled drugs, including those abused through vaporizers or tobacco products. Hence, controlled drugs will not be included in this schedule under the TVCA. The TVCA introduces 2 presumptions to do with the nature of SPS. 1, a rebuttable presumption that such substances have a psychoactive effect when consumed. 2, for prosecution purposes, a person is deemed to have the knowledge that a product or substance is an SPS as long as the person knows that the SPS has a psychoactive effect when consumed. The person does not need to know the name or the chemical composition of the SPS. This provisions mirrors sections 22A and 22B of the MDA. Fourth, we are consolidating the enforcement levers under various pieces of legislation today under the TVCA. Stiffer penalties will be applied to offences related to the products I just described: prohibited products, as well as tobacco products, vaporizers, and imitation tobacco products containing SPS, i.e. SPS products. The offences and penalties for importing, supplying, or abusing SPS products are similar to those in the MDA, to ensure a similar level of deterrence. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, may I ask the clerks to distribute a handout that summarizes the changes in legislative penalties for key offences?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. And members may also access these materials through the MP at SG PAL app. As you can see on the handout, individuals who supply SPS products will face 2 to 10 years imprisonment term and 2 to 5 strokes of the cane. Those who import these products will face stiffer penalties, 3 to 20 years imprisonment term and 5 to 15 strokes of the cane. And those caught possessing or purchasing such products or consuming SPS, if prosecuted, can be liable to a fine of up to $20,000 or imprisonment of up to 10 years or both. On the offense of consuming SPS, I would also like to highlight that although one of MOH's criteria for listing a substance or product as an SPS is that it is abused or is likely to be abused by using a tobacco product, vaporizer, or imitation tobacco product, the consumption offense is not confined to a specific mode. This means that once a substance or product is listed as an SPS, even if the individual abuses the SPS through means other than a vaporizer, tobacco product, or imitation tobacco product, for example, in its liquid form or through a patch, they can still be dealt with under the TVCA. Like the MDA, it will be an offense for Singapore citizens and permanent residents to consume SPS overseas. This deters locals from going abroad to feed their addiction, to evade enforcement in Singapore. We have also introduced new offences to better protect our young people and children, again drawing from the MDA. Section 19G targets adults who, being in possession of SPS products, first knowingly or recklessly leave them where children can access them, or second, do not take reasonable steps to prevent the use of SPS products by young persons. These adults are liable to imprisonment for up to 10 years for the first offense and imprisonment for 2 to 10 years for repeat offenses. Section 19H addresses adults who involve young or vulnerable persons in importing or supplying SPS products. These adults are liable to imprisonment for 4 to 20 years and 4 to 15 strokes of the cane. Section 19I makes it an offense to arrange or plan gatherings where SPS products are used or supplied. Those found guilty are liable to imprisonment for 2 to 10 years and up to 5 strokes of the cane. So rehabilitation is the main intervention implemented by MOH for intermediate vaporizer offenders. Today, this is effected in lieu of prosecution under Poisons Act. We will now provide for specific powers for the Chief Executive of the Health Sciences Authority, HSA, to order community-based rehabilitation and institutional treatment and rehabilitation under the TVCA. A community-based rehabilitation order can be made as long as the Chief Executive has grounds to believe that an individual has consumed an SPS. Such grounds of belief could arise from, for example, observation of an individual behaving erratically or appearing disorientated who is also found in possession of an SPS product, or an individual testing positive for SPS in their urine or their hair, or admission by an individual that they have consumed SPS. Aside from SPS consumption, community-based rehabilitation can also be ordered for individuals who use vaporizers or Section 15 tobacco products based on observation of use, say, by an enforcement officer or an admission of use. As per our current practice, rehabilitation will only be ordered for repeat offenders to support them to quit vaping. The Chief Executive can also require individuals subject to community-based rehabilitation orders to comply with other requirements, like undergoing urine or hair tests non-compliance can result in prosecution. Besides community-based rehabilitation at the Institute of Mental Health, IMH, and social service agencies, the Chief Executive can also, under Section 19U, order institutional treatment and rehabilitation in the DRC for reoffending cases of SPS consumption. The Chief Executive can also require certain persons, such as those discharged from DRC after treatment and rehabilitation for SPS consumption, to provide hair or urine samples to check if they are still consuming SPS. Those who do not comply can be prosecuted. Finally, we will enhance penalties for offences involving Section 15 tobacco products, vaporizers, and imitation tobacco products. Mr. Speaker, while etomidate vaporizers triggered the recent escalation in enforcement efforts, the majority of offenders we have caught are actually users of vaporizers that do not contain etomidate. We are therefore significantly increasing the penalties for offences involving these products to strengthen deterrence. For purchase, use, and possession, the maximum fine will be increased from $2,000 to $10,000. The enhanced penalties are coupled with the new powers to order rehabilitation so that those who need help to quit can receive support. For offences involving the import of vaporizers or Section 15 tobacco products, we are introducing mandatory imprisonment for up to 9 years, and additionally, offenders may face a fine of up to $300,000. For offences involving sale or supply, including possession for the purpose of sale or supply of these products, offenders will face mandatory imprisonment for up to 6 years, and additionally may face a fine of up to $200,000. For offences involving the sale, supply, or import of imitation tobacco products, the penalties will be increased to a fine of up to $100,000, or imprisonment of up to 3 years, or both for first-time offences, and a fine of up to $200,000, or imprisonment of up to 6 years, or both for repeat offences. We will also be introducing new statutory presumptions and offences to further strengthen our controls and enforcement on the supply chain. Rebuttable presumptions relating to possession and knowledge of the nature of prohibited products under the new sections 14 to 16A and SPS products will be introduced, along with similar presumptions in relation to vehicles and trailers in which such products are found. For example, with the new presumption under Section 16C, if vaporizers are found in vehicle entering Singapore, the driver of that vehicle will be presumed to be in possession of the vaporizers and cannot avoid legal liability by simply claiming ignorance that the vaporizers are present in the vehicle. This will address the current challenge where most of the illegal operations bringing vaporizers and other prohibited products into Singapore are run from overseas. And it is extremely difficult for enforcement authorities to obtain the evidence needed to prove that the suspect knew about the presence of the products found in their vehicles. Similar presumption clauses are also found in the MDA. HSA has uncovered several cases of illegal vaporizer operations in warehouses and storage units. The largest warehouse seizure exceeded 400,000 vaporizers and components worth more than $5 million in street value. These are often cases where offenders rented storage units to run their illegal operations. Under the new Section 18A introduced by Clause 10, it is an offense for owners and occupiers of land, buildings, and places to allow other individuals to store prohibited products in these spaces. To avoid liability, the owner or occupier must have exercised due care to prevent such storage from happening. Now, this may involve conducting proper background checks on the tenants, including asking them for users of their storage spaces. Explicit clauses in tenancy agreements on prohibited activities, conducting ad hoc inspections, and so on. HSA will publish a handbook of best practices that owners and occupiers can refer to. The intent is to allow us to take action against owners or occupiers who allow or turn a blind eye towards storage of such illegal products in our premises for supply and distribution purposes. To facilitate enforcement, particularly against importers and suppliers of prohibited products, we are also introducing new powers to seize vehicles and trailers reasonably suspected of being used or is intended to be used in connection with committing an offence under the TVCA, and to seize cash that is reasonably suspected to be evidence that the TVCA offence has been committed. While vaping is prohibited, some continue to do so in public settings, for example, in nightclubs, bars, and pubs. Under Clause 12, we are imposing obligations on owners and occupiers of specified premises to take certain actions when they find someone in possession of or using any Section 15 tobacco product, vaporizer, or imitation tobacco product. The Smoking Prohibition in Certain Places Act imposes similar obligations. The TVCA will spell out the steps which owners and occupiers of specified premises will be required to carry out, such as telling the offending individual to stop or leave the premises and seeking HSA's assistance if necessary. As a start, specified premises will include discotheques, pubs, bars, lounges, and nightclubs. These are entertainment venues where people often gather and where we have seen vaping incidents occur. HSA has already been working with some of these operators on anti-vaping measures in their premises, like putting up anti-vaping signages, and we are thankful for their cooperation. HSA will continue to work closely with the operators to comply with this new requirement, creating a safer environment for patrons. There are several related and consequential amendments to several other pieces of legislation, such as the Poisons Act, MDA, Civil Defence Act, Merchant Shipping Act, and Road Traffic Act to align to the TVCA. I will not elaborate here. So this bill represents our commitment to protect public health, particularly against vaporizers, and to deter those who will undermine it. It consolidates the lessons we have learned over the last 6 months. With this bill, we will move from temporary measures into a more structured approach embedded in our legal framework that can address current challenges and provides flexibility to respond to future trends. I urge members of the House to support the bill. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Yip Hong Wing.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in 1898, a German pharmaceutical company introduced a product it described as a scientific breakthrough. It was marketed as a non-addictive substitute for morphine and a remedy for coughs, even for children. It was sold openly in pharmacies. It was endorsed by doctors. It was regarded as modern medicine. It was called heroin. Few imagined then that what was promoted as relief would soon become synonymous with addiction. By the time governments recognized the harm, dependency had already entered homes across continents. The tragedy was not that society refused to act, it was that society understood too late. History teaches us something sobering. Harm does not always look like vice. Sometimes it arrives packaged as innovation. Today, it does not come in glass bottles. It comes in sleek vaporizers and small pots designed to resemble pens and highlighters. It does not sit behind pharmacy counters. It appears on messaging apps. For many residents in our estates, this is no longer abstract. Parents are discovering devices in school bags. Teachers are noticing changes in behavior. Neighbors are raising complaints about vaping in void decks and playgrounds. I support this bill. It is necessary. But residents will judge it not by how severe its penalties are, but by whether it truly protects families and restores confidence on the ground. As the Vice Chair of the GPC for Health, I believe we must ensure that this legislation is not only tough, but properly calibrated, proportionate, and effective in practice. I have several clarifications. First, Mr. Speaker, sir, are we protecting our youth in a way that is firm, fair, and effective? As a father, I do not approach this as an abstract policy issue. I think about exposure, influence, and consequence. I ask whether the system will respond proportionately if a young person makes a mistake. The bill introduces a new category of products containing specified psychoactive substances, or SPS, with penalties aligned to the Misuse of Drugs Act, or MDA. That seriousness is understandable. However, while the bill speaks of treatment and rehabilitation, we must balance deterrence against vaporizer use, which disproportionately appeals to youth, with offences now benchmarked against the MDA? Are we calibrating this appropriately for a problem that may involve young offenders who may not know or fully appreciate what they are consuming? The bill introduces presumptions of possession and knowledge. In reality, use shared devices. Some may be misled. What charging guidance will distinguish deliberate abuse from peer pressure or deception? How will discretion be exercised for first-time cases? While deterrence is important, we must ask whether mandatory imprisonment for young offenders may be counterproductive. Will custodial sentences reduce long-term harm or entrench it? Next, measurable outcomes. What percentage reduction in youth cases is targeted within 12 to 24 months? Will reductions in school incidents and hospital presentations be publicly reported? Arrests are not outcomes. Seizures are not safety. On rehabilitation, community-based orders are introduced, with escalation to institutional treatment in drug rehabilitation centres for repeat offenders. What is the projected impact on DRC capacity? Do we have sufficient counsellors and officers? Will youth caught with psychoactive vapes be segregated from hardened drug offenders? We must also consider the long-term consequences of convictions. Will offences under this Act be treated as spent after a period? If not, how will criminal records affect education, employment, and reintegration? If rehabilitation is our aim, youthful mistakes should not become lifelong barriers. The bill also empowers urine, hair, and oral fluid testing, with presumptions triggered upon positive results. What safeguards ensure laboratory accuracy and prevent wrongful penalization? Finally, the bill expands the definition of tobacco products to include nicotine analogues as a preemptive safeguard. Do we have the scientific capacity to detect emerging analogues quickly? Future-proofing must be operational, not merely legislative. Second, Mr. Speaker, sir, will residents see real change in their daily lives? Penalties for possession and use of vaporizers increase significantly, with fines up to $10,000. Import and supply now carry mandatory imprisonment. What evidence supports this calibration? How do we deter effectively without disproportionately burdening vulnerable youth? A $10,000 fine may well be a manageable business expense for a lucrative syndicate. For vulnerable youth, it can be life-altering. We must distinguish between masterminds who profit and runners who are coerced or misled. The bill also expands enforcement powers to search persons, seize vehicles, and seize cash. What safeguards ensure proportionate use of these powers? Residents experience enforcement in shared spaces. Will response times to estate complaints improve? Can measurable service benchmarks be set? Agencies prioritize syndicates, but residents see daily offences. Will other ground agencies such as NEA, LTA, town councils, or MPACs, etc., be empowered to act against blatant vaping offences so enforcement is not overly centralised? On responsible persons, specified premises initially include public entertainment outlets. Will this scope expand? In residential areas, who bear responsibility? Will we be outsourcing enforcement to managing agents and security guards in condos? If so, will they understand their limits and obligations? Is notifying authorities sufficient, or must responsible persons retain offenders? Will clear SOPs and training be issued? The bill also introduces liability for owners who allow storage without due diligence. What constitutes due diligence? Will clear guidelines and safe harbour frameworks be provided? Strong laws must translate into visible confidence on the ground. Third, Mr. Speaker, sir, are we staying ahead of the market? The SPS schedule is exhaustive. Etomidate and its analogues will be listed and delisted from the MDA. What is the timeline from detection to scheduling? Is there a defined service standard? Will structured horizon scanning and digital monitoring be institutionalized? We cannot fight a fast-moving market with a slow-moving processes. On upstream disruption, are we moving beyond intelligence sharing to coordinated operations targeting production hubs? What international partnerships are being strengthened? The bill also amends the Civil Defence Act, Merchant Shipping Act, and the Road Traffic Act, expanding liability for individuals under the influence of SPS. How will cross-agency enforcement be coordinated? Are frontline officers trained to detect SPS impairments? Unless we disrupt supply at its source, enforcement becomes cyclical. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, in 1898, heroin was sold as medicine. It was trusted, it was legal. By the time society realized the cost, addiction had taken root. But there is a difference between then and now. Then they did not know. Today we do. In these debates, I have asked three essential questions. First, are we protecting youth with measurable outcomes, fair safeguards, and properly resourced rehabilitation? Second, will residents see visible enforcement, accountable powers, and clarity on the ground? Third, are we staying ahead of evolving substances through rapid scheduling, predictive monitoring, and upstream disruption? If we answer this well, this bill will not merely add penalties. It will reduce exposure, restore confidence, and protect families. The tragedy in 1898 was ignorance. The tragedy today would be hesitation. The device in the school bag does not have to become this generation's cough syrup. History warned others too late. It is warning us in time. As lawmakers, we carry that responsibility. And as a father, I take that responsibility to heart. And with that resolve, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the bill.
Ms. Hertingru.
Mr. Speaker, the renaming of the Tobacco Control of Advertisements and Sale Act to the Tobacco and Vaporizers Control Act is symbolic of the government's increased focus on tackling vaporizers, also known as vapes, which has seen increased usage over the past few years. The bill notably increases the fine amounts for vape users, sellers, and smugglers. While this is welcome, given the proliferation of etomidate-laced vapes, or K-pots, I hope that enforcement efforts will provide users the opportunity to turn over a new leaf instead of inadvertently stigmatizing them. This is especially pertinent as vaping is prevalent, mainly amongst children and teens who have a long future ahead of them. The recent popularity of K-pots, too, has further added to the risk that our children are exposed to. This is especially so as our brains continue to develop way into our mid-20s, and vape use is especially harmful to the prefrontal cortex. This means that the brain's neural circuits end up being dysregulated, and this is detrimental to attention, impulse control, and mood. Vape and nicotine use is associated with dependence, mental health problems, and use of other addictive substances. This is why, even though enforcement checks in school to stamp out such behavior are welcome, we must also be cautious about being overly punitive with our approach to prevent students from being unduly stigmatized, and instead, the focus has to be on giving them the opportunity and support to change. For instance, expelling or suspending a student might set them back academically, especially if they are already lagging behind their peers. And because vape and nicotine use is ultimately addictive and causes brain changes, it should be treated as a chronic relapsing disease that may require multiple quit attempts. Therefore, I hope that the government exercises understanding towards victims and abusers of vapes whose lives and livelihoods are upended. On the other hand, we must clamp down heavily on those who profit off the vape trade. Hence, different penalty regimes and the move to impose a fine of up to $200,000 and 6 years jail for vape sellers is one which I support wholeheartedly. Mr. Speaker, aside from imposing bans and handing out fines for vaping, we must also be cognizant that solely relying on enforcement might not sufficiently address underlying systemic factors that result in people turning to vapes. A 2012 study highlighted that a lower socioeconomic status and education level was associated with a higher prevalence of smoking and nicotine addiction. Although it seems unrelated at first glance, our efforts to stamp out vaping can be a socioeconomic one, and we can do so by ameliorating the undercurrents of inequality in our society. Aside from socioeconomic factors, we should also aim to tackle or at least mitigate the psychological vicious circle that connects vaping and poor mental health. A New Zealand study found that people who did not smoke or vape were 40% more likely to do so if they are experiencing mental distress. However, vaping does not provide the path of least resistance for someone who wishes to escape their circumstances. In fact, the nicotine in vapes is associated with increased stress and anxiety. Vape users are also more likely to attempt suicide compared to non-users. This ultimately causes a vicious feedback loop that cycles users between poor mental health, vaping, and back again. Although addressing mental health issues is targeted at a broader group, it has a knock-on effect of reducing the likelihood of people turning to vapes in the first place. Therefore, I hope that the government could work to strengthen mental health support and interventions, especially amongst children, to be much more accessible and age-appropriate. Even as we work to address vapes, we must also continue to pay close attention to another societal health risk, smoking. The increased enforcement against vapes might inadvertently cause users, especially those who use it as a means to quit smoking, to shift back to cigarettes for their nicotine fix. Notably, this bill's second reading comes in the heels of this year's budget, where it was announced that tobacco excise duties will increase by 20% from 49.1 cents to 58.9 cents per cigarette. For FY 2025, tobacco duties are expected to increase by over Singapore dollars 92.9 million compared to financial year 2023, when tobacco duties were last increased. Instead of viewing it as merely a sin tax, another revenue stream, I hope that the government would explore more ways to use tobacco duties as a tool to tackle the negative externalities brought about by smoking to smokers, their loved ones, and society at large. The health implications of smoking are well known. For smokers, these include the increased risk of cancer, heart disease, and stroke. Their loved ones, who would likely be subjected to secondhand smoke, would experience an increased cancer and stroke risk. Meanwhile, people walking past smokers or the neighbors of smokers would likely be exposed to secondhand smoke and their associated risks, while society at large would have to partially bear the cost of treating smoking-related health issues. This has grave implications for our public health. According to the Global Burden of Disease Survey, some 66,000 disability-adjusted life years are lost per annum to smoking. The effect of nicotine on young brains, especially those under 25, are even more pronounced, given they are still not fully developed. This is why banning smoking for those aged 21 and below may simply not be enough. Mr. Speaker, I therefore repeat our call to consider instituting a tobacco cohort ban. While the government might rightfully point out that New Zealand scrapped the ban in 2023, it was done so to subsidize tax cuts. Furthermore, although the country has legalized vapes as a tobacco cessation device, thus leading smokers to turn to vapes instead, targeting the tobacco cohort ban at people born after a certain year, when they are still young children, will significantly minimize their exposure to both tobacco and vapes. Although New Zealand may have made a U-turn, other countries, such as the Maldives, have also implemented a similar ban, with the United Kingdom seeking to implement a similar measure. Our smoking rate has dropped to an all-time low of 8.4%, in no small part due to the efforts of the government and society at large. Nevertheless, I believe that we can and should do more. After all, if the authorities have the wherewithal to impose bans on chewable tobacco and vapes, as well as leave the door open to a ban on flavored tobacco products, I'm confident that we can also move decisively to impose a smoking cohort ban, as I have previously mentioned during my Committee of Supply cut for the Ministry of Health. I also hope that we can set out targets for complete smoking cessation over time as an endgame that we can all work towards. Mr. Speaker, while I am supportive of the government's zero-tolerance approach towards stamping out vapes, we should also be holistic and mindful of the socio-economic and even possible psychological undercurrents that give rise to vaping. Moreover, our law should aim to rehabilitate and integrate rather than ostracize and stigmatize, to curb smoking and vaping altogether whilst preventing damages to lives and livelihoods. Thank you.
Dr. Hamid Raza.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise in support of this bill. It is timely, it is forward-looking, and it recognizes a very simple reality that the threat simply has changed. What we are dealing today is not just cigarettes in the traditional sense. It is also vaporizers, look-alike products, and substances that can be mixed, disguised, and marketed at speed, especially online. And the people most at risk are our young. So I welcome the direction of this bill. It strengthens prevention upstream, it tightens controls where the harm begins, and it also provides a framework for early intervention and, importantly, rehabilitation that is centered in the community, where I think that is a safer and wiser approach. My remarks would be faced in three parts. First, on prevention and the youth protection. Second, the balance between enforcement and rehabilitation. And third, ground implementation so that the law is workable, fair, and consistent. First, on prevention and youth protection. Mr. Speaker, sir, prevention is not a slogan. It is a design choice. If we want to protect young people, we have to act early, before harmful patterns become habits, before curiosity becomes dependency, and before experimentation becomes identity. This is why I support the bill's upstream preventive stance, especially provisions that deal with behavioral gateways and imitation products. Because globally, we have seen how this plays out. Products are designed to look harmless, even trendy, packaging is sleek, flavors are sweet, names are playful, and everything points to normalizing the behavior. And then addiction becomes a problem. So I support intervening early. But I want to speak about the other half of prevention. Laws and penalties matter, but so too does understanding. Many young people do not start because they want to intentionally break the law. They start because they underestimate the risk. They trust what they see online. There's a lack of information. There's peer pressure. And they tell themselves, well, it's just a vape. So my first clarification is this. Alongside enforcement, how will the ministry ensure that there's preventive education and health literacy alongside and in a strong way? How will we then equip students and young people to recognize the risk early on? How will we support parents who may not even know what to look out for and how to start conversations with their young ones? How will we keep our messaging current when products evolve so quickly? Because a strong preventive framework is not just regulation. It is also proactive, upstream education, delivered in a way that young people and their parents will actually receive and understand. And if I may offer one standard to guide us, the test is not how many rules we will have, but how fewer young people are trapped in the first place. Second, on enforcement and rehabilitation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also welcome that the bill is not only punitive. It recognizes rehabilitation as part of public health, and that matters. Because on the ground, we do see young offenders who are not hardened criminals. They made a poor decision, they followed the wrong crowd, they got pulled into a risky habit, and very often they regret it deeply, and they want and look for a way back. So the inclusion of rehabilitative pathways, including community-based rehabilitation orders, is a very important and integral part of this amendment. But if we expand powers, we must also look to expand capacity. So my second set of clarifications is about the scale and readiness. Will there be an increase in training, supervising officers? Will counseling and psychosocial support services be expanded with these new pathways? And how will community-based agencies be equipped to deliver effective rehabilitation programs in a way that is structured, consistent, and outcomes-oriented? Because rehabilitation is not just compassion. It is accountability coupled with support. It has to be credible. It has to work. Otherwise, we create churn where the system looks busy, but the outcomes do not improve. Next, on ground implementation and operational clarity. In Parliament, we can discuss and debate clauses, but on the ground, it comes down to people, processes, and clarity. This bill places duties on responsible persons of specified premises in relation to access controls, age checks, and reporting obligations. These are important measures, but many smaller premises may not have the experience managing regulatory responsibilities of this nature. So I want to seek clarification on what operational guidance will be provided. Will there be practical toolkits, clear protocols, simple scripts for staff to use, training for de-escalation so that they can comply with safety and be consistent about it? We should not put our frontline workers in a position where they must enforce rules without the support and then face confrontation without adequate protection. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's also a second operational issue. Frontline enforcement officers will now operate in an environment where substances regulated under this Act may coexist with substances governed under the Misuse of Drugs Act. In reality, an officer conducting a ground check may see a device, a liquid, a cartridge, or a mixture. Decisions would need to be made quickly. So I ask, how will enforcement agencies operationally distinguish between these categories of devices and substances, especially when they're doing their ground checks and when they need to respond rapidly? Clear differentiation matters for two reasons. First, it ensures proportional enforcement, and second, it reduces confusion both for the officers and the public. Mr. Speaker, sir, trust is built not just by good policy intent, but by how people experience the system. If rules are clear, processes are fair, and officers are supported, enforcement would become more consistent and confidence in the system would increase. This bill represents a careful and calibrated response to the growing public health challenge of vapes and smoking substances. It strengthens prevention, it tightens enforcement, and it recognizes for many, especially the young, early intervention and rehabilitation must be part of the process. With these remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Mr. Gerald Gill.
Mr. Speaker, the Tobacco Control of Advertisements and Sale Amendment and Other Matters Bill marks a shift in our approach to drug-laced vaping and the persistent harm of tobacco smoking. Renaming the Act to the Tobacco and Vaporizers Control Act 1993 brightly reflects a focus on modern delivery systems for nicotine and psychoactive substances. I support the amendments in this bill, which control the purchase, use, possession, import and supply of vaporizers and specified psychoactive substances. However, I would like to address in my speech the use of tobacco products in the form of smoking. Smoking remains a primary driver of preventable disease and death in Singapore. According to a global burden of disease study in 2023, Singapore saw 2,043 deaths from tobacco and 66,152 disability-adjusted life years, which are the years of life lost and years lived in disability. These statistics represent thousands of families whose lives are upended by chronic illness, disability, and premature death. Our objective should not be to merely regulate a harmful habit, but to systematically dismantle the structures that allow it to persist in our society through successive generations. Crucially, the bill broadens the regulatory landscape by amending the long title to explicitly include the control of tobacco product use. This transition from regulating commercial transactions to overseeing actual product usage provides a necessary legislative basis to address how these products impact the immediate environment of our residents. The expansion of smoking bans in public places could have unintentionally pushed smokers into their homes to light up. I've received numerous complaints from my residents about smoke drifting into their homes from nearby units. Currently, the authorities are only empowered to provide guidance to smokers to be more considerate. In response to a parliamentary question on 10 September 2024 by my honourable friend, Associate Professor James Lim, the Minister for Sustainability and the Environment said that the exhalation of cigarette smoke to the open air outside of an HDB flat is not a violation of the smoking prohibition in certain places regulations when the individual is smoking within the flat, as smoking is not prohibited in residential homes. While smoking within 5 meters of an HDB void deck is prohibited, smoking at home and blowing smoke into that same protected space is allowed. This highlights a gap in how we protect the air in and around our homes. Clause 37 of this bill defines smoking as both inhaling and expelling of tobacco smoke. This specific focus on the expulsion of smoke suggests that the impact of these emissions on neighboring units can fall within the bill's regulatory ambit. I urge the Minister to utilize the powers under Clause 21 to set standards for the use and emissions of tobacco products, ensuring that private enjoyment does not result in the involuntary consumption of secondary emissions by neighbors. Beyond residential smoking issues, we must move beyond managing the prevalence of smoking and start legislating for its eventual elimination for future generations. I reiterate my call from 5th March 2024 and echo my honourable friend Ms. Herting Rue regarding a cohort tobacco ban. This would make it illegal to sell tobacco products to or from them for them to be used by anyone born after a specific year. This will ensure that younger generations of Singaporeans never start smoking, creating a smoke-free future for our children and our children's children. I would like to emphasize that this does not further restrict the smoking rights of existing smokers. I was glad to hear Minister of State Rahayu Mazam say during the Committee of Supply debate on 5th March that the government remains open to a cohort smoking ban and will study its effectiveness and how it can be applied to Singapore's context. I hope we can move forward on this expeditiously. In fact, a crackdown on vaping without equally aggressive cigarette controls risks inadvertently pushing our youth towards smoking. We would not want this bill, which curbs vaping, to cause a resurgence in cigarette smoking by young people. Therefore, anti-vaping strategies, which I support, must be structurally linked to a definitive tobacco phase-out. Next, we must examine the chemical composition of tobacco products on the market. Nicotine is the primary driver of smoking addiction, and by restricting its concentration, we can reduce the pharmacological hook that makes it so difficult to quit using these products. Under Clause 6 of the bill, which introduces a new Section 14, the Minister is granted the power to set maximum allowable amounts for substances within tobacco products or their emissions. I urge the Minister to exercise the powers granted under Clause 6 of the bill to set a stringent cap on the nicotine yield in the smoke of all tobacco products. I understand that in the European Union and the United Kingdom, the maximum emission level is strictly limited and the nicotine yield cannot exceed 1.0 milligrams per cigarette. Can I ask the Minister what nicotine yield limit he intends to prescribe for Singapore under the new Section 14? Finally, I hope the government can also address the harm of second-hand smoking on the move. Even in non-prohibited outdoor areas, a smoker walking ahead of a crowd creates a smoke trail that everyone behind is forced to inhale. This requires greater public education and clearer guidelines on pedestrian etiquette and social responsibility. In summary, Mr. Speaker, while this bill provides the necessary tools to control vaporizers and psychoactive substances, we must take this opportunity to protect residents from second-hand smoke. We must pair enforcement with a tobacco cohort ban to meaningfully reduce our national disease burden. By addressing gaps in residential smoking and committing to a clear endgame for tobacco, we can better safeguard the health of all Singaporeans. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Dr. Chu Pei-Ling.
Mr. Speaker, what began as a so-called safer alternative has in some cases become something far more dangerous. This is no longer a debate about lifestyle. It is a public safety issue. Devices that resemble vaporizers are now being used to deliver psychoactive substances. What is marketed to youths has flavor and novelty, can conceal sedation, dependency, and real harm. When a device can fit in a pocket, yet deliver chemical dependence, the state must respond clearly and decisively. I rise in strong support of the bill. First, I support the move to future-proof our legislation. Industries innovate to evade regulation. If we regulate only what we already know, we will always be one step behind what arrives next. The expansion of definitions to capture nicotine analogs and the creation of a specific psychoactive substances framework ensure that enforcement can respond swiftly as substances evolve. If enforcement is reactive, exploitation will be proactive. This architecture signals that Singapore intends to stay ahead of the curve, not chase it. Second, deterrence must be sharpest where harm is multiplied. Young users are visible, but organized importers and distributors are the engines of this problem. The strengthened penalties for import and supply, the presumptions preventing easy denial of knowledge, and the duties placed on owners and occupiers to prevent storage and distribution draw a clear hierarchy of culpability. The law must be firmest where profit meets exploitation. Singapore is a trade and travel hub. We must anticipate concealment methods, storage networks, and cross-border sourcing. Targeting upstream syndicates protects our downstream youths. I would welcome the Minister's clarification on how agencies will prioritize dismantling organized supply networks and measure disruption of these channels so that enforcement impact is visible and sustained. At the same time, deterrence alone cannot be the entire answer. Nicotine and psychoactive substances exposure affect impulse control and judgment, particularly in adolescence. Early experimentation can escalate quickly. I therefore welcome the structured rehabilitation orders introduced in this bill, including community-based rehabilitation and family involvement. Enforcement stops the spread, rehabilitation stops the cycle. The credibility of this framework will depend on timely and consistent implementation. For eligible first-time youth offenders, intervention must be swift, structured, and supported by access to cessation and counseling pathways. I would be grateful if the Minister could elaborate on how agencies will ensure that diversion to rehabilitation is operationalized quickly so that intervention is meaningful rather than delayed. Mr. Speaker, in Mandarin, 主席先生、议长先生，保护青少年不只是执法的问题，更是我们社会的责任。现在的电子烟已经不是尼古丁产品，有些甚至成为精神活性物质的载体。如果一个小小的装置可以悄悄地改变一个年轻人的大脑，我们就不能掉以轻心。对牟利的供应者，我们必须严厉打击；但对误入歧途的年轻人，我们也必须及时拉一把。严厉是为了阻断源头，关怀是为了挽救未来。在登家，我常听到年轻父母说，他们最担心的不是罚款，而是孩子会不会因为一时的好奇，走上一条难以回头的路。这项法案不是单纯的控烟措施，它关乎下一代的健康，关乎家庭的安心，它关乎社会的底线。保护年轻人是我们不能妥协的原则。Mr. Speaker, law alone does not shape norms. A law is strongest when ordinary people understand it and can comply without fear or ambiguity. As duties are placed on premises, owners, and responsible persons, guidance must be clear and practical. Frontline staff must know what steps to take if they encounter suspected use or storage. Enforcement communications must reinforce that detection is real and consequences are certain. A firm law, consistently enforced, shapes behavior long before it punishes it. Singapore has always taken a clear stance against substances that undermine public health and social stability. That clarity has protected generations. In confronting the evolution of vaporizers into vehicles for psychoactive substances, we must be equally resolute. Firm against exploitation, compassionate toward recovery, disciplined in implementation. Because ultimately, this bill is not about devices. It is about safeguarding the next generation. The measure of a society is how firmly it protects its young, especially when the threat evolves. I support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dr. Neo Kok Beng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise to support the bill. as the vapes or vaporizers are posing health hazards to our population, especially the youth and our students. Now, I'd like to seek specific answers to the following specific questions. What is the current situation of the peddling of vapes or vaporizer who are targeting the students and our youth? Number two, what are the educational and awareness programs for students going forward? Is it compulsory for students to attend such programs and learn what are vapes and how bad it is? Question three, is there any plan to equip or provide parents with tools for them to identify vaping devices and the potential use, or identify the potential use of vapes by the child? And last question, the campus and the hostel of the Institute of Higher Learning, IHLs, are really porous, and do we have plans to install vapes detection systems in IHL, campus, and hostels? I support the bill.
Order. I propose to take a break now. I suspend the sitting and will take the chair at 2:10 p.m. Order, order.
Order.
Item 5, resumption of debate on the Tobacco Control of Advertisements and Sale Amendment and Other Matters Bill, second reading.
Dr. Wan Rizal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, some time back, a father met me at my Meet the People session holding a small metallic device he had found in his daughter's room. It was slim, it was discreet, it did not resemble anything like a cigarette. It did not resemble an item where many parents would traditionally associate with drugs. When he asked his daughter about it, she replied, "It's not like smoking, it's not a drug." Sir, that moment illustrates how quickly substance misuse is evolving, how often faster than public perception and regulation. Vaping is already illegal in Singapore. We have clear prohibitions on the import, sale, possession, and use of vaporizers. Enforcement has been ongoing, public education efforts have been sustained. Yet, what has evolved is not merely the device, but the chemistry behind it. Today, products are modified to include nicotine analogues. Some are adapted to deliver psychoactive substances. Specifically, we are seeing the rise of substances like etomidate and its analogues, originally developed as medical anesthetics, which are being misused in vaporizers in ways that exploit regulatory gaps between existing frameworks. This bill ensures that substances can no longer hide in the shadows of regulatory framework. It reorganizes product categories, expands definitions, introduces new Part 3A framework for specified psychoactive substances, strengthens presumptions, and enhances penalties across the supply chain. I strongly support these measures. Today, I will focus on the implementation because the strength of this bill will ultimately depend on how it is operationalized. While my opening example involved a young person, we must be clear, this is not merely a youth issue. The importation and distribution of Part 3A products containing specified psychoactive substances represent deliberate, profit-driven activities. They exploit regulatory gaps. They undermine public safety. They intersect with organized supply networks. The introduction of mandatory imprisonment for serious import and supply offences send a strong deterrent signal. The enhanced presumptions relating to possession and control are also important enforcement tools. However, I would like to seek clarification on how enforcement agencies intend to operationalize these strengthened provisions in increasingly complex supply environments, including decentralized storage and informal distribution channels. As enforcement tightens, syndicates adapt, and this is a problem. Continuous monitoring and intelligence coordination will be essential. To this end, the bill equips authorized officers with the necessary powers to operate safely in enforcement situations that may involve risk. I also note that the bill strengthens operational powers under Section 23B, including the use of restraints where necessary. This recognizes the enforcement against organized supply networks is not an administrative work. It can involve real operational risks. And for residents on the ground, this bill sends a clear signal. It tells parents that the law is keeping pace with substances designed to evade regulation. It tells communities that those who profit from distributing these products will face serious consequences. And it reassures residents that enforcement agencies are being equipped with the powers needed to respond to new and evolving threats. Sir, this bill does not only enhance penalties, it also introduces a structured community-based rehabilitation and institutional treatment orders. This dual approach is important. But as we strengthen enforcement and potentially increase the number of persons subject to rehabilitation orders, we must ensure there is an adequate capacity. I would like to seek clarification on, firstly, the projected caseload for community-based rehabilitation under Part 3A, whether the supervising officer's capacity is being expanded, the availability of addiction-trained clinicians and counselors, and finally, the framework for relapse prevention during and after supervision. If rehabilitation becomes primarily supervisory without sufficient therapeutic intervention, we risk short-term compliance without that long-term recovery. Substance misuse is not only a legal issue. It is also a behavioral and health issue. Enforcement protects society. Rehabilitation restores the individual. Both must be resourced proportionately. So beyond enforcement and rehabilitation, the bill also introduces an important dimension of shared responsibility. Part 3B places duties on the responsible persons or specified premises. This is a significant shift towards shared responsibility. It signals that enforcement cannot rest solely on the state. I support this direction. However, commercial storage operators, landlords, transport providers, and small business owners will understandably seek clarity on what constitutes due care and reasonable knowledge. Under the new Section 18A, an owner or occupier commits an offence if they allow the storage of these prohibited items unless there have been exercised due care. For a small warehouse operator or a landlord, the difference between compliance and a heavy fine lies in the definition of that effort. So we must ensure our business community is not penalized for syndicates' sophisticated concealment tactics. I welcome the indication that best practice guidance may be developed. So may I encourage that firstly, clear operational guidelines be issued before enforcement is intensified. Second, outreach be conducted through trade associations. Third, practical examples of due diligence be provided to reduce uncertainty. When compliance expectations are clear, cooperation improves. When ambiguity persists, anxiety naturally will increase. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, many residents may also wonder how these provisions apply in everyday settings. For example, landlords, small shop operators, or those managing shared premises may ask what constitutes reasonable steps to ensure that prohibited products are not stored on their premises. As we strengthen enforcement against those distributing these substances, it will be important that guidance is clear so that law-abiding residents and businesses understand what is expected of them. Sir, the bill empowers the Chief Executive to order parents or guardians of youth subject to community-based rehabilitation to attend counselling with penalties for non-compliance. To me, family involvement is critical. It's critical to sustain recovery, and I support this principle. At the same time, we should ensure that such measures strengthen families rather than create adversarial dynamics. Will counselling models emphasize restoration and support? Will there be flexibility for families facing financial or caregiving constraints? If we require parental participation, we should also equip parents with knowledge and the practical tools to navigate. Sir, I offer these points in the spirit of strengthening what is already a robust legislative framework. Given the rapid evolution of synthetic psychoactive substances, I would encourage the Ministry to consider a formal review of the Part 3A framework within 3 to 5 years of implementation. Such a review could assess our enforcement outcomes, rehabilitation effectiveness, emerging substances trends, and operational challenges faced by responsible persons. This would future-proof us because future-proofing requires periodic recalibration. So if I may conclude, the device that the father found was already illegal. We have campaigns ongoing. We have laws that exist. What changed was the product sophistication and the intent behind those distributing it. And this bill recognizes that reality. It closes regulatory gaps, strengthens enforcement, and provides the necessary tools to address substances designed to evade existing frameworks. But legislation alone cannot solve the problem. Its success will depend on how effectively we implement enforcement, strengthen rehabilitation, and support families as they navigate these challenges. As a father of 4 myself, I believe strongly that protecting our children from substances designed to exploit regulatory gaps must remain a priority. If we implement this bill effectively, we can ensure that our laws, enforcement, and support structures remain one step ahead. For these reasons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support the bill.
Ms. Kwa Boon Teng.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. We have been witnessing the rise of a new public health threat, that of vapes and its variants, especially those laced with dangerous chemicals such as etomidate. This bill will play an important role in addressing this threat. And we must act quickly, especially as the lives of many are being upended by the harmful nature of vaping. As we have all heard, vapes are highly addictive, often more so than traditional cigarettes. Our youth have been particularly susceptible as peddlers of vapes prey on those who are impressionable. More than 3,000 students were caught vaping every year between 2022 and 2024. The high concentrations of nicotine can trigger rapid brain responses, leading to quick dependency. It affects attention, learning, and impulse control. And once hooked, trying to stop will provoke intense cravings and withdrawal. Since September of 2025, etomidate and its analogues have been classified as Class C controlled drugs under the Misuse of Drugs Act for a period of 6 months while we awaited this bill. This was intended to be an interim measure, and it has given authorities more power to prosecute importers, sellers, or distributors of etomidate e-vaporizers under the MDDI, and mete out heavier penalties. As for consumers of these products, individuals found using etomidate e-vaporizers or who test positive for etomidate are not simply subjected to a fine, but have to undergo rehabilitation, treatment, mandatory supervision, and even detention. But we now need to boost our laws to provide a more enduring framework to tackle vaping, and this bill does that. First of all, I support the provisions of this bill that would, in essence, treat the use of vapes with psychoactive substances, or SPSs, in a way that is consistent with how we approach controlled drugs. The new Part 3 and Part 3A will introduce amendments to enact stiffer penalties for the trafficking and selling of vapes laced with dangerous psychoactive substances. It will also provide for testing methods to uncover consumption. As for the users of vapes, in addition to stiffer fines, there are statutory rehabilitation programs for users of psychoactive substances, and this reflects a very calibrated response, with traffickers and sellers attracting strong punitive action, whereas the approach with vape users has a strong rehabilitative purpose, which aims to help people break their addiction, work on their recovery, and rehabilitate them back into society. I agree that this is a sound approach. While all offenders have to ultimately be accountable for their mistakes, we must also do our best to support them by providing available help to give them the best chance of quitting an addiction. I do have questions relating to how the ministry hopes to achieve its rehabilitative objective. While community-based rehabilitation is an available pathway for users of vapes with psychoactive substances, for regular vape users, they will primarily be faced with a fine. And based on current policy, counseling programs are mandatory for second-time offenders using regular vapes, but there is not much information available on what type of counseling program will be made available to them and what other form of support will be provided, particularly to students with vape addictions. I would therefore like to seek clarification from the SMS in the case of youths in school who are discovered to be regular vape users. Will there be any close collaboration or coordination with parents and schools to implement a structured program or protocol to help them kick the habit. While the addiction itself can wreak havoc on the student's ability to learn and concentrate in school, I can only imagine that as they go through withdrawal from nicotine and other addictive substances, this could have an equally deleterious effect, especially in the short term and during particularly stressful periods like exams. It is hard enough for adults to quit. Are we expecting fines and warnings or counseling alone to be sufficient to help school-going children and youth do so? As for schools, I would argue that without professional guidance and support being offered, they too will be left to navigate these issues on their own. The result may end up being an inconsistent and patchy response. I would therefore like to propose that the Ministry of Health consider assembling a team of child and adolescent psychiatrists, qualified addiction specialists, and professional counselors to come up with a national protocol or program that would provide clear guidance to parents, teachers, and schools as they support our youth who are trying to break the addiction of vaping. In fact, if we are going to do that, we should extend it to other forms of addiction among school-going kids, like gaming or even pornography. Additionally, I would like to ask the SMS if the ministry intends to track the data of young vape users who are minors to ensure that nicotine and other addictions are adequately identified and addressed. This is similar to the point that was made by the Honourable Member, Mr. Yip. And lastly, will there be other steps taken to ensure that recidivism amongst youth vape users remains low? And if so, what are these measures? That said, I support the bill and look forward to the SMS's clarifications. Thank you.
Mr. Vikram Nair.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this bill. I had spoken up in July last year on the Itomidate situation and advocated for its classification under the Misuse of Drugs Act because of what I felt were limitations under the existing framework of legislation at the time. Now, the government moved fast, and in September last year, Itomidate was classified as a Class C drug as a temporary measure. This reclassification has been important. It allowed tougher measures to be taken against those that trafficked Itomidate and also permitted mandatory treatment to be ordered against abusers who would often refuse to attend treatment voluntarily. Now, this last point is reinforced by SMS Koh's point in his introductory speech that a number of abusers defaulted even on mandatory treatment. The current bill provides for the reclassification of Itomidate from a Class C controlled drug under the Misuse of Drugs Act to a specified psychoactive substance under the proposed Tobacco and Vaporizers Control Act. Now, I was initially a little concerned about whether this meant we were taking a lighter touch approach against Itomidate, but looking at the penalties involved, it appears the regime is largely similar to that used in relation to Class C drugs. I think SMS Koh also confirmed this in his introductory speech. This suggests we are not taking a lighter touch approach against Itomidate, and to the extent that this reclassification is administrative to put it on a longer-term footing, I have no objections to it. Now, one of the strengths of this bill is the flexibility it confers. The minister will be empowered to amend the schedule by order in the Gazette, enabling new psychoactive substances to be added swiftly without the need for a full legislative amendment each time. This allows the government to stay ahead of synthetic variants, which are engineered specifically to exploit gaps in the legal framework. This is especially useful because so-called designer drugs can proliferate because of delays in the implementation of statutory control. Having said that, there seems to be some overlap with mechanisms that already exist under the Misuse of Drugs Act, or MDA. Now, I understand that the list of SPSs in the schedule of the bill currently includes only Itomidate and its analogues. Now, in comparison, under the MDA, A psychoactive substance is defined in Section 2 conceptually to mean a substance or product that has the capacity to have a psychoactive effect on an individual if the individual smokes, administers to himself or herself, or otherwise consumes the substance or product, and which is not an excluded substance under the 5th schedule. So Part 2A of the MDA contains provisions dealing with psychoactive substances generally and can be a conceptual catch-all mechanism for drugs that are not classified elsewhere. In contrast, those psychoactive substances that are already known are often classified as drugs, and specific penalties would apply to those. Now, this essentially means there will be 2 statutes which could potentially deal with new psychoactive substances. One, they could be classified in the schedule under this new act, or 2, they could still be captured conceptually under the MDA. So in relation to this, I make 3 points. First, in future, what considerations will determine whether a psychoactive substance is to be listed under the Tobacco Control and Vaporizers Act? Second, is it possible for a case to be caught by both the Tobacco and Vaporizers Control Act and the MDA? And if so, how will the authorities decide which statute to prosecute an offender under? Third, will sentencing guidelines and cases under the MDA apply to cases under the Tobacco and Vaporizers Control Act? I mean, in my view, certainly the etomidate-related cases should apply. Now, etomidate is plainly a psychoactive substance. It is largely misused through vaporizers and related products, and that may be the reason for its classification under this bill. However, the potential for vaporizers to administer more serious drugs has always been present, and the infamous K-pod was known to contain either etomidate or ketamine, and ketamine is of course classified as a drug under the MDA. So while I understand the rationale for placing etomidate under this bill and therefore the jurisdiction of the Health Science Authority or HSA, what happens if more harmful substances or drugs are found while the HSA is conducting a raid for vaporizers and/or etomidate? Would HSA be empowered to effect arrests and take enforcement actions, assuming drugs are also found with the vaporizers? Now, in contrast, I understand the CNB officers have much broader powers of arrest. I believe the HSA will need to be adequately resourced and empowered to discharge the new role, and likewise, the CNB should continue to be empowered to effect arrests for etomidate in the event they come across this substance, while effecting arrests or investigations into other drugs and psychoactive substances. The rehabilitation aspect of the bill are also important. The framework allows for community-based rehabilitation and institutional treatment where appropriate. This mirrors, in many respects, the approach taken under the MDA. It recognizes that while enforcement and deterrence are essential, rehabilitation remains a cornerstone of our drug control policy. However, here again, there appears to be a potential overlap between the 2 statutes. So I would be grateful if the ministry could clarify 2 points. First, would offenders subject to mandatory treatment under this bill be sent to drug rehabilitation centers currently used for drug offenders, or is the intention to send them to different facilities? If there are to be different facilities, the HSA will need the resources to set up such centers. Second, where a case is potentially caught by both acts, say multiple substances were found, and the chief executive of the HSA and director of CNB both have the power to order an offender to undergo rehabilitation under the relevant provisions of the 2 acts. How will this overlap be resolved between the HSA and the CNB? Now, finally, I wish to add an observation that young persons are particularly vulnerable to trends such as vaping and experimentation with psychoactive drugs. We must continue to emphasize prevention, education, and parental involvement. The provisions requiring responsible persons to act when prohibited products are used on their premises and the measures addressing exposure of children and young persons are important complements to the criminal penalties. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, ultimately this bill reflects Singapore's long-standing position that we should adapt our laws on drug abuse in response to evolving realities while preserving the core of our zero-tolerance stance. Singapore's firm stance against drug abuse has been an important pillar of our social stability and public safety, and this bill strengthens that pillar, and we must not be seen to compromise on this when new substances emerge. Thank you.
SMS Ko Po Kun.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank the members who have spoken and for their unanimous support for the amendments proposed in the bill. Members have raised a number of thoughtful views and constructive comments. I touched on some of these in my opening speech, so I will now elaborate more on the other areas that were raised by members. First, beyond increasing penalties to enhance deterrence, Mr. Ip Hong Weng asked whether our enforcement approach would truly reduce youth exposure and initiation. Well, the fact is that firm enforcement alone will never eliminate vaping. However, a strong deterrence posture remains essential if we are serious about reducing the harm it can cause to our people. Vaping has not yet become deeply entrenched in Singapore, and this gives us a critical window to act decisively. That is why we're targeting the entire supply ecosystem, the entire supply chain, through robust enforcement, while at the same time supporting users through rehabilitation to prevent vaping from taking root in our society. Dr. Hamid Razak and Mr. Vikram Nair rightly pointed out the importance of preventive education. And many people, especially the young, picked up vaping out of curiosity or peer pressure. Therefore, we have also stepped up preventive education efforts in tandem. The national campaign across multiple platforms includes digital display panels across the island, in our heartlands especially, mainstream media and social media, to inform the public about the dangers of vaping and intermediate vaporizers. We also collaborated with many online content partners to reach out to young people, because this is where young people are consuming information, so this is a good way to reach out to them. Schools and institutes of higher learning have also played a big part to educate the young on the harm and consequences of vaping. The messages are also integrated into the school curriculum. Dr. Neo Koh Peng asked about this earlier. For those who have already started vaping, we adopted a calibrated multi-layer approach. This approach provides multiple chances to quit before the more serious penalties apply. First, the avenue to seek help to quit remains open under the Quit Vape program. Those who come forward voluntarily will not be penalized for doing so. And in the past 6 months, more than 110 persons came forward to quit intermediate vaping. We hope more will do so. Next, for individuals who have been caught vaping, penalties will kick in, along with a requirement to attend rehabilitation for repeat offenders. For those consuming intermediate, testing of their urine or hair samples may be required on top of rehabilitation. To Ms. Commenting's question, students caught for the first time will be guided by school counselors and referred to the Health Promotion Board's HPB's quit line when needed. And her suggestion of working in a more coordinated manner across different ministries, resourcing the counselors, is something that we will take back and look at how to do so. Although today we do have close collaboration between HSA and MOE. To Dr. Chu Pei Ling's question, suspected offenders may have to undergo interviews, investigations, and testing prior to being sent for rehabilitation. So this explains the turnaround time between detection and the start of the rehabilitation program. We are working to minimize this turnaround time. The providers of rehab programs will explore the underlying causes for the use of vaporizers and intermediate, and offenders will learn healthy coping habits and how to withstand peer pressure. These are tips that will help them to sustain a vaporizer-free lifestyle post-rehabilitation. For youths under 21 years old, the Youth Enhanced Supervision Scheme under the Ministry of Social and Family Development has an added element of family involvement, with some sessions conducted together with their parents or guardians. Parents can also refer to the Parents' Guide on Vaping on the Families for Life website for tips on having conversations with their children on vaping. To Dr. Wan Rizal's question, HSA will closely engage parents and guardians and use the powers of Section 19S judiciously. Parental and family support, I'm sure we all agree, are crucial to helping young offenders quit. Parents who refuse to be involved in the children's counseling without reasonable justifications will potentially face criminal charges. However, despite our best efforts, if individuals decide to re-offend repeatedly, penalties will escalate rapidly. For vaping, they will be prosecuted and subject to the increased fine of up to $10,000. For intermediate vaping, they will be detained in the Drug Rehab Center for institutional treatment and rehabilitation. And in answer to Mr. Vikram Nair's question, this will be separate from other drug offenders. By the time they are sent to the DRC, these reoffenders would have been caught at least 3 times and given multiple chances to quit. To Mr. Yip's question, mandatory imprisonment is imposed for importers and suppliers of Section 15 tobacco products and vaporizers because they drive the continued availability of these harmful products. We have to go really upstream and stop the flow of these items into Singapore. If the products contain SPS, the penalties will be as severe and aligned to those for Class C controlled drugs under the MDA. During the investigations of suspected import and supply offences, HSA takes into account several factors, including the quantity and types of prohibited products involved, as well as evidence of intent to sell or supply to others, to determine the nature of the offence and how an individual is involved. Factors such as age and number of past offences will be taken into consideration by the courts when determining the appropriate sentences. Specifically for youth offenders, the courts will also consider youth-specific sentencing options, such as probation or reformative training. As Mr. Yip and Dr. Wan Rizal mentioned, supply channels are becoming more complex and decentralized, especially through the use of social media and messaging platforms. On the ground, we have also adapted our enforcement approach to better detect import and supply offences. Let me share 2 examples. First, HSA actively monitors sales and advertisements of vaporizers on such platforms and works with platform owners to remove these listings. HSA also collaborates with the Infocom Media Development Authority and the Online Criminal Harms Act, or OCHA office, the OCHA office, to block vaporizer websites targeting locals. Over 10,000 online advertisements were removed since 2024, and 27 websites blocked under the OCHA since September last year. Second, vaporizer supply chains predominantly operate overseas. The Immigration and Checkpoints Authority, ICA, and Central Narcotics Bureau, CNB, and the Singapore Police Force already engage in information sharing with their foreign counterparts. So we will work closely to make sure that we have intelligence to deal with this. On vaporizers specifically, with the help of intelligence sharing, joint operations by HSA and ICA detected 59 large-scale smuggling cases in 2025, seizing around 230,000 vaporizers and related products. 13 of these cases have been charged. Dr. Hamid, Mr. Yip, Dr. Wan Rizal, Dr. Chu, and Mr. Vikram Nair have raised a few operational issues. Members asked how enforcement actions will be differentiated for SPS under the TVCA and controlled drugs and psychoactive substances under the MDA. SPS, once scheduled under the TVCA, will be automatically excluded from the framework of psychoactive substances under the MDA, because this framework in the MDA works on a negative list approach, and SPS has been excluded. To Dr. Hamid and Mr. Yip's suggestion on frontline enforcement, officers will assess the situation to route the case to the appropriate agency. Laboratory testing of the substance may be conducted to ascertain the identity of the substances involved and subsequently refer to the appropriate authorities. To Mr. Vikram Nair's questions, when it comes to rehabilitation, those who are suspected or have found to have consumed only SPS will be handled by HSA. If both SPS and controlled drugs or psychoactive substances under the MDA are consumed, the MDA rehabilitation framework will take precedence, given the seriousness of those drugs and offences. Similar principles apply to prosecution, so HSA and CMB will investigate the cases jointly if necessary. The ultimate decision on prosecution will be made by the Attorney General's chambers. For cases to be charged under the TVCA, we will take guidance from the existing body of law, including precedent cases charged under the MDA. Support will be provided to owners and occupiers of specified premises so they will understand how to fulfill their new obligations. As I mentioned, this is not entirely new. It is similar to the obligations under the Smoking Prohibition in Certain Places Act that public entertainment premises are already subject to. And it is not meant to be onerous or impose a disproportionate amount of legal liability on premise operators. HSA will support them in complying with these obligations. practical guidance on the identification of prohibited products, how to engage and handle individuals possessing or using these prohibited products, and when to engage HSA for further assistance will be provided. To protect these owners and occupiers, it will be an offense for individuals to hinder, obstruct, threaten, abuse, or assault owners and occupiers in the course of performing their duties. HSA will publish a handbook of best practices today on their website to illustrate what constitutes due care by owners and occupiers of land, buildings, and spaces and places under the new offense of allowing other individuals to store prohibited products or their components in these places. I thank Dr. Wan Rizal for his suggestions on this, and understandably, owners and occupiers may worry that the storage of prohibited products could happen, even if they have done their best to prevent it. Let me assure you that each case will be assessed based on the particular facts of each situation, and owners and occupiers who have exercised due care do not need to worry. We intend for the bill to commence on 1st of May and will provide support to responsible owners and responsible persons and owners and occupiers before then. Mr. Yip asked about the safeguards that ensure the accuracy of our laboratory tests, given that a positive urine test can be presumed to mean that the individual has consumed SPS and committed an offense. HSA has extensive experience supporting CMB in conducting laboratory tests for enforcement under the MDA, so these powers and capabilities are not new to HSA. Expanded powers require adequate resources to support implementation. This was also a point emphasized by a few members. We adopted a whole government enforcement approach where relevant agencies such as the police, CMB, NEA, and NParks assist in the detection and referral of suspected cases to HSA. So the enforcement is not done just by HSA alone. This has multiplied our effective enforcement capacity with more than 13,000 officers authorized to date. These agencies will continue to be authorized under the TVCA. To Mr. Yip's question, HSA carefully assesses the suitability of these officers before empowering them with enforcement power. This applies to officers from HSA and across other agencies. Officers are only authorized for specific powers that match their roles and experience and must undergo prescribed training and competency assessments before being deployed. After deployment, they continue to be overseen and reviewed by their supervisors. On rehabilitation capacity, having operated these programs for the past 6 months, we have provided for sufficient capacity, including the DRC. We will regularly review capacity utilization and projections based on the latest offender numbers and trends and make the necessary adjustments. Finally, members have asked about monitoring the effectiveness of the current enforcement approach, as well as monitoring trends in emerging substances of abuse. Beyond the number of offenders, we also monitor recidivism rates and other key indicators. MHA already works with international and regional partners, such as the Commission on Narcotic Drugs, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, and ASEAN counterparts to monitor the emergence of new psychoactive substances. MOH and MHA also review various sources of data to identify and be alert to emerging substances of abuse. Specific to vaporizers, HSA also collects and exchanges intelligence with the WHO and international regulatory counterparts. And on our own, we conduct random testing of vaporizers that we have seized to detect any new substances that is emerging in our market. If another psychoactive substance or product emerges in tobacco products, vaporizers, or imitation tobacco products, it can be listed in the schedule of the TVCA fairly quickly by amending the schedule via an order in the Gazette made by the Minister for Health. So there will be less scrambling and a lot more responsiveness to any emerging threats. Mr. Gerald Giam cited clause 37 on the definition of smoking. Let me clarify that this is actually an amendment to the MSc NEA's smoking prohibition on certain places act. It is not for the Tobacco Control Act, but it's actually an amendment to NEA's smoking prohibition in certain places act. Smoking area ban policy is also under MSc and NEA's purview, but I understand where the member is coming from. We will work with NEA and MSE on the MP's suggestion to see how we can continue to help manage the issues of secondhand smoke and smoking within our heartlands. On setting standards for emission of tobacco products, this is already in current Section 15 and the new Section 14. We have existing limits on the content and emission of nicotine and tar of cigarettes that will continue under the TVCA. On the suggestion to reduce addictiveness of tobacco and nicotine products, the MP was likely referring to the nicotine cap policy I had mentioned earlier. We have considered this before and will continue to study it. It is possible to do so under the new Section 14. But I do hear the members suggesting that the UK has a cap of 1.0 milligram. And actually, in Singapore, our nicotine emission yield is also capped at 1.0 milligrams since 2013. So if the member were to look this up, it is actually under the Tobacco Control of Advertisements and Sale, Limits on Certain Substances Regulation 2010. So our limits are no different from what the member has cited from the UK. Mr. Speaker, I believe I have addressed the clarifications raised by members. I thank members for their suggestions and support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move.
Are there any clarifications arising out of SMS Co's response? If not, I'll put the question to the House. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Tobacco Control of Advertisement and Sale Amendment and Other Matters Bill.
Committee stage what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 39 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. The Coordinating Minister for Social Policies and the Minister for Health.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Minister, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, sir, on behalf of the Minister, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Tobacco Control of Advertisement and Sale Amendment and Other Matters Bill. Item 6, Coastal Protection and Other Amendments Bill, second reading.
The Minister for Sustainability and the Environment.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Since our early days as a trading port, Singapore's destiny has been shaped by the sea. Access to the sea brought us opportunities, enabled our nation to thrive, and allowed us to define our place in the world. But the sea, which has served as our lifeblood, could also pose a threat to our very existence. Singapore's third National Climate Change Study, V3, projects that our sea levels may rise up to 1.15 meters by the end of this century, reaching up to 5 meters above today's mean sea level when coupled with storm surges and high tides. This is serious. It means that around 30% of Singapore could be flooded by seawater. Our businesses along the coast, such as shipyards or ports, that rely on having access to the sea will be at risk of coastal flooding. In fact, Singapore already experiences coastal flooding during spring tides today, resulting in some parts of East Coast Park and Pulau Ubin being flooded. If we do nothing, places like Changi Beach Park or East Coast Park could become memories of the past. We must therefore embark on coastal protection against sea level rise to protect our land, our people, and our livelihoods. In 2020, to prepare Singapore for this long-term endeavour, we amended the Public Utilities Act to designate PUB, Singapore's National Water Agency, as our coastal protection agency. Planning, design, and construction of coastal protection takes time. The implementation needs to be carefully phased to take into account the resources available and to tie in with other developmental timelines. We are thus introducing the Coastal Protection and Other Amendments Bill, or the Bill for short, principally to introduce legislative and regulatory levers to undergird coastal protection work moving forward. These new coastal protection elements will be introduced into the existing Sewerage and Drainage Act, SDA, which will be renamed the Sewerage, Drainage and Coastal Protection Act, SDCPA. I'll go through the bill in several parts. First, I'll explain our approach to coastal protection and PUB's role as the National Coastal Protection Agency. Second, who should undertake responsibility for coastal protection? Third, how PUB will ensure completion of Singapore's coastal protection. Fourth, when coastal protection obligations for landowners, Fourth, when coastal protection obligations for landowners will be imposed. And fifth, PUB's enforcement powers. Six, related and miscellaneous amendments pertaining to PUB's functions. First, on our approach to coastal protection and PUB's role as the National Coastal Protection Agency. The goal of coastal protection is to stop seawater from flooding our land. This will protect our assets and livelihoods and preserve the functionality of the land. To do so, we will need to establish a continuous line of defense that will protect against permanent coastal flooding caused by sea level rise, as well as transient coastal flooding from high tides and storm surges. The bill will provide PUB with the powers to determine the location of this continuous line of defense and gazette this line as an absolute protection boundary, or APB in short. PUB will decide where the absolute protection boundaries are after carrying out studies on the different regions of Singapore. However, we may want to allow transient coastal flooding in some places. There are some areas where access to the sea should be retained, such as beaches and coastal parks. We will therefore gazette protection boundaries to delineate the boundaries behind which the land must be protected from permanent coastal flooding. In relation to these boundaries, the bill sets out 4 categories of prescribed places, which would have corresponding requirements of coastal protection measures to be put in place. The first category comprises prescribed places at the absolute protection boundaries. These will need to be protected against permanent and transient coastal flooding. The second category will comprise prescribed places bound by 2 boundary lines, the absolute protection boundary on the landward side of the area and protection boundary on the seaward side. These places are known as transiently floodable areas, coastal. These need not be protected against permanent flooding, but need to be protected against transient coastal flooding. The third and fourth categories of proscribed places are sheltered structures within transiently floodable areas, such as F&B venues, as well as nearshore and offshore structures like boardwalks and jetties. Where these structures need to be functional at all times, they will need to be protected against permanent and transient coastal flooding. That said, exemptions can be sought if these structures can be allowed to flood transiently. Not every existing land plot by the coast will be a prescribed place. For example, PUB has adopted the Long Island project for City East Coast, under which the absolute protection boundary will be located on new reclaimed land and the adjoining tidal gates that will be built. Another example is the Greater Southern Waterfront, which will have coastal barriers installed across the entrances of Kappa Harbour and Cruise Bay to protect the land areas encircled by them. The residential and commercial areas along Harbourfront and Keppel Bay, as protected by these coastal barriers, will therefore not be prescribed places. The bill provides for coastal protection responsibilities to be undertaken by owners of prescribed places, or landowners for short. This is our current practice for coastal management. Today, landowners along the coast already protect their buildings and infrastructure against coastal erosion. From time to time, they top up the crest level or repair their coastal structures, although they do so without direction from PUB and do not necessarily join the coastal structure up with their neighbours. We believe that this approach of decentralizing the responsibility of implementing coastal protection measures will achieve a solution that will work for the owner and achieve the public good of coastal protection. Our land is scarce, and we should optimize it where possible. Therefore, we want to provide landowners the flexibility to select coastal protection measures that best meet their land use and waterfront needs. This will also avoid extensive allocation or reallocation or acquisition of land at the national level by the government, which could potentially sterilize the valuable coastal land that we have. Under the new Section 30E of the bill, each landowner must ensure that there is a coastal protection measure for the prescribed place by a stipulated date. All landowners within the same region will have to complete their measures by the date to accord protection to all within the region. These owners include the government, statutory boards, as well as lessees with leases longer than 3 years. The majority of the coastal protection measures will be implemented by the government and statutory boards, as they own about 70% of the coastline. As we engaged stakeholders, indeed it became clear to us that different landowners require customized coastal protection measures to suit their individual needs. The measures differ because of their unique land use and operational requirements. For instance, for a shipyard with a dry dock, he may choose to build a seawall along the perimeter of the dry dock, except the seaward entrance. Landowners may also have preferred timelines to carry out their construction work. It would not be practical nor desirable for the government to implement standard coastal protection measures for such a wide range of land uses, from port, shipbuilding yards to petrochemical plants. We have engaged the vast majority of affected landowners prior to tabling this bill. During our engagements with them, some shared that they had not factored the costs for additional coastal protection measures when the land was leased or purchased. We have considered their views and will be supporting landowners to fulfill their obligations through a few ways. First, we will provide a capital grant. The grant will cover the cost of studies, services diversion, as well as the construction necessary to implement coastal protection measures. The grant will be sized according to cost norms, considering prevailing market rates and inflation. Landowners can apply for the capital grant after the legal obligation to implement measures has been formally imposed on them. The total grant amount will be split into reimbursement tranches to help with landowners' planning and cash flow. We will further develop the grant details and share more information when ready. Second, we will offer technical advice and consultations to landowners. At the same time, we have been leveling up industry competency on coastal protection through training programs. This will ensure that the local engineering industry has the proficiency to provide professional services to landowners to take on these projects and implement the measures to the standard required by PUB. While coastal protection works are undertaken by individual owners, landowners, PUB will coordinate the works around the entire island so that we can safeguard the long-term functionality of these coastal protection measures. To keep seawater out, coastal protection measures need to be connected to each other, and the connection must be watertight. Section 30G requires landowners to connect their coastal protection measures with their adjacent neighbours. It also details how the responsibility of performing the connection will be allocated. Where necessary, Section 30P allows PUB to require neighbours to permit entry to their premises or render assistance for the purposes of connecting the coastal protection measures. PUB will maintain centralized control and oversight of coastal protection through Section 30F and 30H. Landowners will be required to seek PUB's approval before undertaking coastal protection works or before altering existing coastal protection measures. Similar to other utility corridors, works within a designated coastal protection safety corridor, or safety corridor for short, will be regulated under the new Section 30N. The coastal protection measures and the safety corridor will be delineated in the Coastal Protection Interpretation Plan, or Interpretation Plan under Section 30C. This will be hosted on digital systems accessible to the public, where relevant details of coastal protection measures and the locations of the safety corridor will be available. Section 30I requires landowners to maintain, repair, inspect, and monitor their measures. Under Section 30O, it will be an offence to damage the measures. Should there be any observed damage to the measures, landowners will be required under Section 30J to inform PUB and submit a rectification plan. For landowners with deployable barriers, Section 30K states that regulations may require these landowners to deploy the barriers before an imminent coastal flooding event as required by PUB. PUB will develop forecasting abilities to anticipate potential coastal floods so that early warning can be provided to landowners in a timely manner. To ensure public safety in transiently floodable areas along the coast, where transient flooding might occur, landowners of premises within the areas will be required under Section 30L to prepare a flood response plan and periodically conduct drills based on the flood response plan. As I explained earlier, we will publish the locations of the absolute protection boundaries and protection boundaries for each region after our studies are completed. We will do so when we have a clearer plan on the recommended coastal protection measures of the region. To provide landowners of prescribed places with sufficient lead time to fulfill their obligations, PUB will endeavour to inform them of their obligations about 10 years ahead of the expected completion time. PUB will send out a first notification to them after it has identified the indicative location of the continuous line of defence. The second notification will follow later to inform them of the specific coastal protection requirements and the date by which the coastal protection measures must be in place. Landowners will have at least 5 years from the second notification to implement their measures. We will support landowners in fulfilling their obligations by publishing a coastal protection code of practice, or the code for short. PUB aims to do so later this year, ahead of issuing the first notifications. This will guide landowners and the industry on how to fulfill their coastal protection obligations. Landowners will have the flexibility to design the coastal protection measures around their needs, so long as they comply with the requirements stipulated in the code. As climate science continues to evolve, we will strike a balance between having protection early and over-committing resources. We want to have the agility and flexibility in our coastal protection plans so that solutions can be adaptive to advancing climate projections and engineering solutions. The fifth group of amendments will confer powers to enable PUB to carry out its coastal protection functions, deter undesirable behaviors, and provide immunities for officers to carry out their duties. There will be penalties for actions that affect the continuous line of defense and for failure to comply with a written notice from PUB. Our guiding principle for penalties is to ensure they are comparable to similar offences within the current SDA and other acts. The bill will amend Section 43 of the SDA to provide PUB with emergency powers of entry if, for example, the continuous line of defense is not yet complete due to delays or a landowner cannot be contacted to deploy the coastal protection measure. This is especially important when an imminent coastal flooding event is forecasted. As a last resort, PUB may also use the power of forced entry to enter the premises to address the coastal flood risk. The power of forced entry will only be used judiciously and only where there is an imminent coastal flooding event. I would like to assure members that we have set a high bar to achieve this, to activate this clause. Similar to other acts to aid enforcement, the bill will provide authorized officers with immunities under Section 71 of the CPA so that they can confidently carry out their duties. For the immunities to apply, authorized officers need to have acted in good faith and with reasonable care in the course of their actions. Finally, the bill amends the Significant Infrastructure Government Loan Act 2021 to adopt the new definition of coastal management inserted in the PUA by the bill, as well as amends Section 7 of the Government Proceedings Act 1956 to include coastal management and sewerage. There are also amendments to reflect the intended scope of subsidiary legislation on the waterborne tax and the water conservation tax, and to regulate activities in reservoirs and waterways. We have engaged the public and will continue to do so as we work on our coastal protection plans. Through our coastal conversations, PUB's flagship dialogue for coastal protection, we have engaged the community, including residents, business owners, recreational and nature groups, on what they hope to see at our coastlines and what they value about our coastal spaces. Even as PUB coordinates the overall approach for coastal protection, we will work with landowners and support them in fulfilling their obligations. The proposed amendments to the SDA, which I mentioned, will commence this year. That said, affected landowners' legal obligations will only begin taking effect closer to early 2030s, after the absolute protection boundaries and protection boundaries are gazetted. Today, as we stand on the firm foundations laid by our pioneers, so too must we build the safeguards for tomorrow. By laying a strong foundation for coastal protection, we ensure that future generations inherit a resilient and livable Singapore, on which they can build their dreams for an even better and prosperous Singapore. Sir, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Ms. Po Lee San.
Mr. Speaker, 22 years ago, the Asian tsunami happened and took away more than 200,000 lives. For weeks, my teammates and I were flying helicopters to and fro along the coastline between Aceh and Mulabo, distributing food, water, and medical supplies to the survivors. As part of Singapore's humanitarian disaster relief efforts. To today, I can still vividly remember the sight of massive scale of death and destruction, along the coast of Sumatra. We were helping those who survived, but we also witnessed firsthand the final journeys of those who did not. The tsunami was a black swan event that no one had predicted. But had there been sea walls built along the coastline, the scale and impact of destruction may have been mitigated. Mr. Speaker, I shared this experience because Singapore's weather has always been uneventful. We were fortunate to be spared from this catastrophic calamity, as well as other extreme climatic conditions, such as typhoons and floods, that often befall our closest neighbors. But with projections of rising sea levels of up to 1.15 meters by 2100 and up to 2 meters by 2150, we must remember that more than 30% of Singapore land area is less than 5 meters above the sea level. We must do all we can to protect our homes, our beaches, our parks, and our factories from tidal waves and rising sea levels. Hence, I agree with the objectives outlined in this Coastal Protection Bill. In response to this bill, together with fellow PAP members, Ms. Nadia Samdin, Ms. Valerie Lee, Ms. Hani So, Ms. Li Huiying, as well as Ms. Cassandra Lee, we will cover concerns related to the integrity of water tightness, clarity of government funding, technical support from PUB, nature-based design solutions, impact on business operations, coordination between neighboring companies, impact on land valuation, as well as information asymmetry, defects, and liability upon land ownership change. Mr. Speaker, most regulatory requirements stipulated in respective codes of practice, such as building code, fire code, etc., impose requirements on respective buildings or structures independently. On the other hand, the effectiveness of the Coastal Protection Code of Practice lies in the water tightness of adjacent coastal protection measures so as to ensure a continuous line of protection against tidal waves and rising sea levels. Up to 100 companies are estimated to be affected by this bill. The Coastal Protection Bill requires respective landowners to own, implement, maintain, and operate coastal protection measures on their land premises. The purported rationale for placing the onus on landowners, no pun intended, is because landowners understand their sites best and thus have the flexibility to select measures that best suit their needs, or they can even dovetail their infrastructure, design, and development with coastal protection works. As mentioned, the crux of water tightness of these continuous coastal protection measures lies in the integrity of the adjoining sections between two sections of sea walls or coastal protection measures. If the design and construction of individual coastal protection measures are not well coordinated and constructed, and there could be potentially up to 100 such potential points of weakness, how can PUB ensure that when the high seas hit our shores one day, the collective assembly of multiple sections of differently designed measures can indeed withstand the forces of nature? I do not say this in anticipation of the shirking of individual responsibility. Even if everyone plays his or her part, even if all 100 companies or landowners have the best of intentions, they may have knowledge gaps and coordination failures. There is severe information asymmetry, and this is the classic collective action problem. How can we have an integrated and cohesive approach? An alternative model would be for PUB to undertake the design and construction for all stretches of vulnerable coastal areas, both government and privately owned land. The bill would provide PUB the authority to access the site, coordinate with landowners, and construct the required coastal protection measures. After the coastal protection measures have been constructed, the ownership will then be novated to the landowner. The long-term responsibility of maintenance and operations will also rest with the landowners. After all, the government, as the largest landowner of coastlines, will be responsible for implementing coastal protection for a majority of coastlines. In terms of funding, $5 billion had been topped up in 2025 to the National Coastal and Flood Protection Fund. The cost of construction for all coastal protection measures could be recovered from this fund. Sir, there is a time for individual creativity and innovation, and there is a time for central coordination. Coastal protection is a candidate for the latter, even if we want to harness the power of the former. I ask the Minister to consider a centralized approach towards the design and construction of all coastal protection measures to ensure the most robust outcomes. This also allows us to leverage economies of scale, working with qualified consultants and construction companies that have a good track record and quality of work. If the protection measures are well designed and well constructed from day one, the long-term maintenance will also be less onerous and better maintained. To be clear, the crux of this, the responsibility is private, but the good is public. We may have 100 possible points of failure. Even one point of failure can cause massive damage. Our strongest remedy, our best hope, lies in one coordinating power. That said, our little island nation can be truly well protected against the tidal waves during extreme weather and rising sea levels for the long run. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding my suggestion, I support the Coastal Protection Bill. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Tan.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Coastal Protection Bill represents a landmark shift in how we defend our island nation against a slow onset threat of rising sea level. As a low-lying nation, we cannot afford to wait. However, as we move from planning to legislation, we must ensure that the continuous line of defense we build is not merely an engineering success, but one that is socially and physically responsible. Our legislative framework must also be robust enough to manage the complexities of land tenure, private sector compliance, and the preservation of our national identity. So, Deputy Speaker, we're told that the government will implement most of the coastal defense measures given its ownership of 70% of the shoreline. Private owners and lessees who hold the remaining sections will need to implement their own coastal protection measures. Under the proposed legislation, private landowners and lessees are responsible for installing and upholding coastal protection structures. Authorities have clarified that owners will receive a minimum of 10 years' notice to carry out these works, with specific deadlines tailored to the findings and progress of individual site studies. It appears that landowners have the autonomy to choose protection strategies that align with their specific requirements and conditions, enabling them to integrate coastal defense works into their existing and future development schedules, ensuring both flexibility and efficiency in implementation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I support this flexibility. I would also like to ask the Minister to give us an indication of, among the non-state entities related owner or lessees, what is the number or ratio of the non-government entities or non-government linked companies who are owners and lessees, be they individuals, MCSTs, clubs, or other non-business or non-state entities? I would also like to ask whether there are any industrial lessees who may have shorter remaining tenures from now, for example, less than 10 years, and if so, how many of such companies are we looking at? It would be a significant financial burden to ask a company with only or less than 10 or even 15 years left on their lease to invest in multi-million-dollar seawalls. We are also told that the government will provide financial and technical support The Minister mentioned of grants. Can the government elaborate with some detail the financial support, i.e. the grant details, as well as the technical support it is giving under the new law, including the level of support, and how will the packages work for MNCs as well as SMEs? Equally, how do we ensure that the non-commercial entities are adequately supported under this bill? Can the Minister provide a definitive timeline for the announcement of the financial support grant framework? Will there be tiered subsidies specifically for local SMEs who may lack the cash reserve or major GLCs and MNCs? Will the financial support mentioned be a one-off grant at the onset, or will it help SME and MCSDs cover the recurring costs of specialized maintenance? Further, will the Minister also consider a framework where lease extensions are tied to coastal protection investments? We must ensure that a continuous line does not suffer from fragmented tenures. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the 10-year lead time provided is not necessarily a short runway, but it also creates a regulatory blind spot. What happens if a lessee fails to complete construction before giving up the lease? If a waterfront company runs into financial problems or goes into liquidation and is not able to build or to complete the construction, may also be left with a public safety risk that neighbours cannot fix alone. How will the government intervene in such a situation? Separately, will the government require performance bonds from private lessees to ensure funds are available to complete the project if the state or another state-appointed entity is required to complete the works required? Further, how will liability be transferred if a plot is returned to the state midway through the 10-year notice period? Next, under the bill, the landowner or lessee has 10 years to complete the coastal defences requirement. How will the government supervise and ensure timely construction commence and completion within the 10-year period? Is the government considering implementing mandatory construction milestones? Does the PUB have step-in rights to take over any lagging project and charge the cost back to the owner before the 10-year window expires? Would there be on-site supervision by PUB to ensure project milestone completion? How do we ensure that lessees account for their lack of action or delay? May I also ask the government to consider appointing one or a few specialized contractors to carry out the defense projects on behalf of all the owners and lessees at a reduced price based on bulk contracts, possibly grouped in different geographical zones where the ground conditions may be different. This will also ensure that the contractor or contractors appointed will have the right expertise, experience, common understanding of each area, and also economies of scale for the lessees, for the landowners. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill mandates that landowners comply with the standards set out in the upcoming Coastal Protection Code of Practice. While this code will provide a technical blueprint for our defences, we must ensure that these structures can complement and even enhance our natural environment and heritage. I would like to ask the Minister to clarify how the code will formalise the integration of nature-based solutions such as mangroves and hybrid revetments, and how the designation of transiently floodable areas will be utilised to preserve uninterrupted public access to our waterfronts. Will the government consider requiring the Code of Practice to mandate a nature-first feasibility assessment before landowners are permitted to resort to traditional concrete seawalls? Mr. Deputy Speaker, our coastal protection efforts must be more than just an engineering success against rising waters, even as I expect many of the current sites affected by the bill may already be in use for industrial and commercial purposes. If there are segments containing any significant heritage value, the government should have appropriate heritage assessment mechanisms to decide how any such historical markers can be suitably preserved and protected. Finally, while this bill interacts with the Coastal and Flood Protection Fund, it lacks a mandate for detailed parliamentary reports on how the $5 billion is prioritised or expended. For greater transparency of fund usage and decision-making, I hope the government will consider tabling an annual coastal resilience report detailing CFPF disbursements and progress across both public and private sectors. May I also ask how much of this fund is being tapped for the initiatives under this bill once passed, and what is the public-private split in the expenditure? Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Mandarin, please.
副议长先生，我支持这项法案的原则，但在执行细节上，我有几项顾虑。第一，有关租约较短的工业住户，据我了解，政府将为土地所有者提供财政与技术援助，但 具体细节尚未公布。我想问部长，我想向部长查询，目前受影响的私人住户中，是否有很多人的租约剩余年限少于10年？建议海堤建设费用昂贵，我关注这些企业是否能获得充足的援助，以确保他们的业务不受到负面的影响。同时，我也关注如何避免因投资不居效益而导致企业提前撤离，从而在防御线上留下缺口。第二，有关工程监管与倒闭风险，10年的期限虽然充裕，但我也关注如何避免企业因财力不足或清盘而导致工程延误。我建议当局应设立阶段性进度指标，或考虑推行附约保证金制度，确保防御工程能如期完成。第三，有关自然渔场与公共空间，我关注即将出台的海防标准手册，将如何平衡硬性工程标准与生态保护。我期待手册能积极采用红树林等基于自然的解决方案，并落实短暂可淹没区的设计，确保公众在加强海防的同时，能继续享有珍贵的海滨空间。第四，我们在巩固海岸防线时，绝不能为了工程效率而牺牲干绑渔具或文物地标。我建议将文化渔产评估纳入工程流程，在保护国土的同时，也维护新加坡人的集体记忆。议长先生，虽然我有上述几点担忧，但我依然支持这项法案。我希望通过现在实施更严格的监管，我们不仅能保护海岸线，还能保护全体新加坡人的长远利益。In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, climate adaptation is a marathon that requires every stakeholder to stay the course. We must ensure our framework can withstand economic fluctuations and business exits over time. By implementing tighter supervision and clearer financial safeguards now, we protect not just our coastlines, but the long-term interests of all Singaporeans. Notwithstanding my clarifications, I support this bill.
Ms. Hani So.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, according to Singapore's Third Nation Climate Change Study, and just as what Minister Grace Fu has shared with this House earlier, Singapore's mean sea level may rise up to 1.1 meter by end century, higher than previous estimates of 1 meter. Coastal protection measures will only become increasingly relevant and critical. To me, the purport of this bill hits the nail on the head. However, the devil is in the details. I therefore raise several clarifications to MSE. Firstly, the government and statutory boards currently own approximately 70% of the Singapore's coastal line, which leaves about 30% private-owned or leased. While PUB consulted a wide range of stakeholders for the purposes of our coastal protection plan, how extensive were its consultations with the roughly 30% of the private owners or lessors of our Singapore's coastal line? These are the specific stakeholders whose concerns and feedbacks must be heard. For the practicality of this bill's proposals and our coastal protection plan ought to be guided by the said group. This is not confined to the effectiveness of the coastal protection measures, but also, and perhaps more importantly, the administrations of the Code of Practice and grants, which will all go towards the success or failure of the policy's objectives. Secondly, given that the government will itself be implementing the coastal protection measures for the 70% of coastal line it owns, has PUB considered extending any economies of scale to be reaped to the private owners or lessors? In this regard, perhaps PUB could consider an opt-in, at least for the implementation or installation of the coastal protection measures for private owners or lessors, instead of requiring them to procure the same from scratch. Thirdly, in the 10-year period for private owners and lessors to plan and implement coastal protection measures, will they be required to provide progress updates to PUB? If so, how does PUB intend to ensure that the responsibility does not fall through the crack when there is a transition in ownership or occupations by a lessor? Lastly, speaking from the perspective of a conveyancing lawyer, how does the agencies ensure that the requirements are accurately reflected during the legal requisition stage? Notwithstanding my clarifications, I stand in support of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Andre Loh.
Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. Our identity as a nation is inseparable from identity as an island. We were a small coastal settlement before we were a colony, and a natural harbor before we were a nation. The Singapore River was what made us prosperous, and the Straits of Malacca made us globally relevant. This is not incidental to our story, it is the whole story. And it's not unique to us either. Wherever human beings have built something lasting, they have built it near water. And today, 40% of the world's population stays within 100 kilometers of a coast. The world's most beloved cities, Shanghai, New York, Barcelona, our own Marina Bay, they sit at the meeting point of land and water. This bill is protecting the relationship between us, our island, and the sea that made it. Mr. Speaker, the decisions we make as we implement this bill will not be felt by us, but by Singaporeans who are today in primary school, in their parents' arms, or not yet born. Singapore's own climate scientists project sea levels around our island could rise by up to 1.15 meters by 2100 and up to 2 meters by the middle of the next century. To put that in perspective, a 2-meter rise would submerge most of Kallang and Marine Parade and parts of the CBD as well. So we are legislating right now for the people who will live in that world. And that's the reason I want to speak today about what we are defending for and what we can become in the act of defending it. I want to make two arguments. One, that how we design our coastal defenses matters as much as whether we build them. And two, that what Singapore builds here has the potential to serve not just our own shores, but the shores of nations across our region. And in doing so, build a new pillar of Singapore's economy. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin with a question of philosophy, the design philosophy that will be embedded in the code of practice flowing from this bill. The conventional framing of coastal defense is adversarial. Water is the threat, infrastructure is the shield. We build the wall, we hold the line, and we keep the sea at bay. But this bill already contains the seed of a different philosophy. It introduces the concept of the transiently floodable area, a coastal zone designed to accept water periodically rather than resist it permanently. It opens the door to designing with water rather than purely against it. So my question to the Minister is about execution. Will the code of practice merely dictate technical details like the height of seawalls and the specifications of pumps, or will it actively incentivize developers and landowners to think about what these spaces could be for the 99% of the time that they are dry? A transiently floodable area that is well designed becomes a park, a waterfront promenade, a community space. One that is not well designed becomes a fenced-off eyesore. And which Singapore do we want to build? This is not a novel ambition. Some of the world's most admired cities already have shown what designing with water looks like in practice. Rotterdam has water squares, which are sunken public plazas that fill during heavy rain and function as parks and markets the rest of the time. Copenhagen has redesigned entire boulevards to channel flood water while remaining fully functional streets. These are not compromises, they are celebrated urban transformations, places people actively want to be that also happen to function as flood management systems. Singapore also already knows how to do this. Marina Bay is simultaneously a reservoir, a tidal barrier, and one of the most iconic public spaces in Asia. We did not choose between flood defense and urban livability. We achieved both. The Long Island project off the East Coast, with 20 kilometers of new waterfront, is an opportunity on the same scale. The engineering case is being made. What I would ask is that the design case be made with equal ambition. Not just how do we protect this land from the sea, but what kind of coastline do we want future Singaporeans to inherit? Now, designing with water does not prescribe a single solution. It is a broad philosophy that can encompass built solutions, hybrid structures, or nature-based solutions. But the last category, nature-based solutions, deserves special mention because of the scientific case for it being so strong. A 2025 study in Nature's Communication, Earth and Environment found that mangrove forests wider than 500 meters dissipate at least 75% of incoming wave energy. Coral reef restoration costs roughly 1/15 the per meter cost of artificial breakwaters. Singapore's own 100K Corals initiative, launched in December of 2024, is already integrating living reefs into our coastal protection strategy. The science is clear. Nature-based solutions are, in many cases, superior to hard engineering on cost, on performance, and on livability. So I would ask the Minister to let the Code of Practice embed an active design philosophy, one that goes beyond technical standards to incentivize integrated, water-positive solutions, especially nature-based ones. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me turn to what I think is the most forward-looking dimension of this moment. Singapore is committing $100 billion over 100 years to coastal protection. We are building legal frameworks, engineering standards, a digital coastal protection interpretation plan, and a technical code of practice. We are adapting polar technology for tropical conditions at Pulau Tekong. We are generating what the Center for Climate Research Singapore describes as the world's highest resolution climate projections for Southeast Asia. We are doing all of this on a tropical island in an equatorial climate surrounded by the ecosystems, mangroves, coral reefs, tropical peat coastlines that define coastal defense in this part of the world. No one else is doing this at this scale in this geography. That matters because the countries that need coastal resilience expertise most urgently are not the Dutch. They are our neighbors. A landmark 2019 study in Nature Communications found that by 2050, land currently home to 300 million people will experience annual coastal flooding, and 5 of the 6 most exposed nations are in Asia. Jakarta alone has 40% of its land below sea level, with some districts sinking at 180 millimeters a year. Ho Chi Minh City already loses $1.3 billion annually to coastal flooding, and the Maldives faces projected damages of up to 12.5% of GDP by 2100. These nations need solutions, and the dominant global expertise in coastal protection, the Dutch model, built over centuries, was designed for temperate conditions, for clay soils and North Sea storm surges, not for tropical peat that subsides at 5 centimeters per year, not for monsoon hydrology and compound flooding, and not for the mangroves and coral reefs that must be both engineered and ecologically sustained. Researchers have documented what they call the impasse in transferring Dutch Delta plans to Jakarta. The soils, the institutions, and the ecological conditions are simply too different. The Dutch water export sector generates nearly 10 billion euros annually. The Bangladesh Delta Plan, the Mekong Delta Plan, and the rebuilding of the city of New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, Dutch expertise sits at the center of all of them. They turn centuries of national need into a global industry, and that is a model worth studying and emulating. Singapore is positioned to do for the tropics what the Dutch did for the temperate world. We have the research infrastructure, the Earth Observatory of Singapore, the Tropical Marine Science Institute, the Center for Climate Research Singapore, and we have the training networks. The Singapore Cooperation Program has trained close to 150,000 officials from over 180 countries. We host the ASEAN Specialized Meteorological Center, and we lead on green finance through the Singapore Asia Taxonomy. And we now have, through this bill, a legal and regulatory framework for tropical coastal protection being built from first principles. The intellectual property being developed through this program, the engineering standards, the legal frameworks, and the climate models represents enormous potential value. The question is whether Singapore captures that value or whether we simply execute the work and let others package and export it. So I would ask the Minister if there is a deliberate strategy to position Singapore as the global centre of excellence for tropical coastal resilience, to ensure that the expertise developed through this $100 billion program generates not just a protected coastline for Singapore, but a new export industry, one that creates high-value jobs for Singaporeans and allows us to serve Jakarta, Manila, Dhaka, and the small island states of the Pacific with solutions designed for their conditions. And there is an additional dimension beyond commerce. Singapore does not exist in isolation. The Sijori Growth Triangle, Singapore, Johor, Riau, is deeply integrated with our economy, our workforce, and our daily life. Flood risk in these communities is not an abstract concern for us. Helping our immediate neighbours build resilience is straightforward in Singapore's interests. A Singapore that exports coastal resilient expertise is not being just generous, it is being strategic. Mr. Speaker, let me close where I begin, with the water. Every generation of Singaporeans has wagered on this island's future. The founding generation wagered that a city with no hinterland could become a nation. The generation that built our water infrastructure wagered that necessity could become self-sufficiency. Both were right. The generation now in Parliament is being asked to protect this island and the relationship with the water that made us, for the generations that follow. I believe we can do more than just protect what we have. We want future Singaporeans to look back at this moment and see a generation that designed with the water, shared what it learned, and left a coastline more alive than the one it inherited. This is a compact worth making. We are not the owners of this coastline, we are its stewards, and future generations will judge whether we kept it well.
Ms. Cassandra Lee.
Singapore is a land-scarce island nation. The impact of the rising sea levels from climate change is significant. I support the bill as it recognizes the longer-term challenge that Singapore faces. I take care of the division of Ayer Rajah. Ayer Rajah extends across southwest of Singapore's coast. It includes the coastal areas that are home to several private businesses that, under this new legislation, must implement, operate, and maintain coastal protection measures. I have spoken with some of these affected businesses at an engagement session held at Ayer Rajah CC earlier in February. Businesses have shared their views with me. Many are positive and cooperative. They tell me that PUB has been actively engaging them. For that, I thank PUB and the agencies. Today, I wish to focus my remarks and suggestions on 4 aspects. First, the transfer and apportionment of responsibilities and liabilities upon change of ownership and in co-ownership situations. Second, the cost on private businesses and support. Third, the requirement of appointing a flood protection manager. And fourth, the impact on our coastal marine environment. First, on transfer and apportionment of responsibilities and liabilities. During the engagement, one question that we had in the room was the issue of latent defects in coastal protection measures and how liability will be managed when ownership or long-term leases change hands. Coastal protection projects have long life cycles. It is possible that planning and designs are undertaken by one owner, while the responsibility and implementation or construction falls upon a subsequent owner. Moreover, the owner that has to upkeep the measures may not be the original owner who had planned and constructed these measures. If defects in design or construction emerge years after completion, will the incoming owner be obliged to rectify them at their own cost, or will there be a period of time after the transfer of ownership during which the new owner may seek recourse against the previous owner who carried out the works, especially if the previous owner had received financial support from the government to carry out those works? Landowners will be given at least 10 years advance notice to implement coastal protection measures. Where a transfer of lease or ownership transfer occurs within this first 10 years notice period, but before the end of the timeline, and the first owner completes the planning for such a set of measures, will the subsequent owner be bound by those approved plans? If deficiencies later emerge in the plans, will the subsequent owner have recourse against the first owner? The situation becomes even more complex if the land is sold mid-construction. On co-ownership, the bill imposes duties on owners and long-term lessees of prescribed places, but it does not break down what happens when more than one person owns the land. For example, where the land is held in joint tenancy or tenancy in common. There is a question as to whether co-owners of the same prescribed place are intended to be jointly and severally liable for compliance with the implementation, operation, maintenance, and rectification obligations. May I invite the government to consider statutory guidance on the transfer of obligations and latent defects liability, and the assignment of liability between co-owners. Second, the setup of a tribunal or adjudication body to address issues at first instance. This is similar to the Strata Titles Board, which hears matters related to certain disputes arising in respect of strata-titled property and orders for collective sales of property under the Land Title Strata Act. Third, model clauses addressing issues of liability for parties' adoption in agreement. I recognize that some of the issues outlined may need to be privately addressed through commercial negotiations, and it may not be feasible to legislate for many of the circumstances. However, greater clarity on how obligations and liability transfer with ownership or are apportioned will help prevent disputes and protect incoming landowners. This is particularly important in an uncertain economic climate where policymaking must remain flexible. Further, clear allocation of risks and responsibilities would give companies and investors more certainty and therefore greater ease in attracting financing for these coastal protection projects. Next, implications on businesses and their opportunity, cost, and support. The government has announced that it will provide businesses affected with both technical and financial support, and I appreciate that details will be disclosed at the appropriate juncture. I would like to raise a few points for consideration. Coastal protection infrastructure often involves substantial capital expenditure. Beyond the construction of coastal defenses, costs can also include studies needed to properly assess flood risk. For new landowners, such expenses will naturally be priced into land cost. The mode of grant of disbursement will also make a significant difference to business owners and their decision to take up coastal land. Upfront disbursements will provide business owners with greater certainty and allay concerns around cash flow, while subsequent reimbursement may cause more hesitation amongst business owners. As for leaseholders, they would now have to consider the remaining length of their land tenures when deciding whether such investments are financially feasible. New lessees may also seek to negotiate shorter tenures to avoid the obligation under the bill. Higher financial support at the stage of title acquisition, whether in the form of upfront subsidies or subsequent disbursements, can help lower the financial barrier and more effectively address the cost burden on businesses. While we want to protect our coastlines, it is equally important that we continue to sustain the commercial viability of coastal properties for businesses. Another suggestion is to view the implementation of coastal protection measures as investments. In a recent Straits Times report, it was suggested that public financing alone may not be sufficient to support all coastal works. Financial instruments such as sustainability-linked insurance or green bonds may allow the private sector to structure the financing for coastal protection measures as an investment rather than a cost. Affected businesses sharing the same stretch of coastline could also consider coming together to get joint funding for a coastal project, with payments made based on the share of the land that they occupy. Another model is for landowners to obtain financing and manage the design, implementation, and ongoing maintenance of the coastal protection measures end-to-end, passing the relevant costs on to new lessees over time. With this model, ESG and sustainability funds may find it to be an attractive proposition to become coastal landowners. These approaches open the door to new streams of investment and innovative financing products. I hope the government will explore and encourage these alternative financing avenues at an appropriate juncture. On technical support, 70% of Singapore's coastline is state-managed. As the government will undertake coastal protection measures for the majority of the coastlines, and the ministry is likely to be best placed to identify trusted consultants and contractors for coastal protection. Will the government consider developing a vetted panel of contractors or an accreditation scheme for private sector use? I asked for a panel because many business owners have shared with me that they have different needs, and some have indicated that they already have plans to construct some infrastructure over the next few years, while others say that they have components that can be submerged with no issue to flood risk. So there are specific needs, and we hope that the companies can seek their own contractors and consultants when implementing the projects. I suggest that Singapore-based firms be prioritized if we have such a list, so that public spending in this area also strengthens our local economy. Next, on flood protection manager. Some companies I have engaged with have asked about the specific responsibilities of a flood protection manager, and I would like to seek clarification on the government's plans on how the scheme will be implemented. The bill provides for the establishment, registration, and regulation of flood protection managers, including qualifications and standards a person must satisfy, and the training and assessment a person must undergo before being appointed. Now, how does the government envision the training and certification pathways for flood protection managers? Will such training and accreditation be made through Skills Future? Will the government consider transitional support such as grant schemes, training credits, or phase compliance to assist smaller affected landowners and lessees who may not have the manpower or expertise to take on such operational demands? Lastly, on the impact on our coastal marine environment. More than 2/3 of Singapore's coral reefs have been lost to coastal development and reclamation since 1960s. Our southern coast is home to some of our reefs and unique marine life. I asked if the government will require affected landowners and lessees to undertake environmental impact assessment, and if there are plans for the government to assist with mitigating some of the environmental impacts arising from the implementation of the coastal protection measures. I also urge the government to give due consideration to natural coastal protection solutions which can safeguard our coastlines while preserving the ecosystem. In Mandarin. 新加坡土地稀缺，海平面上升带来长期及实际的挑战。我支持这项法案，因为它致力于建立持续连贯的海岸防卫体系，以及有效应对气候变化带来的风险。这项法案将海岸防护明确为政府与私人公共私人的这些企业承担的责任，画出一个计划。有一部分受影响的私人企业，位于我所服务的区域。我在与这些企业的交流中，更直接地听到了他们在落实相关要求时面对的具体困难以及考量。企业最关注的是成本与不确定性。海岸防卫工程往往牵涉于高项额资本的投入，不仅是建设本身，还包括前期的风险评估、设计以及后续长期的维护与修复。这些成本如何承担、何时投入资金，会直接影响企业对沿海地段的投资决策，尤其是租户。还必须衡量租期以及投资回收之间的关系，否则可能出现投入了大资金却难以得为回本的情况。另一个关键的问题是责任与延续的分担。海岸防卫项目周期长，可能由不同业主分段完成。当产权或租约在过程中发生转移的时候，责任如何随之转移？过往设计或施工若出现任何问题，由谁来承担，仍存在不确定性。如果缺乏清晰的规格，企业在交易与融资时会面临更高的风险，也可能更于保守，影响整体投资意愿。在这样的背景下，更清晰的管制安排尤为重要。明确责任与风险的分配，不仅有助减少纠纷，也能为我们的企业和投资者提供更大的确定性，从而更容易地获得融资的支持。同时，我请政府考虑发挥更大的 协调的作用。例如，整体资源组成一组专业顾问与承包商的名单，供我们的业界参考，以降低企业在选择专业能力时的成本与不确定性，并提升整体工程的质量。我也建议在制定相关名单时，优先纳入具有能力的新加坡企业，让公共资源投入也能够在本地经济中形成良性循环，进一步的带动本地的专业能力的发展。在人力方面，洪水防护经理制度有必须的重要性，但企业在关心具体落实方式，包括培训、认证以及合规成本。对于中小型企业而言，需要有相应的过渡与支持措施，确保政策能够顺利的落实。最后，在推进海岸防卫的同时，也必须兼顾生态环境。我国在上世纪60年代到现在已经失去了2/3的珊瑚，现存主要分布于南部的海域。我呼吁政府在落实工程时加强环境影响评估，并且多采用自然与基础的方案，在提升防卫的同时，也保护我们的海洋生态。谢谢。
Ms. Lee Hui.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as a small island nation, the dangers of rising sea levels to us are real. By the year 2100, sea levels would have risen to 1.15 meters, probably surging to 5 meters during weather events. This is higher than more than 30% of Singapore. Smaller island nations such as Tuvalu and Kiribati have had to make plans for relocation of their population. We are fortunate and lucky to be larger, but fail to plan to fail. Our future generations may one day face the prospects of having to leave our island. I thus support this bill as it makes the preparations we need to stay on the map even into the next century. I have 3 areas of clarifications. First, our coastal protection requires us to build a continuous line of defense. This means implementation must be consistent and well integrated. However, under this bill, the responsibility is decentralized to individual landowners. Each may take a different approach to comply with the bill. Responsible landowners would invest heavily in constructing their coastal defenses, but some may choose to minimize costs, especially if they are on a temporary list. Will the Code of Conduct provide sufficient guidance to promote consistent implementation between landowners? Or will PUB act as an overall coordinator to pre-approve coastal defense plans? Would it be more efficient for the government to build maybe the entire coastal defense line and then seek reimbursement from landowners? The bill makes reference to implementing coastal management via nature-based solutions. This is ideal as nature-based solutions bring added benefits, such as preserving biodiversity and reducing emissions. How will we encourage landowners to adopt nature-based solutions? This could be more difficult to set up and integrate in a continuous defense line. Would there be technical guidance to help them integrate nature-based solutions with other coastal management features? Second, how will we manage the smooth implementation of this bill over such a long time frame? Over 10 years, and surely by the year 2100, we can expect that landowners, lessees, and personnel have gone through various changes. Effective handover of knowledge is crucial for these measures to be effective. Will PUB set guidelines or conditions for the handover of technical knowledge to new landowners or lessees to preserve critical technical knowledge of privately built coastal defenses during transitions? Can critical data be centrally stored in the Coastal Protection Interpretation Plan so that new owners or even the government can step in where needed? It's also important to stay accountable and be accountable for financial support that we provide over such a long period. How would the use of grants be tracked over this period to ensure funds are properly deployed to coastal protection?
What happens if landowners receive the grant and then liquidate or sell the property during the 10-year term? Lastly, we must strike the balance, a difficult balance, between building resilience for the future and succeeding in the present. Coastal landowners are those in key strategic sectors, such as shipping and energy. Singapore's future also requires that they can stay competitive in this global economy. Constructing and maintaining coastal protections is a costly responsibility. In-depth studies and top-quality workmanship are needed to build effective defences. After construction, the coastal defences also need constant maintenance from sea erosion damage. Has the government assessed how this bill will affect business competitiveness for coastal landowners? Like the seas, the businesses have its high and low tides. What happens to maintenance when coastal landowners face difficult market conditions or short-term liquidity challenges? Do we have contingency plans in place to provide support? Otherwise, we might not only have poorly maintained structures, but possibly lose valuable businesses. Sir, in Mandarin, please. 作为一个小岛国，海平面上升对新加坡构成实实在在的威胁。到了2100年，海平面预计将上升至1.15米，天气极端的时候，甚至可能激增到5米。这已经高于新加坡超过30%的土地。一些更小的岛国已经不得已不计划迁移他们的国民。我们如果不提早规划，我们的后代有一天也可能面临必须离开这个岛屿的局面。因此，我支持这项法案。我想提出3点澄清。第一，我们的海岸防护需要建立起一条连贯的防线，这个执行过程必须保持一致，而且高度整合。我想请问，海岸防护规则准则是否能提供足够的指导，鼓励不同地主们能一致执行？又或者公用事业局是否会担任总协调员的责任，预先批准相关海岸防护计划呢？第二，我们如何确保这项法案在如此漫长的时间能顺利实施？这么长时间下的财政支持也需要确保有完善的问责制。我们能如何追踪这段时间内拨款的使用情况？以确保资金妥善用于海岸防护。最后，我们必须在未雨绸缪以及眼前所需之间取得艰难的平衡。建设和维护海岸防护设施是一项昂贵的责任。建成后，这些设施还需要维护，以及应对海水侵蚀的破坏。当沿海地主们面临艰难的市场环境或短期流动资金的挑战时，维护工作该如何继续 ？Sir, notwithstanding my clarifications, I stand in support for the smooth sailing implementation of this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Valerie Lee.
I'd like to declare my interest as an employee with a company that owns and operates assets along the coastlines. Speaker, as an island nation, the sea has always shaped our geography and our history. It will also shape our future. Today, as we debate the Coastal Protection Bill, we recognize a simple truth. Rising sea levels and intensifying weather patterns are no longer distant projections, but real risks that require serious and long-term action. When close to 30% of our island lies less than 5 meters above mean sea level, the need to strengthen our coastal resilience is clear. But our shorelines are not empty edges of the land. They host critical infrastructures and industries, keeping our nation alive economically and quite literally, including ports, petrochemical facilities, aviation infrastructure, logistics hubs, and energy installations. These coastal areas are part of our arteries and veins, sustaining us in our part of the world, and they provide thousands of jobs for our Singaporeans. I'm sure we can all agree that coastal protection is necessary. The question before us is not whether we protect our coastlines, but how we ensure that implementation is effective, coordinated, and sustainable over the long term. As we move forward, it is therefore important that we consider how responsibilities and resources are allocated between the state, industries that operate along the coast, and future generations in a way that remains fair and economically sound. With this, Speaker, I have few clarifications centered around 3 themes. First, the scope of funding. Second, implementation. And third, coordination efforts. Under Clause 13 of the bill, landowners are obligated to ensure that there is at all times a coastal protection measure for the prescribed place that meets the CPM standards. It was reported that coastal protection site-specific study for the City East Coast region, including areas such as East Coast Park, began in 2021 and cost $18 million. Naturally, we expect that studying and erecting sophisticated measures of a high standard will involve significant time and cost. I would like to ask broadly whether the Ministry will consider centralizing all expenditures so that cost spillovers to consumers are well managed, measured, and not in the hands of commercial entities. Notwithstanding, I understand that the Ministry intends to provide financial support in the form of a capital grant. May I ask the Minister to clarify the scope and extent of the capital grant? While capital expenditure for the initial construction of coastal protection measures may be supported, coastal protection is not a one-time investment. Over time, these measures will erode, require upgrades, and incur ongoing operational and maintenance costs. Will the Ministry consider whether support could extend to such incremental life cycle costs, given that these measures ultimately contribute to national resilience? In addition, some coastal sites host critical national infrastructure, such as power generation facilities or maritime installations. In such cases, will funding support be coordinated across the relevant ministries so that coastal protection for these strategic assets can be approached as a whole of government effort rather than solely through the landowner's framework? Sir, coastal protection measures are often large in scale and can involve substantial construction activity, including sheet piling, deep soil mixing, and ground improvement works. For coastal industrial sites, these works may take place within or near operating critical infrastructure. For instance, certain power generation facilities rely on seawater intake systems and are located close to the shoreline. Construction activities in the vicinity may carry risk of operational disruption if not carefully coordinated. In this regard, may I ask whether the Ministry has considered how such risk will be managed? Will the Minister agree that coordination with the relevant agencies should not be left solely to the affected businesses or landowners, and a single point of contact will be useful? Given the potential implications for essential services, a whole-of-government coordination effort may be necessary, involving the relevant sectorial agencies alongside the implementing authorities. Further, under the amendments to the Sewerage and Drainage Act, notifications will be issued to landowners. Could the Minister clarify what level of detail these notices will contain? In the initial batch of notices, will they indicate only general areas where measures are required, or will they provide more precise specifications? Greater clarity at an early stage would help stakeholders plan investments and align their implementation timelines more effectively. Sir, I earlier spoke about coordination between private companies and the government. I would now like to ask about coordination between neighbouring landowners. Under the proposed new Section 30G of the Sewerage and Drainage Act, landowners and long-term lessees of coastal land must ensure their coastal protection measures connect seamlessly with those on adjacent plots. While the intent of ensuring a continuous line of defence is very clear, implementation may not always be straightforward. In industrial clusters such as Jurong Island or Tuas, companies operate facilities with very different operational requirements and site configurations. Left purely to neighbouring parties, coordination may become complex. Differences could arise over design choices, implementation timelines, or cost allocation, and these issues may have knock-on effects on integrity of the overall coastal defence line. More broadly, coastal protection along an industrial coastline often involves interdependencies across multiple sites, not just between two neighbouring plots. How will the Ministry ensure that coordination occurs at the system level so that the resulting infrastructure forms a coherent and effective defence rather than a series of fragmented measures? Sir, coastal protection is not optional. It is essential national infrastructure. Much like our water systems, power grids, and transport networks, protecting Singapore's coastline ultimately requires a coordinated system-wide approach. The resilience of our coast should not depend on isolated pockets of protection, but on a continuous and well-planned defense of the entire shoreline. With these clarifications, I support the bill, and I look forward to the Minister's response.
Ms. Nadia Ahmad Samdin.
Sir, I rise in support of the Coastal Protection Bill. As an island city-state, our proximity and access to the sea is an important part of our identity. Along our shores are where many Singaporeans first learn to cycle, sail, fish, barbecue with family, dive, or simply watch the sunset. For me, the coast is also where my husband and I enjoy slowing down with our son when time permits, pointing out boats along our shores. Our coast also supports a wide range of activities and livelihoods, from sustaining trade to aquaculture and the protection of coastal habitats such as mangroves and coral reefs. As climate change intensifies and Singapore strengthens coastal protection, these measures will inevitably shape our coastal environments and the people connected to them. This bill is an important step in ensuring that our shores remain safe, healthy, and accessible for generations to come. Coastal protection, however, is technically complex, and I am heartened that the Ministry and PUB have developed a nuanced plan that recognizes the differing needs of stakeholders. Sir, the government will implement most of the coastal protection measures, and the remaining coastline is occupied by private landowners and lessees. Naturally, their interests may be more site-specific than system-wide, and there may arise situations where a landowner implements a more modest measure, whereas integrated coastal defense requires more comprehensive works. Could the Ministry share how PUB will guide and support landowners to take a holistic and long-term approach to coastal protection, rather than prioritizing lowest costs or shorter-term retrofits? Given that climate projections and requirements may evolve over time, could the Ministry also share how the Coastal Protection COP will be periodically updated, and how landowners will be supported if future standards require upgrades to earlier works? I would also like to ask if the Ministry will consider including in its code of practice an encouragement and prioritization for hybrid nature-based solutions that meet the technical requirements. In some parts of the world, coastal protection has successfully taken on an integrated approach that can attenuate wave energy, enhance biodiversity, and in some cases even create usable public spaces along protection works. For example, sponge cities in Denmark and China, and living shorelines in America. Sir, water does not respect boundaries. Beyond individual sites, coastal protection also operates as a connected system, which the Minister has emphasized. The bill rightly requires continuity along the adjacent land parcels. Could the Ministry please elaborate more how PUB will support the coordination so that the overall coastal system functions cohesively? In the event there are differing timelines or approaches adopted by the neighbouring landowners, what mechanisms will PUB have to step in and ensure timely alignment so that gaps do not emerge so as to avoid implementation risks? This need for continuity also extends over time beyond the parcels, as land ownership may change. The bill allows for up to 10 years for owners to implement measures, which is helpful for long-term planning and coordination. However, there may be instances where land ownership changes during this period. Could the Ministry clarify how continuity of planning and coordination with new owners will be ensured if and when coastal land changes ownership after the protection requirements or boundaries have been designated? Has the Ministry considered how many such parcels have changed hands over the past 10 or 20 years? Given these coordination and implementation complexities, support for landowners will be important. I therefore appreciate the technical expertise, planning coordination, and financial assistance the government will provide. As investment costs may be significant, it would be helpful if the Ministry could outline a little bit more the financial and technical support available over the years so as to provide greater assurance to the landowners during implementation and, more importantly, for maintenance in the years to come, as such measures will need to remain robust and effective. Sir, coastal protection is a collective responsibility across government, landowners, and the wider community. We inherited a coastline shaped with foresight, and it is our responsibility now to safeguard the shores that support livelihoods, leisure, and our connection to the sea. In doing so, we ensure that future generations will continue to know Singapore not only as a global city, but also as an island home that will endure and thrive in the face of climate change. Ombak beralun di tepi pantai, bayu laut menyapa pagi. Pesisir dijaga, usaha ramai, demi warisan generasi nanti. Thank you, sir. I support the bill.
Minister Grace Wu.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the members for their support and comments on the bill. Many speakers, many MPs have given very good suggestions, have been very encouraging, I would say. Some even calling the bill a strategic one, not just to the protection of Singapore's coastline, but also as a new area of growth, new possibilities of jobs for Singaporeans. Indeed, we are very hopeful that coastal protection will be an area where Singapore, being a front runner, will be able to accumulate the expertise and experience that can then be useful to other countries and other cities. Allow me to run through the queries and concerns raised by members, which I will address in 5 broad themes. First, on who should be responsible for coastal protection. Ms. Polisan, Ms. Haniso, and Ms. Lee Hui-ying asked if the government should instead implement coastal protection on behalf of landowners to maximize efficiency and coordination. Fundamentally, landowners should be responsible for the coastal protection measures on their land. This will allow for the optimization of the very scarce and precious land that we have. Having the government centrally implement solutions will be suboptimal, since it may not be feasible to account for every landowner's unique needs and timelines. Landowners are most familiar with their sites and are better placed to implement coastal protection measures that best meet their business needs. Indeed, in our engagements, landowners express concern on the potential disruptions when enacting the coastal protection measures and wanted flexibility to dovetail coastal protection works with their redevelopment plans and business cycles. Centralized specialized measures like the barriers we are proposing for the Greater Southern Waterfront or the reclaimed Long Island are also not always relevant to the land users in the region nor cost-effective. That said, we will facilitate the process as much as possible. For the companies that lease industrial land from JTC, actually this is the vast majority of the private landowners, PUB is working closely with JTC to explore a centralized procurement model as well as other options that can support JTC's lessees in fulfilling their coastal protection obligations. The responsibility for coastal protection will apply only to landowners of prescribed places. Ms. Nadia Samdin asked if you could charge landowners who will be protected by centralized coastal protection schemes, such as the coastal barriers at the Greater Southern Waterfront. We will not be recovering the cost of these measures from the landowners, just like how we are not imposing any costs on inland landowners. These costs will be borne by the government, who will own, implement, and operate the coastal barriers. We will gazette the APB in subsidiary legislation and publish it in the Coastal Protection Interpretation Plan, which would be discoverable during legal conveyancing. These efforts will help address Ms. Nadia Samdin's and Ms. Hani So's, as well as Ms. Polisan's, points on ensuring that there is no information asymmetry and that coastal protection obligations do not fall through the cracks in the event of a change in land ownership. In addition, ahead of the formal gazetting, PUB will work towards publishing the indicative locations of the absolute protection boundaries and the protection boundaries in the public domain so that prospective lessees and landowners will be aware of their potential obligations. Ms. Cassandra Lee also asked about liabilities and responsibilities arising from the transfer of land ownership. Our principle is that landowners will be responsible for implementing and maintaining the coastal protection measures on their land. When there is a transfer of ownership, the transfer of liability is no different from when property changes hands today. In addition, the previous landowner would have had to engage a qualified person to certify that the structure is up to standard before PUB approves it as a coastal protection measure. Landowners will also have to regularly inspect and maintain any coastal protection measures they have according to PUB's standards. Ms. Cassandra Lee had questions on what happens if there are multiple owners and what their respective obligations would be. Under the new Section 2D of the bill, the government will make clear in regulations whether the lessor or the lessee is considered for the relevant coastal protection obligations. On the separate question of co-ownership, I'd like to inform Ms. Lee that we currently do not have any such cases. However, should this scenario arise, co-owners will each be responsible for coastal protection obligations. The second set of questions covers how PUB will play a coordinating role among landowners, especially when the coastal protection measures must join up to form this continuous line of defense. As Lee Hui-ying spoke about the importance of preserving critical knowledge of the coastal protection measures, as land may change hands. I agree with her, and under the bill, landowners will need to submit relevant reports and drawings, including as-built drawings and maintenance reports to PUB. And PUB will also keep records of the reports and drawings and can require a transfer of the records to the incoming landowner when there's a change in land ownership. Ms. Valerie Lee, Nadia Samdin, Ms. Polisan, and Ms. Lee Hui-ying asked about the challenges on the ground for landowners and how PUB will facilitate coordination so that measures are connected and watertight. I would like to assure members that PUB will facilitate coordination among affected landowners during the planning and implementation stages. The bill has provided for this coordination role. Section 30G allows PUB to provide as-built drawings or plans of the neighboring plot to a landowner if necessary to ensure that the connection is effected. PUB aims to publish the Coastal Protection Code of Practice, as I mentioned earlier in the speech. This Code of Practice will be published later this year. It will set out the baseline planning, design, operation, and maintenance requirements for landowners' compliance. It will also spell out what landowners need to take note of when connecting their measures, such as designing for watertightness. Where necessary, PUB will use its enforcement powers to ensure the continuous line of defense is not compromised. This includes the scenario that Ms. Lee Hui-ying asked about, for companies who face short-term liquidity challenges and are unable to maintain their coastal protection measures, or even non-compliant landowners who fail to fulfill their coastal protection responsibilities. First, PUB has power under Sections 41 and 44 to step in and undertake maintenance and repair works to ensure the functionality of the continuous line of defense and to recover the costs as necessary from the landowner subsequently. Second, PUB has powers of forced entry, which we will use in a scenario when there is an imminent coastal flood, but the landowner does not have a fully implemented coastal protection measure in place and is unresponsive or uncontactable, notwithstanding efforts to contact them. When activating such powers of forced entry, PUB officers will be required to seek PUB senior management's approval before proceeding with forced entry into these premises. PUB will do so to either activate or activate a deployable measure or put in place an interim measure. This will only be used as a last resort when the officers have exhausted all other available options, including the deployment of measures outside of the premises. It is vital for PUB to have the forced entry power in such a scenario to join up the continuous line of defense and ensure public safety and protect assets. Third, on funding support. Ms. Valerie Lee and Ms. Nadia Samdin asked if maintenance of coastal protection measures will be funded through the grant. We are still working out the grant details, and more information will be released when ready. The intent of the grant is to fund the necessary costs of putting in place the coastal protection measure. We have assessed that the maintenance required of measures such as seawalls and revetments are minimal, and that this will not be substantially different from how landowners might maintain their existing seawalls and revetments today. Ms. Li Huiying also asked how the grant will be tracked and how it will account for changes in land ownership. We're considering reimbursing the landowner in tranches. This will allow us to monitor the progress of works. Should there be a change in land ownership before the completion date, the new landowner has the option of using the previous set of plans or submitting a fresh set of plans to PUB for approval. Next, on preparing the industry, we are ramping up efforts to prepare the local industry as we embark on coastal protection. There are two main groups here: the consultants and the construction contractors that would put in place the coastal protection measures, and the flood protection managers that will assist the landowner with meeting the coastal protection requirements. On the issue of capacity building, Ms. Cassandra Lee asked if we would consider developing a list of contractors that landowners can engage, and I believe Mr. Dennis Tan made the same point. PUB currently does not have any plans to maintain a list of pre-approved contractors. The coastal protection measures that landowners need to implement are unlikely to be significantly different from the seawalls, the revetments, or embankments that are seen in Singapore today. We are surrounded by sea, and we do have coastal protection measures today. So coastal landowners would likely be familiar with contractors involved in such works. To Ms. Nadia Samdin's point on how we will encourage landowners to take a long-term view during implementation, the Code of Practice will provide a set of minimum standards covering planning, design, and operation and maintenance of coastal protection measures to ensure our continuous line of defense is sufficiently robust. Landowners are also required to seek PUB's approval for their plans before construction. So there is some quality checks on the part of PUB. And this is when PUB can assess if the measure is sufficiently designed while keeping the longer-term needs in mind. You know, in the opening speech, I've also explained that the code and what we are planning will also be updated in time to come, because we are continuously, regularly refining our projections on sea level rise, on storm surges, and also at the same time researching into new solutions, new engineering solutions, new technology that can help us. So the code will not be something that's fixed in time, and I'm sure we will review and we will update it over time. We agree with Ms. Cassandra Lee on the importance of flood protection managers. The intent of appointing flood protection managers is to have trained personnel who can assist landowners in fulfilling their coastal protection obligations, such as inspecting and maintaining the measures. To ensure the flood protection managers are well positioned for their roles, we will work with professional bodies and industry associations to run training courses and accreditation, and we will release details in due course. The last group of questions relates to the impact to the environment. Very important questions, and I'm sure many groups of nature lovers as well as members of the public, local community groups will be also keen to know how their coastlines will be affected by coastal protection measures. And indeed, we place a lot of emphasis in upfront site studies, in engagement, in listening very closely, in discussing and, to and fro exchange of ideas with relevant groups so that we can come together to agree on a set of workable designs. That's done at the site study level. Ms. Cassandra Lee also asked whether environmental impact assessment or EIA will be required. So we would like to assure the member that coastal protection works in or near sensitive areas or that have potential transboundary impact will need to undergo in-depth consultation with technical agencies on the site's potential ecological and biodiversity value. If there's potentially significant environmental impact, agencies will require an environmental study to assess the full impact of the works and develop more extensive mitigation measures. So PUB will have to conform and work within the EIA framework. Ms. Lee Hui-ying and Ms. Nadia Samdin, as well as Mr. Andrew Low, as well as Mr. Dennis Tan, asked how we will encourage landowners to adopt nature-based solutions or to maintain some of their heritage values, and whether there will be any technical guidance. During our site-specific studies, we engaged the community and nature groups to determine the location of the measures, to preserve and encourage biodiversity where possible, including, for example, whether the continuous line of defense can be set behind mangroves to minimize the impact to them. This was done as part of PUB's coastal conversations for the Sungai Buloh area, for example. So my point is the consideration for the environment, for the conservation of nature, the protection of biodiversity is done at the site study stage. And when that is done, after consulting all relevant stakeholders, after arriving at the solution that we think is optimal, that itself will be developed into detailed requirements for the prescribed places to be in the interpretation plan and to be gazetted. So by the time that the landowner receives specific requirements in their second notification, the consideration is already done. We would have moved back from protected area. The line would have drawn behind and therefore impacting the owners. So what the owners would do will be limited as far as environmental protection and consideration, although there are some considerations when it comes to using environmentally friendly hybrid solutions, which over time we hope to include in our code of practice that the landowner can then include in their specific sites. So this bill does not dictate the site-specific study process, and we will follow the prevailing EIA framework. Landowners have the flexibility to determine the coastal protection measures that best meet their land needs. As part of the Coastal Protection and Flood Management Research Program, there is ongoing research to assess the efficacy of hybrid nature-based solutions for coastal protection. And where applicable, these nature-based solutions will be shared in future editions of the Code of Practice. And I'd just like to also repeat what SPS Koh Han Yen has said in the COS, that we are going to publish a guidebook that's called Flood Resilient Development Guidebook that's developed through an Alliance for Action on how we can incorporate some of these design elements. And that's as a guide, and is allowing, this guide will allow the landowners to have a collection of references that may be easier for them to consider as they carry out their works. Mr. Speaker, in Chinese, please. 海岸防务工作至关重要，这有关我们的日常生活与安危。海岸防务法案有助我国在沿海地带建立一道连贯的防护线，抵御海平面上升带来的威胁，以保护我们的人民、资产和生计。法案通过后，土地持有者 可以因地制宜，按自身机构需求，采取相应的海岸防护措施。作为监管机构，公用事业局 （PUB） 将通过政府宪报正式公告全面防护界限和防护界限的范围，以划定指定场所。当局也将确保相邻地段的海岸防护措施能够妥善连接。我们将与土地持有者接洽，从中协调，确保他们密切合作，采取相应的措施。当局也会提供技术建议和津贴，协助他们履行海岸防务义务。我们感谢各位议员针对如何更好支持土地持有者提出的建议，我们会慎重考虑他们。沿海土地持有者当前为海岸防务所做出的共同努力，将为我国海岸防护奠定坚实的基础，让世世代代的子孙从中受惠。政府将与人民齐心协力，携手应对因气候变化而持续上升的海平面，实施长期的海岸防务措施，共同建设一个更具韧性、安全和繁荣的新加坡。Mr. Speaker, coastal protection is a long-term endeavor to protect our people, assets, and livelihoods. Coastal protection is not a burden that reduces business competitiveness. Rather, it is an investment to ensure business continuity in a world where climate risks will become more apparently. And in fact, as Mr. Andrew Law has alluded and has explained so passionately, there could be new opportunities generated for us as we build up expertise and experience in coastal protection. This bill lays the foundation to ensure a continuous line of defense that will protect Singapore against sea level rise for the next 50, 100 years and more. Together, we will work together for a more resilient and prosperous Singapore amidst the rising sea. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Clarifications from Minister. Ms. Polisan.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your closing speech. I have two clarifications. First one, in Clause 30G, it was mentioned that the new section in this clause provides for the owner the obligation for connecting the coastal protection measure for its prescribed place to the coastal protection measure for an adjacent prescribed place. Now, as highlighted earlier in my speech, the crux of the problem is really the water tightness of the coastal protection measure. And in the event of a compromised failure or compromised measure due to the failure at the interface, would there then be a penalty meted out on the original landowner or on his neighbor? So that's the first clarification. The second one is that, Minister, you also mentioned that penalties will be meted out to landowners who compromise the continuous coastline of defense, and PUB will force enter or take over the works, especially in the event of imminent flooding events. So the question is, if it's something that is quite extreme weather, like a tidal wave that is expected to hit in the next an hour or so, will PUB then be able to respond in time, to put in even some kind of temporary barriers? Thank you.
Minister Fu.
First question on responsibility, it will have to lie with the landowner that has executed the work. So of course we have to look at the facts of the case, whether it is due to a design or the implementation error, or is it due to a maintenance error? So I mean, if I were to just put in principle, we are looking at responsible decision made by the landowner itself. So if you are the later one that is joining to one that's already been built, I think it is your responsibility to ensure that there's connection and the connection is watertight. The second question on imminent flooding is a very important one. What we have in mind is not activate this preparedness or this preparation an hour before a flood arrives. We are investing a lot into the ability to forecast, and we hope that we are able to forecast days in advance. And if we have days in advance, we could actually go around to look at areas where we can give advance notice to owners, and landowners could then put up some of their temporary or some of their defense. They can check, make sure that all the coastal protection measures are in place and working as they're intended to. But if we are really unable to contact, we will have some standard operating procedures, X number of hours from the expected time of arrival of the event, the weather event, then PUB will then have to execute, and if they are unable to contact the landowner by a certain time and they have access, there are no alternative except to enter into the premises to erect some of these measures, then they have to seek the approval from their senior management, and they will have enough time to erect temporary measures and interim measures.
Ms. Nadia Samdin.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the Minister as well. I had just 2 points, mainly related to the site-specific studies, as it appears that this is a very key part of the process. The first is really, and I'm not sure if I missed it, but in the event there are differing timelines or approaches adopted by neighbouring landowners, given that each measure will really depend on the site, what is the formal mechanism that PUB has to step in and ensure that there is alignment across implementation? That was the first question. And the second is really how will interested groups and members of the public be made aware about the timing of these site-specific studies? And is there any opportunity for citizen scientists to get involved? Because I think really I appreciate the Minister's assurances that nature will be well considered and integrated, but for nature-based solutions, these have to be very intentionally designed and woven in as part of the process. Thank you.
Minister Hu.
Indeed so, Mr. Speaker. We place a lot of emphasis on engaging the community, the local community. So earlier on, Ms. Cassandra Lee talked about how businesses in her constituency has been consulted. That's really a reflection of the amount of effort and work that PUB colleagues have put in to reach out, to contact, and to meet up, and to have deep discussions about the obligations and the options. So similarly, we've done so as we move from region to region, conducting site-specific studies, engaging local community, local businesses, as well as nature groups, different nature groups, from those that are interested in, the plant materials, to those that are interested in corals. We want to reach out as widely as possible. And having done so over the last few years, I think we have created a good network amongst interested parties, and the stakeholders, important stakeholders, have come forward and participated fully in the process, moving from region to region. As we finish one, we move on to another one. And you have seen the design reflecting the collective thinking on what's optimal for the country. So where it's possible, we built a tidal gates at the coastal area in Sentosa in Keppel Bay, so that we can keep the coastline as pleasant as it is now. We can keep the movements of boats, and also we can allow minimize the impact on the maritime environment. At the same time, we have also moved back the boundary lines in some cases, allowing some transient flooding to occur at Sungai Buloh, really after having long discussions. Because I think the nature groups, having done this extensive discussions with us for many sessions, going through the options deeply, they understand also. If Singapore is flooded, it's difficult for us to protect other things around us. So we also need to have some boundary And so the absolute protection boundary is set after due consideration of where would be the appropriate line to be drawn so that we minimize the impact on the environment, so we maximize the protection of properties and lives. Because that's the trade-off that we are balancing. We want to be, as friendly to the environment, but at the same time, we have to ensure that that's still an absolute boundary that is absolutely critical, crucial to protection of our properties, our homes, our cars, our businesses, and our lives. Right? So trade-offs has to be made. It's not an easy process, but we have done so already with with many groups over several rounds, and we believe that we have come to a process that is useful for all parties, governments, people, users, sports users, recreation users, environmental activists, to come to a compromise position.
I believe all the clarifications have been addressed. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Coastal Protection and Other Amendments Bill.
Committee stage what day, Minister?
Now, sir, I move that the Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 29 stand part of the bill. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Sustainability and the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendments.
Third reading what day?
Now, sir, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Coastal Protection and Other Amendments Bill.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the motion everyone has been waiting for. I move that Parliament will stand adjourned to a date to be fixed.
The question is that Parliament do stand adjourned to a date to be fixed. Those who agree say aye. Aye. Those who disagree say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Let me wish everyone a good weekend ahead, and to all our women parliamentarians, happy International Women's Day on Sunday. Order, order.